Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to transform your financial future. Are you tired of the endless complexities surrounding money, the fear, the confusion, and the feeling that financial freedom is an elusive dream? What if I told you there's a simple, clear, and incredibly effective path to building wealth, achieving financial independence, and living a rich, free life on your own terms? Today, we're diving deep into J.L. Collins' groundbreaking book, The Simple Path to Wealth, your roadmap to financial independence and a rich, free life. This isn't just another dry finance book. It's a manifesto for a life of freedom, written with a refreshing honesty and directness that cuts through all the noise and delivers actionable wisdom. J.L. Collins, a man who built significant wealth himself and then shared his insights with his daughter, and now with us, distills decades of financial wisdom into a few core principles that are shockingly simple, yet profoundly powerful. Whether you're just starting your financial journey, feeling overwhelmed by investment options, or simply looking for a clearer direction, this book is your guide. It's about liberating yourself from the shackles of debt, the allure of get-rich-quick schemes, and the fear of market fluctuations. It's about building a solid foundation, embracing patience, and letting the magic of compounding work for you. It's about recognizing that true wealth isn't just about money. It's about the freedom that money can buy. The freedom to pursue your passions, spend time with loved ones, and live life on your own terms. So, settle in, open your minds, and prepare to have your financial perspective transformed. Before we begin this illuminating journey, remember to hit that like button, share this episode with anyone who needs a financial wake-up call, and of course, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more insights that will empower your life. Let's unlock the simple path to wealth together.
Chapter 1. A Brief History of the Stock Market and Why It's on Your Side. J.L. Collins begins his book by tackling one of the biggest fears many people have about investing, the stock market. He dedicates this initial chapter to demystifying its history, and more importantly, establishing why it's not an intimidating monster, but rather a powerful engine of wealth creation, consistently working in your favor over the long term. Collins doesn't shy away from acknowledging the market's volatility. He talks about crashes, corrections, and bear markets, painting a realistic picture of its ups and downs. However, his central thesis is unwavering. Despite these inevitable fluctuations, the stock market, particularly the U.S. stock market, has demonstrated an incredible capacity for growth over decades and centuries. He emphasizes that, historically, every single crash, every single downturn has eventually been followed by a recovery and subsequent new highs. This isn't a speculative gamble. It's a statistical fact backed by vast amounts of historical data. The core reason for this upward trajectory, Collins explains, is the underlying engine of human ingenuity, innovation, and economic progress. Businesses are constantly striving to improve, invent, and expand, and the stock market is simply a reflection of this collective growth. When you invest in the market, particularly in broad-based index funds, you are investing in the collective productive power of thousands of companies and the overall advancement of the economy. You become a fractional owner of the most successful enterprises in the world. He introduces the crucial concept of time in the market versus timing the market. Collins vehemently argues against trying to predict market movements. Trying to buy at the bottom and sell at the top is a fool's errand, even for seasoned professionals. Instead, he advocates for a consistent long-term approach, staying invested, regularly adding new money, and allowing the market's natural upward bias and the power of compounding to work its magic. He illustrates this with examples of market recoveries, showing that those who panic and sell during downturns inevitably miss out on the subsequent rebounds, locking in their losses. Collins also touches upon the psychological aspect of investing. He acknowledges that market drops can be terrifying, often triggering irrational behavior driven by fear. He advises readers to view these downturns not as disasters, but as opportunities to buy more assets at a discount. He likens it to a sale at your favorite store. You wouldn't be sad if your preferred items were cheaper, so why be sad when stocks are cheaper? In essence, Chapter 1 sets the foundation for the entire book, instilling confidence in the reader by demonstrating the stock market's historical resilience and its inherent tendency to grow. It aims to calm fears, dispel myths, and pave the way for understanding why simple, consistent investing in the market is the most reliable path to wealth. The key takeaway is clear. Trust the market's long-term upward trend, ignore the noise, and commit to staying invested.
Chapter 2: My Market Go Up Philosophy and Why It Will Make You Rich. Building directly on the historical context of Chapter 1, J.L. Collins dives deeper into his core philosophy, the market go up principle. This chapter is where he truly lays out the simplicity and unwavering conviction behind his investment strategy, explaining why this seemingly simplistic view is actually a profoundly powerful and wealth-building approach. Collins's market go up philosophy is not an assertion that the market will go up every single day, month, or even year. He reiterates the market's volatility and its unpredictable short-term movements. Instead, it's a conviction that over the long arc of history, driven by human innovation, enterprise, and the relentless pursuit of progress, the stock market will always trend upwards. He firmly believes that betting against the market's long-term growth is akin to betting against humanity's capacity to innovate and improve. He illustrates this with a compelling argument. If the stock market were to stop going up permanently, it would imply a fundamental collapse of the global economy, a cessation of all productive activity, and a failure of human civilization as we know it. In such a scenario, Collins posits your financial investments would be the least of your worries. Your concern would be more about basic survival than your portfolio. Therefore, as long as you believe in the future of human society and economic progress, you must believe the market will continue its upward trajectory. This philosophy leads directly to his central investment strategy, buying and holding broad-based, low-cost index funds. Specifically, he champions total stock market index funds like Vanguard's VTSAX, because they inherently embody the market go-up principle. When you invest in such a fund, you are literally investing in thousands of companies across the entire market. You are not trying to pick winners or losers, you are simply riding the wave of overall economic growth. If one company fails, it's quickly replaced by others that succeed, ensuring your investment captures the collective success. Collins stresses the importance of ignoring the daily news cycle, the pundits, and the incessant focus on short-term market fluctuations. These sources often thrive on fear and sensationalism, which can lead investors to make rash, emotional decisions detrimental to their wealth. His advice is to cultivate a set-it-and-forget-it mentality. Automate your investments, check your portfolio infrequently, perhaps once a year, and resist the urge to react to every market dip or rally. He also touches on the incredible power of compounding, which works hand in hand with the market go-up philosophy. By consistently investing and allowing your returns to generate further returns over decades, even modest contributions can grow into substantial wealth. The longer your money stays invested, the more powerful compounding becomes. The chapter reinforces that this approach is not about being passive or uninformed, it's about being strategically disciplined and understanding the fundamental drivers of wealth creation.
It's about recognizing that complexity often serves to enrich financial advisors and institutions, not the individual investor. The simple path is simple precisely because it aligns with the fundamental truth of market growth and harnesses it effectively. By embracing the market go up philosophy, Collins argues you position yourself to become truly wealthy without needing to be a financial expert or dedicate endless hours to managing your investments.
Chapter 3. Meet your new best friend, the index fund. If Chapter 2 established the philosophical foundation, Chapter 3 introduces the practical vehicle for implementing J.L. Collins's simple path to wealth, the index fund. Collins emphatically declares the index fund as the individual investor's best friend, explaining in clear, accessible language why it outperforms almost all other investment options for most people. He starts by contrasting index funds with actively managed mutual funds. Actively managed funds are run by professional fund managers who try to beat the market by picking individual stocks or timing market movements. They charge high fees for this expertise. Collins reveals the inconvenient truth. The vast majority of actively managed funds fail to beat their benchmark index over the long term, even before accounting for their significantly higher fees. These high fees, often 1 to 2% or more of your assets annually, silently erode your returns year after year, dramatically impacting your long-term wealth. An index fund, on the other hand, does not try to beat the market. Instead, it simply aims to match the performance of a specific market index, such as the S&P 500 or the total U.S. stock market. It does this by holding all the stocks in that index in the same proportions. Because there's no active management or stock picking involved, the costs associated with running an index fund are significantly lower, often just a tiny fraction of a percent, e.g., 0.04%. Collins highlights several key advantages of index funds. Low fees. This is arguably the most crucial benefit. Every dollar saved in fees is a dollar that remains invested and can compound, leading to exponentially greater wealth over time. He often demonstrates the devastating impact of even seemingly small fees over decades. Diversification. A single total stock market index fund instantly provides diversification across thousands of companies. This dramatically reduces individual company risk. If one company performs poorly, its impact on your overall portfolio is negligible because you own so many others. This diversification is incredibly difficult and expensive to achieve with individual stocks. Simplicity. You don't need to research companies, analyze financial statements, or follow market news. You simply buy the index fund, and it takes care of itself. This frees up your time and mental energy for other pursuits. Tax efficiency. Index funds, especially those that track broad markets, tend to have lower turnover of stocks compared to actively managed funds. This means fewer taxable events, capital gains distributions, making them more tax efficient in taxable accounts. No emotional investing. Since you're not picking stocks, you're less likely to fall prey to emotional decision-making based on hype or fear surrounding individual companies. You're invested in the overall market, which allows for a more disciplined, long-term approach. Collins specifically champions Vanguard's VTSAX, or Vanguard Total Stock Market Index Fund Admiral shares, as an excellent option for the total U.S. stock market, and VTIAX, or Vanguard Total International Stock Market Index Fund Admiral shares, for international diversification. Though he mostly emphasizes the simplicity of sticking with a single U.S. total market fund for most investors, particularly early on. He stresses that these funds offer immediate access to the collective growth of the entire market at the lowest possible cost. In essence, Chapter 3 is a rallying cry for simplicity and efficiency in investing. It empowers the reader by showing them that they don't need to be a Wall Street guru to build substantial wealth. By choosing a low-cost, broadly diversified index fund,
They're choosing a proven, powerful, and remarkably simple vehicle that puts the odds overwhelmingly in their favor. Chapter 4. Stocks, Bonds, and the Illusion of Safety. In this chapter, J.L. Collins tackles another fundamental aspect of portfolio construction, the allocation between stocks and bonds. He challenges conventional wisdom and delves into the true nature of risk, particularly the often misunderstood safety of bonds, especially for younger investors. Collins starts by defining stocks and bonds in simple terms. Stocks represent ownership in a company and offer potential for significant growth and risk. Bonds represent a loan to a company or government, offering fixed income payments and generally lower risk, but also lower returns. The traditional investment advice often suggests a portfolio mix that adjusts with age, more stocks when young, gradually shifting to more bonds as one approaches retirement, following rules of thumb like 100 minus your age for stock allocation. Collins agrees that bonds have a place in a portfolio, especially for those closer to or in retirement, as they provide stability and income. However, he strongly argues against holding a significant bond allocation for young people with long investment horizons. His reasoning is rooted in the concept of inflation risk and opportunity cost. He explains that while bonds may seem safe because their price fluctuates less than stocks, they are highly susceptible to inflation. Inflation erodes the purchasing power of money, and if a bond's fixed interest payments don't keep pace with inflation, you're effectively losing money in real terms. Collins points out that for a young person with decades until retirement, inflation is far greater a long-term risk to their purchasing power than the short-term volatility of stocks. Over 30, 40, or even 50 years, even a seemingly small rate of inflation can decimate the real value of bond returns. Furthermore, he highlights the opportunity cost of holding bonds when young. Every dollar invested in bonds during your wealth accumulation phase is a dollar not invested in stocks, which have historically provided significantly higher returns over the long term. For someone with 30, 40, or even 50 years to invest, the potential for stock growth and compounding far outweighs the perceived safety of bonds. He reminds us that short-term stock market drops are irrelevant to someone who won't need that money for decades. These drops are simply opportunities to buy more shares at a lower price. For those in their wealth accumulation phase, Collins advocates for a very high allocation to stocks, often 100% or very close to it. He views stock market volatility not as a risk to be avoided, but as a feature to be embraced, especially when you are constantly buying shares at different price points through dollar-cost averaging. The risk of stocks for a young person is the risk of missing out on decades of market growth. He clarifies that bonds become increasingly important as one approaches and enters retirement. At that stage, preserving capital and generating income become paramount, and bonds serve as a crucial ballast against stock market downturns, allowing retirees to withdraw funds without being forced to sell stocks at a loss. He recommends a very simple bond fund for this purpose, like a total bond market index fund, for example VBTLX. In summary, Chapter 4 challenges the knee-jerk reaction to see bonds as universally safe. While acknowledging their role for older investors, Collins makes a powerful case for young accumulators to embrace the long-term growth potential of stocks and understand that for them, the illusion of safety in bonds can actually be a significant impediment to long-term wealth creation due to inflation and missed compounding opportunities.
Chapter 5. Debt, the Tyranny of the Unfree. J.L. Collins dedicates an entire chapter to debt, underscoring its profound impact on financial freedom and indeed one's entire life. He pulls no punches, describing debt as the tyranny of the unfree and positioning its eradication as a critical first step on the simple path to wealth. This chapter is a wake-up call for anyone burdened by debt, offering a clear roadmap to breaking free.
Collins divides debt into two main categories, good debt and bad debt, though he is quick to add nuance. Bad debt. This is the primary focus of his admonition. Bad debt includes high-interest consumer debt, like credit card balances, personal loans, and often car loans. He points out that the interest rates on credit cards can be exorbitant, often 15 to 25% or more, making it incredibly difficult to get ahead financially. He describes such debt as a wealth destroyer, because every dollar spent on servicing high-interest debt is a dollar that cannot be saved or invested. It's a negative compounding force, working against your financial progress. He emphasizes that credit card debt, in particular, is a trap designed to keep you beholden to lenders. The illusion of immediate gratification comes at a devastating long-term cost. Collins advises that if you have high-interest consumer debt, paying it off should be your absolute top financial priority, even above investing. The guaranteed return of avoiding 18% credit card interest is far superior to the uncertain average 8 to 10% return of the stock market. He advocates for aggressive debt repayment strategies, such as the debt snowball or the debt avalanche methods, and encourages readers to cut up credit cards if necessary to stop the cycle. Good debt. Collins acknowledges that some debt can be leveraged for productive purposes, primarily a mortgage on a primary residence and potentially student loans that lead to a high-earning career. However, he still approaches even good debt with caution. Mortgages. He agrees that a mortgage can be a path to home ownership, which can be a valuable asset. However, he stresses that one should buy a house they can truly afford, keep the mortgage payment reasonable, and avoid treating a home as a primary investment vehicle. He also discusses the option of renting, especially for those who value flexibility or are unsure of their long-term location. He debunks the myth that renting is throwing money away, explaining that the hidden costs of home ownership, taxes, insurance, maintenance, transaction costs, can often make renting more financially sensible. If you choose to own, he generally advocates for paying off the mortgage early, particularly as one gets closer to financial independence, to eliminate a major monthly expense and free up cash flow. Student loans. Collins recognizes that student loans can be necessary for education. However, he warns against excessive student loan debt, particularly for degrees that don't lead to high earning potential. He encourages students to be mindful of the return on investment for their education and to explore cheaper alternatives if possible. Beyond the financial implications, Collins delves into the psychological and emotional burden of debt. He argues that being debt-free offers an unparalleled sense of freedom, peace of mind, and control over one's life. It allows you to make decisions based on your desires and goals rather than being dictated by loan payments. The unfree aspect refers to the feeling of being trapped in a job you hate just to cover monthly payments, or constantly worrying about financial obligations. In summary, Chapter 5 is a powerful call to arms against debt. Collins makes it clear that escaping the clutches of debt is not just a financial strategy, but a liberation. By aggressively eliminating high-interest bad debt and being prudent with good debt, individuals can reclaim their financial power, free up cash flow for investing, and embark on a clear path toward financial independence and a truly free life. Chapter 6. Your 401k, IRA, and the magic of tax deferral. This chapter pivots from the what of investing, index funds, and the what to avoid, debt, to the where of investing, tax-advantaged retirement accounts. J.L. Collins introduces readers to the power of 401ks and IRAs, emphasizing their incredible ability to accelerate wealth accumulation through the magic of tax deferral. He simplifies the often confusing landscape of retirement accounts, making them accessible to the average investor. He explains that these accounts, like a 401k through an employer or an IRA you open yourself, are essentially special buckets or shelters where your investments can grow without being taxed year after year. The taxes are either deferred until retirement, traditional accounts, or paid up front, allowing for tax-free withdrawals in retirement, Roth accounts. He breaks down the two main types of tax advantage. Tax-deferred accounts, traditional 401k, traditional IRA, upfront tax deduction. Contributions to these accounts are typically tax-deductible in the year they're made, reducing your current taxable income. This means you save money on taxes today. Tax-free growth. Your investments grow and compound year after year without any taxes being paid on dividends or capital gains. This allows your money to grow much faster than in a taxable account. Taxable withdrawals in retirement. When you withdraw the money in retirement, it is taxed as ordinary income. The assumption is that you will be in a lower tax bracket in retirement, making this a beneficial strategy. Tax-free accounts. Roth 401k, Roth IRA. No upfront tax deduction. Contributions are made with after-tax money, meaning you don't get a tax break today. Tax-free growth. Like traditional accounts, investments grow tax-free. Tax-free withdrawals in retirement. This is the key benefit. All qualified withdrawals in retirement are completely tax-free, including all the accumulated gains. Collins highlights the incredible power of tax-free growth, especially for someone who starts investing young and sees their portfolio multiply many times over. He walks through a practical hierarchy for where to put your investment money. 401k match. If your employer offers a match, contribute at least enough to get the full match. This is essentially free money and provides an immediate, guaranteed return on your investment that you cannot get anywhere else. Missing out on a 401k match is, as Collins puts it, leaving money on the table. HSA, Health Savings Account. He champions HSAs as having a triple tax advantage: tax-deductible contributions, tax-free growth, and tax-free withdrawals for qualified medical expenses. For those with high-deductible health plans, it's an incredibly powerful retirement and healthcare savings vehicle. Roth IRA, or traditional IRA if income is too high for Roth. Max out your IRA contributions. Collins often leans toward the Roth IRA for younger investors who expect to be in a higher tax bracket in the future, valuing the tax-free withdrawals in retirement. Max out your 401k, 403b, or TSP. After taking advantage of the above, contribute as much as possible to your employer-sponsored plan up to the annual limit. Taxable brokerage account. Only after maxing out all available tax-advantaged accounts should you consider investing in a regular brokerage account. While these accounts don't offer the same tax benefits, they provide flexibility as there are no restrictions on when you can access the money. He stresses the importance of starting early, regardless of the amount. The longer your money is in these accounts, the more time it has to compound tax-free or tax-deferred, leading to exponentially larger sums in retirement. He includes illustrative examples to show how powerful even small, consistent contributions can become over decades within these tax-sheltered environments. Chapter 6 demystifies the alphabet soup of retirement accounts and simplifies the investment prioritization process. It empowers readers to take full advantage of these government-sponsored programs, demonstrating how strategic use of tax deferral and tax-free growth can significantly accelerate their journey along the simple path to wealth and financial independence.
Chapter 7. What investment advisors don't want you to know. This chapter is a sharp critique of the traditional financial advisory industry and a powerful endorsement of the do-it-yourself DIY approach to investing that J.L. Collins advocates. He aims to demystify the industry
expose its inherent conflicts of interest, and empower readers to manage their own money simply and effectively. Collins doesn't mince words, suggesting that much of what financial advisors do is either unnecessary, counterproductive, or designed primarily to enrich themselves through fees, rather than to genuinely serve their clients' best interests. His core argument is that for the vast majority of people, especially those following his simple index fund strategy, a traditional financial advisor is simply not needed. He exposes the various ways advisors extract fees. Assets under management, or AUM fees. This is the most common model, where advisors charge a percentage, for example 1%, of your total assets annually. While 1% might sound small, Collins demonstrates its devastating impact over decades through the power of compounding. That 1% might represent 10–20% or more of your returns each year, significantly eroding your wealth. He provides examples showing how a seemingly small fee can cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars over a lifetime. Commissions. Some advisors earn commissions from selling specific financial products, creating a clear conflict of interest. They're incentivized to sell products that pay them the most, regardless of whether those products are truly best for the client. Hidden fees in mutual funds. Advisors often recommend actively managed mutual funds with high expense ratios, which further reduce the client's returns, sometimes unknowingly. Collins argues that the complexity often peddled by the financial industry is a deliberate tactic to justify their fees. By making investing seem complicated, they create a perceived need for their services. He counters this by reiterating that the simple path, investing in low-cost, broad-market index funds, is actually superior to the complex strategies often recommended by advisors. He also touches on the concept of fiduciary duty. While some advisors are fiduciaries, meaning they are legally obligated to act in their client's best interest, many are not. Many operate under a suitability standard, meaning they only have to recommend products that are suitable, which leaves a lot of room for recommendations that benefit the advisor more than the client. Collins urges readers to understand this distinction and to question any advisor about their fee structure and fiduciary status. So, when is a financial advisor useful? Collins acknowledges a few scenarios. Fee-only fiduciary planners. For complex situations like estate planning, small business owners, or ultra-high net worth individuals, a fee-only fiduciary advisor who charges by the hour or a flat fee for specific advice can be valuable. Crucially, they don't manage your assets or charge AUM fees. Psychological support. Some people simply need a coach to prevent them from making emotional mistakes during market downturns. However, Collins suggests cultivating your own discipline and relying on the simple, proven strategy instead. The chapter's ultimate message is one of empowerment. Collins believes that with a little education and discipline, anyone can manage their investments far more effectively and cheaply than relying on most financial advisors. By understanding the inherent conflicts of interest and choosing the simple, low-cost path, investors can save vast sums in fees and keep more of their hard-earned money working for them, accelerating their journey to financial independence. It's a call to take control of your financial life and avoid being a victim of an industry often designed to profit from your ignorance.
Chapter 8. The Stock Market and You. Master Your Emotions. This chapter delves into one of the most critical yet often overlooked aspects of successful investing: mastering your emotions. J.L. Collins recognizes that while his simple path strategy is intellectually straightforward, its execution requires significant emotional discipline, especially during inevitable market downturns. He emphasizes that fear and greed are the greatest enemies of the long-term investor.
Collins starts by illustrating the predictable cycle of investor emotions. Greed or euphoria. During bull markets or periods of rapid growth, people get excited, become overconfident, and might be tempted to chase hot stocks or take on excessive risk. Fear or panic. When the market crashes or experiences significant corrections, fear takes over. Investors panic, worry about losing everything, and often sell their investments at the worst possible time, locking in losses. He stresses that the financial media and daily market news often amplify these emotions, creating an environment of constant noise and anxiety that encourages irrational decision-making. Pundits thrive on sensationalism and short-term predictions, which are almost always wrong and detrimental to the long-term investor. His advice is simple: ignore the noise. Tune out the talking heads, the daily market updates, and the doom and gloom predictions. The core principle Collins advocates for in this chapter is discipline and adherence to a long-term plan. He reminds readers of his market go-up philosophy and the historical resilience of the stock market. Every crash has been followed by a recovery. Therefore, a market downturn is not a catastrophe, it's an opportunity. He likens market crashes to a sale at a store. If your favorite items go on sale, you buy more, not less. Similarly, when the stock market drops, you should view it as an opportunity to buy more shares of excellent companies via your index fund at a lower price. This is where the power of dollar-cost averaging comes in. By consistently investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, you automatically buy more shares when prices are low and fewer when prices are high, smoothing out your average purchase price over time. He also highlights the importance of having a clear investment policy statement or a written plan. This document, however simple, outlines your investment goals, asset allocation, and strategy. When emotions run high during a market crash, you can refer to your plan, which was created with a clear head, to remind yourself of your long-term objectives and avoid impulsive actions. He provides practical advice. Automate investments. Set up automatic contributions to your index funds. This removes the emotional decision-making from the equation. Check your portfolio infrequently. Don't obsess over daily or weekly fluctuations. Check your portfolio perhaps once a year, or even less, to review your overall progress. Understand what you own. Remind yourself that you own a tiny slice of thousands of the world's most productive companies. Their collective drive for profit and innovation is what drives the market forward. Focus on the long term. Your goal is financial independence decades from now, not short-term market gains. Embrace the journey and the inevitable bumps along the way. In essence, Chapter 8 is a psychological masterclass for investors. Collins asserts that the simple path is only simple if you can control the most complex variable, yourself. By understanding the common emotional pitfalls, ignoring market noise, and adhering to a disciplined, long-term strategy, investors can navigate market volatility successfully and ensure their emotions don't derail their journey to wealth. It's a powerful reminder that investing is as much about temperament as it is about strategy.
Chapter 7. What Investment Advisors Don't Want You to Know. This chapter is a sharp critique of the traditional financial advisory industry and a powerful endorsement of the do-it-yourself DIY approach to investing that J.L. Collins advocates. He aims to demystify the industry, expose its inherent conflicts of interest, and empower readers to manage their own money simply and effectively. Collins doesn't mince words, suggesting that much of what financial advisors do is either unnecessary, counterproductive, or designed primarily to enrich themselves through fees, rather than to genuinely serve their clients' best interests. His core argument is that for the vast majority of people, especially those following his simple index fund strategy, a traditional financial advisor is simply not needed. He exposes the various ways advisors extract fees.
assets under management, or AUM fees. This is the most common model, where advisors charge a percentage, for example 1%, of your total assets annually. While 1% might sound small, Collins demonstrates its devastating impact over decades through the power of compounding. That 1% might represent 10–20% or more of your returns each year, significantly eroding your wealth. He provides examples showing how a seemingly small fee can cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars over a lifetime. Commissions. Some advisors earn commissions from selling specific financial products, creating a clear conflict of interest. They're incentivized to sell products that pay them the most, regardless of whether those products are truly best for the client. Hidden fees in mutual funds. Advisors often recommend actively managed mutual funds with high expense ratios, which further reduce the client's returns, sometimes unknowingly. Collins argues that the complexity often peddled by the financial industry is a deliberate tactic to justify their fees. By making investing seem complicated, they create a perceived need for their services. He counters this by reiterating that the simple path, investing in low-cost, broad-market index funds, is actually superior to the complex strategies often recommended by advisors. He also touches on the concept of fiduciary duty. While some advisors are fiduciaries, meaning they are legally obligated to act in their client's best interest, many are not. Many operate under a suitability standard, meaning they only have to recommend products that are suitable, which leaves a lot of room for recommendations that benefit the advisor more than the client. Collins urges readers to understand this distinction and to question any advisor about their fee structure and fiduciary status. So, when is a financial advisor useful? Collins acknowledges a few scenarios. Fee-only fiduciary planners. For complex situations like estate planning, small business owners, or ultra-high net worth individuals, a fee-only fiduciary advisor who charges by the hour or a flat fee for specific advice can be valuable. Crucially, they don't manage your assets or charge AUM fees. Psychological support. Some people simply need a coach to prevent them from making emotional mistakes during market downturns. However, Collins suggests cultivating your own discipline and relying on the simple, proven strategy instead. The chapter's ultimate message is one of empowerment. Collins believes that with a little education and discipline, anyone can manage their investments far more effectively and cheaply than relying on most financial advisors. By understanding the inherent conflicts of interest and choosing the simple, low-cost path, investors can save vast sums in fees and keep more of their hard-earned money working for them, accelerating their journey to financial independence. It's a call to take control of your financial life and avoid being a victim of an industry often designed to profit from your ignorance.
Chapter 8. The Stock Market and You. Master Your Emotions. This chapter delves into one of the most critical yet often overlooked aspects of successful investing: mastering your emotions. J.L. Collins recognizes that while his simple path strategy is intellectually straightforward, its execution requires significant emotional discipline, especially during inevitable market downturns. He emphasizes that fear and greed are the greatest enemies of the long-term investor. Collins starts by illustrating the predictable cycle of investor emotions. Greed or euphoria. During bull markets or periods of rapid growth, people get excited, become overconfident, and might be tempted to chase hot stocks or take on excessive risk. Fear or panic. When the market crashes or experiences significant corrections, fear takes over. Investors panic, worry about losing everything, and often sell their investments at the worst possible time, locking in losses.
He stresses that the financial media and daily market news often amplify these emotions, creating an environment of constant noise and anxiety that encourages irrational decision-making. Pundits thrive on sensationalism and short-term predictions, which are almost always wrong and detrimental to the long-term investor. His advice is simple: ignore the noise. Tune out the talking heads, the daily market updates, and the doom and gloom predictions. The core principle Collins advocates for in this chapter is discipline and adherence to a long-term plan. He reminds readers of his market go-up philosophy and the historical resilience of the stock market. Every crash has been followed by a recovery. Therefore, a market downturn is not a catastrophe, it's an opportunity. He likens market crashes to a sale at a store. If your favorite items go on sale, you buy more, not less. Similarly, when the stock market drops, you should view it as an opportunity to buy more shares of excellent companies via your index fund at a lower price. This is where the power of dollar-cost averaging comes in. By consistently investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, you automatically buy more shares when prices are low and fewer when prices are high, smoothing out your average purchase price over time. He also highlights the importance of having a clear investment policy statement or a written plan. This document, however simple, outlines your investment goals, asset allocation, and strategy. When emotions run high during a market crash, you can refer to your plan, which was created with a clear head, to remind yourself of your long-term objectives and avoid impulsive actions. He provides practical advice. Automate investments. Set up automatic contributions to your index funds. This removes the emotional decision-making from the equation. Check your portfolio infrequently. Don't obsess over daily or weekly fluctuations. Check your portfolio perhaps once a year, or even less, to review your overall progress. Understand what you own. Remind yourself that you own a tiny slice of thousands of the world's most productive companies. Their collective drive for profit and innovation is what drives the market forward. Focus on the long term. Your goal is financial independence decades from now, not short-term market gains. Embrace the journey and the inevitable bumps along the way. In essence, Chapter 8 is a psychological masterclass for investors. Collins asserts that the simple path is only simple if you can control the most complex variable, yourself. By understanding the common emotional pitfalls, ignoring market noise, and adhering to a disciplined, long-term strategy, investors can navigate market volatility successfully and ensure their emotions don't derail their journey to wealth. It's a powerful reminder that investing is as much about temperament as it is about strategy.
Chapter 9. Why the S&P 500 is not enough, and why VTSAX is all you need. This chapter dives into the specifics of index fund selection, clarifying J.L. Collins' preferred approach and addressing common questions about diversification. He argues against the exclusive use of an S&P 500 index fund for a truly simple and comprehensive strategy, instead championing the total U.S. stock market index fund as the single, all-encompassing investment vehicle for most accumulators. Collins acknowledges that the S&P 500 index fund is an excellent investment. It comprises 500 of the largest U.S. companies and has historically delivered strong returns. For many, it's a perfectly acceptable primary investment. However, he explains why he believes a total stock market index fund, specifically mentioning Vanguard's VTSAX, or its ETF equivalent VTI, offers superior simplicity and diversification for someone following his philosophy. His core arguments against only using the S&P 500 index fund are: exclusion of mid-cap and small-cap companies. The S&P 500, by definition, focuses on large-cap companies. It excludes thousands of mid-sized and smaller U.S. companies. Collins points out that while large caps drive much of the market, small cap and mid cap companies can offer higher growth potential, though also higher volatility. By excluding them, you miss out on a segment of the market that contributes to overall economic growth and diversification. No need to guess or rebalance. With an S&P 500 fund, some investors might be tempted to add separate small-cap or mid-cap funds to fill the gap. This introduces complexity, requiring decisions about allocation and periodic rebalancing, which goes against the simple path. True total market coverage. A total U.S. stock market index fund, like VTSAX, automatically includes virtually every publicly traded U.S. company, large, mid, and small. This means you own a piece of the entire U.S. economy, from the biggest tech giants to the smallest local innovators. This provides maximum diversification within the U.S. market in a single fund. Collins emphasizes that the VTSAX is all you need mantra is about ultimate simplicity and comprehensive domestic market coverage. By investing in VTSAX, you inherently capture the growth of the entire U.S. corporate landscape. You don't need to worry about which sectors are performing well or which size companies are in favor. The fund automatically adjusts to reflect the overall market. He also briefly touches on international diversification. While he sometimes suggests adding an international total stock market index fund, like VTIAX, for additional diversification, especially as one accumulates more wealth, his primary recommendation for simplicity, especially for those just starting, remains VTSAX. His reasoning is that many large U.S. companies in VTSAX are already global, deriving a significant portion of their revenue from international markets, thus providing some indirect international exposure. He acknowledges that some investors prefer dedicated international exposure, and that's fine, but it adds a layer of complexity that some might not need or want. In summary, Chapter 9 refines the practical application of Collins' investment strategy. While acknowledging the strength of the S&P 500 Index Fund, he makes a compelling case for the total U.S. stock market index fund, VTSAX, as the epitome of simplicity, comprehensiveness, and diversification for the long-term investor. It reinforces the idea that true wealth creation doesn't require complex strategies or multiple funds. It often requires just one incredibly efficient and low-cost investment vehicle that covers the entire market.
Chapter 10, Early Retirement and the 4% Rule. This chapter is where J.L. Collins brings together all the previous concepts and outlines the ultimate goal of the simple path to wealth, financial independence, and the option of early retirement. He introduces and thoroughly explains the pivotal 4% rule, a widely accepted guideline for safely withdrawing money from your investment portfolio in retirement. Collins defines financial independence, FI, not necessarily as stopping work entirely, but as reaching a point where you no longer have to work for money. Your investments generate enough income to cover your living expenses, giving you the freedom to choose how you spend your time, whether that's pursuing passions, volunteering, traveling, or simply relaxing. This freedom, he argues, is the true meaning of wealth. He then introduces the 4% rule, which emerged from a study by Trinity University professors. The rule states that you can safely withdraw 4% of your initial portfolio value, adjusted for inflation each year, for 30 years or more without running out of money. Calculation. To determine your FI number or freedom number, you simply multiply your annual expenses by 25, because 1 divided by 0.04 equals 25. So if your annual expenses are $40,000, your FI number would be $40,000 times 25 equals $1 million. Inflation adjustment. Crucially, the 4% rule allows for annual inflation adjustments. So if you withdraw $40,000 in year 1 and inflation is 3%, you can withdraw $41,200 in year 2. Collins explains the underlying logic of the 4% rule. It's based on historical market data, assuming a diversified portfolio of stocks and bonds. He generally recommends a stock-heavy portfolio for early retirees, maybe 75 to 80% stocks, 20 to 25% bonds. The market's long-term returns, even after accounting for inflation and market downturns, are generally sufficient to support these withdrawals while allowing the portfolio to continue growing. He emphasizes that the 4% rule is a guideline, not a guarantee, and its success depends on factors like market performance, your specific withdrawal rate, and your flexibility during severe downturns. However, it's a robust and conservative estimate that has held up well over various historical periods, including significant recessions. For those pursuing early retirement, Collins suggests a potentially even more conservative withdrawal rate, perhaps 3.5% or even 3%, to provide a larger buffer given a potentially longer retirement period, example 50 to 60 years instead of 30. This provides an extra layer of safety. The chapter also touches on strategies for reaching FI faster. Increase savings rate. The single most powerful lever is to save a high percentage of your income. The more you save, the faster your portfolio grows and the sooner you reach your FI number. He stresses that cutting expenses, especially lifestyle inflation, is just as important as increasing income. Avoid lifestyle inflation. As your income grows, resist the urge to immediately increase your spending. Maintain a relatively modest lifestyle to accelerate your savings. Automate everything. Automate your savings and investments to ensure consistency. Collins reiterates that reaching financial independence is not about deprivation, but about making intentional choices and prioritizing freedom over consumption. It's about building a system that allows your money to work for you, eventually making your labor optional. The 4% rule provides a clear, measurable target, transforming the abstract goal of getting rich into a concrete, achievable milestone. In essence, Chapter 10 ties the entire simple path together, providing a compelling vision of what's possible and a practical framework, the 4% rule, for determining when you've achieved financial independence. It empowers readers with the knowledge that a rich, free life is attainable through diligent savings, disciplined investing in index funds, and a clear understanding of their financial goals.
Chapter 11. The Wonderful Gift of Living Below Your Means. In The Wonderful Gift of Living Below Your Means, J.L. Collins shifts focus from investment mechanics to the foundational behavior that underpins all wealth building: personal finance discipline. This chapter is a powerful endorsement of frugality, not as an act of deprivation, but as a strategic choice that grants true freedom and accelerates the journey to financial independence. Collins argues that the ability to consistently spend less than you earn is the single most important habit for accumulating wealth. It's more critical than your income level, your investment strategy, or even market returns. If you can master this fundamental principle, everything else becomes easier. Without it, even a high income and savvy investments won't lead to lasting wealth because you'll always be playing catch-up. He frames living below your means as a gift because it provides freedom. By having a surplus of money, you gain options. You're not tied to a job you hate just to pay the bills. You have the flexibility to pursue new opportunities, take career risks, or simply spend more time on what truly matters to you. Peace of mind. Financial worries are a major source of stress. Living below your means creates a buffer against unexpected expenses, economic downturns, and job loss, bringing a profound sense of security and calm. Faster wealth accumulation. Every dollar saved is a dollar that can be invested, compounded, and put to work generating more wealth for you. The higher your savings rate, the faster you reach financial independence. Collins illustrates this with powerful examples, showing how a high savings rate can dramatically cut down the time it takes to become financially free. Collins tackles the concept of lifestyle inflation, or lifestyle creep, which he identifies as a major enemy of wealth building.
This is the tendency for people to increase their spending as their income rises, effectively negating any potential for increased savings. He warns against buying bigger houses, fancier cars, or more expensive gadgets just because you can afford the payments. Such spending, he argues, only serves to keep you on the financial treadmill. He suggests practical ways to embrace living below your means. Question every expense. Don't just blindly spend. Ask yourself if each purchase genuinely adds value to your life, or if it's simply conforming to societal expectations. Prioritize experiences over possessions. Often experiences, travel, hobbies, time with loved ones, provide more lasting happiness than material goods. Understand your enough. Determine what truly makes you happy and financially secure, rather than endlessly chasing more. Automate savings. Just as with investments, automate transfers from your checking to your savings or investment accounts the moment you get paid. Pay yourself first before you have a chance to spend the money. Collins stresses that this isn't about extreme deprivation or living a miserable life. It's about conscious choices and aligning your spending with your long-term goals. It's about valuing future freedom over immediate gratification. He emphasizes that the joy of being financially independent far outweighs the fleeting pleasure of buying unnecessary possessions. In summary, Chapter 11 serves as a grounding force, reminding readers that financial success is not solely about market strategies, but about daily habits and a mindset shift. By embracing the wonderful gift of living below your means, individuals empower themselves to control their finances, rapidly build wealth, and ultimately achieve the freedom and peace of mind that define a truly rich and fulfilling life. It's a call for intentional living and a powerful reminder that frugality is a pathway to abundance.
Chapter 12. Why You Need FU Money. Why You Need FU Money is arguably one of the most provocative and memorable chapters in J.L. Collins' book. It encapsulates the core philosophy of financial independence as a tool for personal power and freedom rather than just material wealth. Collins introduces the concept of FU money as a strategic financial buffer that allows you to reclaim control over your life and your choices. FU money isn't about being rude or reckless. Instead, Collins defines it as a sufficient amount of accumulated savings and investments that provides you with the ultimate leverage, the ability to walk away from situations you don't tolerate. This could mean leaving a job you hate. It gives you the power to quit a toxic or unfulfilling job without immediate financial panic. Telling a boss no. It allows you to refuse unreasonable demands, unethical requests, or excessive workloads without fearing for your livelihood. Negotiating for what you want. It strengthens your position in salary negotiations or when demanding better working conditions. Pursuing a passion. It provides the financial runway to take a sabbatical, start your own business, or explore a new career path that might not initially pay as much. Weathering life's storms. It acts as a robust emergency fund, capable of handling unexpected medical bills, car repairs, or even extended periods of unemployment without derailing your financial future. Collins emphasizes that the sheer existence of FU money, even if you never use it to literally say FU, dramatically changes your relationship with your work, your employer, and your life in general. It shifts the power dynamic from external forces to your own hands. You are no longer financially dependent on any single entity, giving you immense psychological and practical freedom. He outlines the stages of accumulating FU money. First tier, a small emergency fund, enough to cover 3 to 6 months of essential living expenses. This is the absolute minimum to gain some basic security. Second tier, a year's worth of expenses. This provides significant breathing room and the ability to confidently walk away from a job or deal with a major life event without immediate stress.
This is often the point where true FU money begins to manifest its power. Third tier, financial independence, or FI. This is when your investment portfolio is large enough, following the 4% rule, that your investment income can cover all your expenses, meaning working becomes entirely optional. This is the ultimate FU money. Collins connects the accumulation of FU money directly to his simple path to wealth principles. Living below your means. This is the engine that generates the surplus cash to build FU money. Aggressively paying down debt. Debt is the antithesis of FU money. It ties you down. Investing in low-cost index funds. This is the vehicle that efficiently grows your FU money over time. Ignoring market noise. Emotional investing can sabotage your accumulation of FU money. The chapter is a powerful reminder that money, when properly managed, is not just about material possessions, but about buying freedom, options, and peace of mind. FU money is the tangible manifestation of financial independence, providing a shield against life's uncertainties and a powerful lever to design a life on your own terms. It serves as a strong motivational force for readers to embrace the simple path and take control of their financial destiny.
Chapter 13. The Nuts and Bolts of Investing, and Why It's Not So Complicated. Having covered the philosophy, the main investment vehicle, index funds, and the behavioral aspects, J.L. Collins dedicates this chapter to the practical, step-by-step mechanics of actually getting started with investing. He aims to demystify the process, assuring readers that the nuts and bolts are far simpler than often portrayed. Collins understands that for many beginners, the idea of opening an investment account and making trades can seem intimidating. He breaks down the process into clear, actionable steps, reinforcing the idea that the simple path truly is simple in practice. He explains the process of opening an investment account. Choose a brokerage firm. He recommends reputable, low-cost firms, often highlighting Vanguard, where his preferred VTSAX fund resides, and Fidelity or Charles Schwab as alternatives. He emphasizes that for simple index fund investing, all these firms are perfectly adequate, and the key is their low fees and broad fund offerings. Decide on account type. He revisits the tax-advantaged accounts from Chapter 6, guiding readers on how to open 401k/403b/TSP. These are employer-sponsored. You usually sign up through your company's HR department. He reminds readers to prioritize maximizing any employer match. RIA, traditional or Roth. These are individual accounts you open directly with a brokerage firm. He guides through the decision between Roth, tax-free withdrawals in retirement, or traditional, tax deduction now, often favoring Roth for younger investors. Taxable brokerage account, for money beyond what can be contributed to tax-advantaged accounts. Fund the account. He explains how to transfer money from a bank account to the brokerage account, usually through electronic transfers, ACH, or direct deposit from your paycheck. Select your investment. This is where the core of his strategy comes in. He advises to purchase the chosen low-cost broad market index fund, for instance VTSAX for U.S. total market or VTIAX for international if desired, and he walks through the basic process of placing a buy order for shares or units of the fund. Automate your investments. This is a crucial step for consistency. He strongly recommends setting up automatic recurring contributions, e.g. monthly, to ensure you're consistently investing and leveraging dollar-cost averaging. This removes emotion and ensures progress. Collins also touches upon how to handle investment decisions within a 401k if VTSAX or a similar total market index fund isn't directly available. He suggests looking for an S&P 500 index fund, a total bond market index fund, if diversifying with bonds, even a target date fund that is low cost and invests in broad indexes, though he usually prefers more direct control.
He reassures readers that once these initial steps are taken, the ongoing management is minimal. The beauty of index fund investing is its set-it-and-forget-it nature. There's no need for constant monitoring or rebalancing unless your life circumstances or risk tolerance significantly change. The chapter reinforces the idea that complexity in investing is often an illusion designed to sell services. The actual execution of a simple, effective investment strategy is remarkably straightforward. By providing clear, practical instructions, Collins empowers readers to overcome inertia and take concrete action towards building their wealth, demonstrating that the nuts and bolts are easily manageable by anyone. It's a call to action, transforming theoretical knowledge into practical application.
Chapter 14. Protecting Your Wealth and Why Most of It is Unnecessary. In Protecting Your Wealth, J.L. Collins shifts from accumulating wealth to safeguarding it, but with his characteristic emphasis on simplicity and skepticism towards overly complex or expensive solutions. He argues that many wealth protection schemes and insurance products are often unnecessary, overpriced, or designed to benefit the seller more than the buyer. He begins by distinguishing between genuine risks that need mitigation and perceived risks that are often exaggerated. His approach to protection is pragmatic. Focus on the biggest, most probable risks and ignore the minor or highly improbable ones. Genuine protections. Emergency fund, or FU money. This is Collins' primary form of wealth protection. Having 3 to 6 months, or ideally more, of living expenses saved in cash or a highly liquid account is your first and best defense against job loss, unexpected expenses, or market downturns. It prevents you from being forced to sell investments at a loss. Proper insurance. Term life insurance. Crucial if you have dependents who rely on your income. Collins strongly advocates for term life insurance, which covers you for a specific period, over whole life or universal life insurance, which are complex and often expensive, combining insurance with a poor investment vehicle. Buy adequate coverage for the term you need it for. Health insurance. Absolutely essential in countries like the U.S. due to the exorbitant cost of medical care. Home or renter's insurance. Protects your largest assets or belongings. Auto insurance, required by law and protects against significant liability. Umbrella policy. For higher net worth individuals, an umbrella policy provides extra liability coverage beyond what home and auto policies offer, protecting assets from lawsuits. Diversification, or index funds. While discussed as a growth strategy, diversification inherent in total market index funds is also a powerful form of protection. It protects you from the failure of any single company and smooths out overall market volatility compared to individual stocks. Estate planning. While not for everyone initially, as wealth grows, a simple will and perhaps some basic trust documents become important to ensure your assets are distributed according to your wishes and to avoid probate. Living below your means or no debt is a profound form of protection. Being debt-free and having a surplus means you're less vulnerable to financial shocks and less likely to be forced into desperate measures. Unnecessary or overpriced protections, often sold, not needed. Whole life or universal life insurance. Collins sees these as terrible investment vehicles, riddled with high fees and complexity. He argues they are rarely suitable for building wealth and are primarily profitable for the agent selling them. Buy term and invest the difference. Market timing or hedging strategies. Attempts to protect against market drops by timing the market are almost always futile and costly. His philosophy is to stay in the market, viewing downturns as opportunities. Over-diversification or exotic investments. Beyond broad market index funds, adding complex or niche investments often adds risk and fees without proportional returns. Financial advisors for basic needs. As discussed in Chapter 7, paying a percentage of assets to an advisor for simply managing index funds is a significant drag on wealth, not a protection.
Collins emphasizes that simplicity is often the best form of protection. By avoiding debt, building a solid emergency fund, having appropriate term life and core insurance, and investing in diversified, low-cost index funds, you've largely protected yourself from the major financial risks. He encourages readers to be wary of products that sound too good to be true, promise guaranteed high returns, or come with opaque, high fees. In essence, Chapter 14 empowers readers to cut through the noise and complexity surrounding wealth protection. It advocates for a minimalist, common-sense approach, focusing on a few critical high-impact strategies while dismissing expensive and often ineffective distractions. The goal is to safeguard your assets efficiently so they can continue to grow, rather than being eroded by unnecessary costs or overly complex schemes.
Chapter 15. Passing it on, and why the simple path is the best legacy. In the concluding chapter, Passing It On, J.L. Collins brings his wisdom full circle, focusing on the ultimate purpose of financial independence and wealth, not just for oneself, but for the next generation. He argues that the simple path to wealth is not only effective for personal gain, but also forms the best and most impactful legacy you can leave. Collins begins by reflecting on why he started his Stock Series blog, which eventually became this book, to educate his daughter about money and investing. This personal motivation underscores the entire chapter's theme, the desire to equip loved ones with the knowledge and tools for their own financial freedom. He laments that financial literacy is often not taught in schools or at home, leading to generations struggling with debt and confusion. He asserts that the most valuable thing you can pass on is not necessarily a large inheritance, but rather knowledge and good financial habits. A large sum of money can easily be squandered by someone who doesn't understand how to manage it, protect it, or grow it. In fact, an unearned inheritance can sometimes be detrimental if it removes the incentive to work, learn, and build. Therefore, Collins encourages readers to educate your children or younger generations. Share the principles of the simple path to wealth with them. Teach them about the importance of saving and living below their means, the dangers of debt, especially high-interest consumer debt, the power of compounding and starting early, the benefits of low-cost, broad-market index funds, the pitfalls of market timing, active management, and high fees, the value of FU money and financial independence. Lead by example. Show, don't just tell. Let them see you living below your means, being debt-free, and investing consistently. Your actions will speak louder than any lecture. Consider gifting starter investments. While not a substitute for education, helping younger people open a Roth IRA or 529 plan and making initial contributions can be a powerful kickstart, especially if accompanied by explanations of why you're doing it and how it works. This harnesses compounding for them at an early age. Simplify your estate plan. For any wealth you do leave behind, ensure it's easy for your heirs to manage. A simple will and clear instructions on your investment accounts, which should be in low-cost index funds, will prevent complexity and unnecessary expenses like fees for active management or complex trust structures. The goal is to make it easy for them to continue on the simple path. Collins reiterates that the simple path is not just about accumulating money, it's about creating a life of freedom and security. By teaching these principles, you're giving the next generation the tools to build that freedom for themselves. You're empowering them to make conscious choices, avoid financial traps, and ultimately live a life unburdened by financial stress. He closes the book with a hopeful and empowering message. The simple path is accessible to everyone, regardless of their starting point. It requires discipline, patience, and a willingness to ignore the noise. But the rewards, financial independence, peace of mind, and the freedom to live life on your own terms are immeasurable.
And by sharing this wisdom, you can extend that gift to those you care about most, creating a powerful legacy of freedom and financial well-being. The simple path, therefore, is not just a roadmap to your wealth, but also a blueprint for a richer, freer future for generations to come.
And there you have it, Vibe audiobook listeners. A comprehensive journey through the simple path to wealth by J.L. Collins. This book isn't just a guide, it's a liberation, offering clarity and confidence in a world often shrouded in financial complexity. From understanding the market's historical upward trend to embracing low-cost index funds, conquering debt, leveraging tax-advantaged accounts, mastering our emotions, and ultimately reaching FU money and financial independence, Collins has given us a blueprint for a truly free and rich life. Remember, the path is simple, but it requires discipline and consistency. Start today, stay the course, and watch your financial future transform. If you found this summary inspiring and helpful, please show your support by hitting that like button right now, sharing this episode with friends and family who need to hear this message, and don't forget to subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more powerful insights that will elevate your mind and your money. Thank you for tuning in, and until next time, keep vibing, keep learning, and keep walking the simple path to wealth. Welcome, Vibe audiobook listeners, to another journey into the depths of timeless wisdom. Today, we're diving into a book that holds the keys to unlocking not just sales success, but success in every facet of your existence. Forget what you think you know about selling, because Napoleon Hill, the legendary author of Think and Grow Rich, is about to revolutionize your understanding. In How to Sell Your Way Through Life, Hill reveals that selling isn't just a profession, it's a fundamental skill, a philosophy, and a way of life that can empower you to achieve your wildest dreams. Whether you're an aspiring entrepreneur, a seasoned professional, or simply someone looking to improve their influence and persuasion, this book is a treasure trove of insights. So sit back, relax, and prepare to absorb the wisdom that will transform your approach to life's biggest challenges and opportunities. And while you're at it, don't forget to hit that like button, share this invaluable content with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative literary journeys.
Chapter 1. The New Concept of Selling. In the opening chapter, Napoleon Hill immediately challenges conventional notions of selling. He argues that selling is not merely about exchanging goods or services for money. It's a fundamental human activity that permeates every aspect of our lives. From convincing a child to eat their vegetables to negotiating a business deal, we are all constantly engaged in the art of persuasion and influence. Hill introduces the idea that selling is essentially the process of causing others to see things your way, to accept your ideas, and to cooperate with you in achieving a common objective. He emphasizes that true selling is rooted in service and mutual benefit, not manipulation or coercion. This chapter lays the groundwork for understanding that success in life, regardless of your chosen profession, is inextricably linked to your ability to effectively sell yourself, your ideas, and your vision to others. Hill highlights the importance of a positive mental attitude, clear communication, and a genuine desire to help others as the cornerstones of this new concept of selling. He also introduces the idea that every individual has a personal selling power that can be developed and refined. This power is not just about charisma, it's about the synthesis of character, knowledge, experience, and the ability to articulate one's value. The chapter sets a progressive tone, urging readers to shed old biases against selling and embrace it as a vital skill for personal and professional growth. Hill posits that recognizing and cultivating this inherent selling ability is the first step toward mastering one's destiny. He differentiates between the old school of selling, often characterized by aggressive tactics and a focus on immediate transactions, and the new concept, which is built on long-term relationships, trust and a deep understanding of human psychology. This new concept extends beyond the transactional and into the transformational, where the seller becomes a problem solver and a value creator.
Chapter 2. The Master Key to Success in Selling. This chapter delves into what Hill considers the single most crucial element for success in selling, and indeed in life, a definite chief aim. He asserts that without a clear, specific, and burning desire, individuals drift aimlessly, lacking the focus and persistence required to overcome obstacles and achieve their goals. A definite chief aim acts as a powerful magnet, attracting the necessary resources, opportunities, and people to its fulfillment. Hill instructs readers on how to formulate their own definite chief aim, emphasizing the importance of writing it down, visualizing its attainment, and affirming it daily. This aim must be personal, exciting, and specific, providing a constant source of motivation. He connects this concept directly to selling by explaining that a salesperson with a clearly defined goal for their career, their income, or their impact will naturally exert more effort and find more innovative ways to succeed than someone who lacks such clarity. The master key is not just about having a goal, it's about the unwavering commitment to that goal, backed by unshakable faith and a plan of action. Hill also introduces the concept of the power of the mind and how focusing one's thoughts on a specific aim can literally shape one's reality. He explains that the subconscious mind works tirelessly to achieve whatever the conscious mind feeds it, making a definite chief aim a crucial directive for this powerful inner mechanism. The chapter also touches upon the importance of self-analysis in identifying one's strengths and weaknesses in relation to their chief aim. By understanding these aspects, individuals can strategically leverage their assets and work on improving areas that might hinder their progress. This self-awareness is critical for building the confidence and competence required to effectively sell oneself and one's ideas. Furthermore, Hill expands on the idea that a definite chief aim should be in harmony with the law of compensation, meaning that one's gains should be proportional to the service rendered. This reinforces the ethical foundation of selling that Hill advocates.
Chapter 3. The Art of Getting Along with People. Hill dedicates an entire chapter to the paramount importance of interpersonal skills in selling. He argues that the ability to get along with people, to inspire trust, and to build rapport is more valuable than any product knowledge or selling technique. This chapter explores various principles for effective human relations, including the importance of a pleasing personality, genuine interest in others, active listening, and the ability to praise sincerely. Hill emphasizes that people buy from those they like and trust. He details how to cultivate a personality that attracts others, stressing sincerity, empathy, and a positive demeanor. He advises against criticism and instead encourages understanding and appreciation. The chapter also delves into the psychology of persuasion, suggesting that understanding people's desires, fears, and motivations is key to presenting your ideas or products in a way that resonates with them. This isn't about manipulation, but about connecting with individuals on a human level. The ability to make others feel important, to acknowledge their perspectives, and to offer solutions that genuinely benefit them are central to Hill's philosophy of getting along. He provides practical advice on how to improve communication, including learning to speak less and listen more, asking intelligent questions, and remembering names. He also highlights the destructive power of gossip and negativity, advocating for a consistently constructive and optimistic approach to interactions. Hill suggests that by mastering the art of getting along, individuals not only enhance their selling capabilities, but also enrich their personal lives, fostering stronger relationships and a greater sense of well-being. The chapter serves as a comprehensive guide to social intelligence, presenting it as an indispensable asset for anyone aspiring to leadership or influence. He also introduces the concept of the mirror principle, where people tend to reciprocate the emotions and attitudes they receive from others. Therefore, projecting positivity, respect, and genuine interest will often elicit the same in return.
Chapter 4. The Habit of Doing More Than You Are Paid For. This chapter introduces one of Hill's most iconic and impactful principles, the going the extra mile habit. He asserts that consistently doing more than is expected of you, without being asked and without immediate expectation of reward, is a powerful catalyst for personal and professional advancement. This habit not only distinguishes you from the competition, but also creates a positive ripple effect, leading to increased opportunities, recognition, and financial rewards in the long run. Hill explains that the universe, through the law of compensation, ultimately rewards those who provide exceptional value. By exceeding expectations, you not only impress clients and employers, but also develop a stronger work ethic, build a reputation for reliability, and foster a sense of personal pride and mastery. This principle applies not only to tangible tasks, but also to attitude, effort, and commitment. For a salesperson, it means understanding customer needs beyond the surface, providing exceptional service, and genuinely caring about their success. It's about seeing problems as opportunities to serve more deeply. Hill argues that this habit builds a reservoir of goodwill that eventually pays dividends far beyond the initial effort. It transforms work from a chore into a mission, fostering creativity and initiative. He emphasizes that this habit cultivates a mindset of abundance and contribution, shifting focus from what one can get to what one can give. This proactive approach to work and service inevitably attracts greater opportunities and success. The chapter also touches upon the idea of personal initiative, where individuals take responsibility for their own growth and seek out ways to add value without constant supervision. This self-driven approach is a hallmark of successful individuals across all fields, and Hill firmly places it at the core of the going the extra mile philosophy. He presents numerous anecdotes and examples of individuals who rose to prominence by consistently applying this principle, demonstrating its universal applicability and transformative power.
Chapter 5. Applied Faith and How to Use It in Selling. In this chapter, Hill explores the profound role of applied faith as a driving force in selling and in life. He clarifies that faith in this context is not necessarily religious, but rather an unwavering belief in oneself, in one's product or service, and in the possibility of achieving one's goals. This applied faith translates into confidence, persistence, and an infectious enthusiasm that can inspire others. Hill teaches that faith is cultivated through belief, visualization, and consistent action. When you have absolute faith in what you are offering, that conviction naturally communicates itself to potential customers, overcoming their doubts and building their trust. He emphasizes that fear, doubt, and indecision are the greatest enemies of faith, and he provides strategies for overcoming these mental obstacles. This chapter is about mastering your inner world to influence your outer reality. It's about developing an unshakable belief in your ability to succeed, even in the face of rejection or setbacks. Applied faith fuels perseverance, enabling you to continue striving when others would give up. Hill links this directly to the definite chief aim, explaining that faith provides the emotional power to pursue that aim relentlessly. He details how to build this kind of faith through self-suggestion and constant affirmation of one's goals and capabilities. He encourages readers to fill their minds with positive thoughts and to filter out any negativity that could undermine their belief. Furthermore, Hill discusses the power of autosuggestion as a means of embedding positive beliefs into the subconscious mind. By repeatedly affirming one's capabilities and desired outcomes, individuals can reprogram their internal dialogue and strengthen their resolve. He also addresses the importance of associating with individuals who possess similar positive mindsets, as faith can be contagious and mutually reinforcing.
Chapter 6. Initiative and Leadership. Hill underscores the critical importance of initiative and leadership, not just for managers or executives, but for every individual who wishes to sell their way through life. Initiative is defined as the ability to act without being told, to identify opportunities, and to take responsibility for making things happen. Leadership, in this context, is the ability to inspire and guide others towards a common goal. Hill argues that true leaders are also excellent salespeople, as they must effectively sell their vision, motivate their teams, and resolve conflicts. He outlines the essential qualities of a leader, including courage, self-control, a keen sense of justice, decisiveness, and a willingness to assume full responsibility. He also emphasizes the importance of a pleasing personality and the ability to inspire loyalty. This chapter challenges readers to move beyond merely following instructions and to proactively seek out ways to contribute and lead, regardless of their formal title. It highlights that leadership is not a position, but a mindset and a set of actions. For a salesperson, initiative means proactively seeking out new leads, developing innovative sales strategies, and taking ownership of customer satisfaction. Leadership means becoming a trusted advisor to clients and an inspiring team member to colleagues. Hill also distinguishes between leadership by consent and leadership by force, advocating strongly for the former, which is based on respect, competence, and persuasion rather than coercion. He details how to cultivate a leadership persona through consistent self-improvement and a commitment to serving others. The chapter is a call to action for personal empowerment, encouraging individuals to step into their innate capacity for leadership and to use it to drive their selling efforts and broader life goals. It also delves into the concept of mastermind groups as a way for individuals to combine their initiative and leadership qualities with others, amplifying their collective power and problem-solving abilities. Chapter 7. Enthusiasm, the mark of the real seller. Enthusiasm, according to Hill, is the vital spark that ignites action and inspires confidence in others. This chapter explores enthusiasm not as a superficial emotion, but as a deep-seated passion and conviction that emanates from within. Hill asserts that true enthusiasm is contagious and is one of the most powerful tools in a salesperson's arsenal. He explains that enthusiasm is born from a genuine belief in oneself, in one's product or service, and in the value one offers. It reflects a positive mental attitude and an optimistic outlook. Hill teaches readers how to cultivate and project genuine enthusiasm, even when facing challenges or setbacks. He suggests that enthusiasm can be generated through vivid visualization of success, by focusing on the benefits of one's offerings, and by consciously choosing a positive emotional state. He warns against feigned enthusiasm, which is easily detected and can undermine trust. For a salesperson, enthusiasm translates into energy, dynamism, and an undeniable passion that excites potential customers and motivates them to take action. It transforms a mundane presentation into a compelling experience. Hill emphasizes that enthusiasm is a choice and a habit that can be developed through consistent practice. It's about radiating positive energy that attracts and persuades. He posits that enthusiasm is often the differentiator between an average performer and a truly exceptional one, as it directly impacts engagement and influence. The chapter also explores the physiological aspects of enthusiasm, suggesting that it invigorates the body and mind, enhancing creativity is paramount.
Chapter 8. Self-Control, the Foundation of All Power. This chapter highlights the indispensable role of self-control in achieving sustained success in selling and in life. Hill argues that without the ability to master one's thoughts, emotions, and actions, all other efforts are likely to be undermined. Self-control is presented as the foundation upon which all other virtues and powers are built. It involves discipline, emotional intelligence, and the ability to remain calm and focused even under pressure. Hill emphasizes that a salesperson who lacks self-control may easily succumb to frustration, anger, or discouragement, which can alienate customers and sabotage deals. He teaches strategies for developing self-control, including the power of conscious thought, the ability to pause before reacting, and the practice of constructive self-analysis. This mastery over oneself allows for rational decision-making, effective problem-solving, and the maintenance of a positive and professional demeanor regardless of external circumstances. Self-control enables you to regulate your emotions, manage stress, and avoid impulsive actions that could lead to negative outcomes. It's about acting with purpose and intention, rather than being swayed by momentary impulses. Hill connects self-control directly to perseverance, explaining that the ability to regulate one's internal state is crucial for enduring setbacks and maintaining a long-term focus on one's goals. He stresses that true power comes not from controlling others, but from controlling oneself. The chapter provides practical advice on how to monitor one's thoughts and reactions, and how to consciously choose responses that align with one's objectives, rather than being driven by immediate emotional impulses. This self-mastery is not about suppression, but about channeling one's energies constructively.
Chapter 9. The Habit of Saving. Hill introduces the often overlooked but crucial habit of saving, not just money, but also time, energy, and opportunity. He argues that the ability to manage and conserve resources is a hallmark of successful individuals. While primarily focusing on financial saving as a means to achieve independence and security, Hill extends the concept to encompass prudent management of all valuable assets. He explains that financial saving provides a buffer against unforeseen circumstances, reduces stress, and offers the freedom to pursue opportunities that might otherwise be out of reach. For a salesperson, financial stability can lead to greater confidence and less desperation, allowing them to focus on genuine service rather than just making a quick sale. Beyond money, Hill emphasizes the importance of saving time through effective planning and prioritization, and saving energy by avoiding unproductive activities and maintaining physical and mental well-being. He also highlights the importance of saving opportunities by recognizing and seizing them when they arise. This chapter is about building a foundation of resourcefulness and foresight, ensuring that you have the means to support your ambitions and weather any storms. The habit of saving cultivates discipline, delayed gratification, and a long-term perspective. Hill connects this to the principle of definite chief aim, suggesting that financial saving is often a necessary step towards achieving larger life goals. He also discusses the concept of investing one's savings wisely, whether in personal development, business ventures, or financial instruments, to further amplify one's resources. The chapter serves as a practical guide to personal financial management and strategic resource allocation, presenting it as an integral component of a successful life and selling career. He also elaborates on how saving one's mental and emotional energy by avoiding negative influences and engaging in restorative activities can significantly boost one's overall productivity and well-being.
Chapter 10. The Power of the Mastermind. One of Hill's most famous and transformative principles, the Mastermind Alliance, is thoroughly explored in this chapter. He defines a mastermind as the coordination of knowledge and effort between two or more people in a spirit of harmony, for the attainment of a definite purpose. Hill argues that when individuals unite their intelligences and efforts with a common goal, a third mind or synergistic force is created, which is infinitely more powerful than the sum of its individual parts. This alliance provides an invaluable source of inspiration, creative ideas, practical advice, and emotional support. For a salesperson, a mastermind group can consist of mentors, colleagues, or even clients with whom they regularly collaborate to solve problems, develop strategies, and overcome challenges. Hill emphasizes that the key to a successful mastermind is the spirit of harmony and mutual respect among its members. He advises readers on how to form and utilize a mastermind alliance effectively, stressing the importance of shared goals, open communication, and a willingness to contribute and receive. This chapter reveals that no great success is achieved in isolation. Collaboration and collective intelligence are essential. The mastermind concept is presented as a powerful accelerator for personal and professional growth, enabling individuals to tap into a collective wisdom and energy that would be impossible to access alone. It is about leveraging the strengths and perspectives of others to amplify one's own capabilities and achieve breakthroughs. Hill explains that the mastermind principle is rooted in the concept of brainstorming and collaborative problem-solving, but elevated to a higher level through sustained mutual support and shared vision. He provides examples of historical figures who utilized mastermind alliances to achieve monumental success, further illustrating its practical power.
Chapter 11. The Law of Attraction in Selling. This chapter delves into the law of attraction, explaining how our dominant thoughts and emotions tend to attract corresponding circumstances and experiences into our lives. Hill applies this universal law specifically to the realm of selling, demonstrating how a positive mental attitude, unwavering faith, and clear visualization of success can draw opportunities, clients, and favorable outcomes. He argues that thoughts are powerful forms of energy, and by consistently focusing on what you want to achieve, you create a vibrational match that attracts those desires into your reality. Conversely, fear, doubt, and negative thinking can attract undesirable outcomes. For a salesperson, this means cultivating a mindset of abundance, expecting success, and visualizing successful sales calls and satisfied customers. Hill emphasizes that the law of attraction is not passive. It requires active engagement, clear intention, and consistent effort. It works in conjunction with all the other principles, acting as a magnetic force that amplifies your actions and beliefs. This chapter encourages readers to become conscious creators of their reality by carefully managing their thoughts and emotions, ensuring they are aligned with their definite chief aim. It's about developing an internal magnetism that naturally draws success towards you. Hill details how to apply visualization techniques and affirmations to program the subconscious mind for success, thereby activating the law of attraction more powerfully. He also cautions against the law of reverse effort, where excessive striving and desperation can actually repel desired outcomes, emphasizing the importance of a balanced approach, combining faith and action. The chapter empowers readers to take control of their inner landscape as a means of shaping their external world, making them active participants in their own success story.
Chapter 12. Applied Psychology in Selling. Hill dedicates this chapter to the practical application of psychology in the selling process. He asserts that effective selling is fundamentally about understanding human nature, what motivates people, what their underlying needs and desires are, and how they make decisions. This is not about manipulation, but about empathy and strategically presenting your offerings in a way that resonates with the prospect's psychology. Hill delves into various psychological principles, such as the power of suggestion, the importance of creating desire, overcoming resistance, and the art of closing. He emphasizes that successful salespeople are astute observers of human behavior, capable of reading nonverbal cues and adapting their approach to individual personalities. He discusses the difference between selling features and selling benefits, explaining that people buy solutions to their problems and fulfillment of their desires, not just product specifications. This chapter provides insights into how to build rapport, ask effective questions that uncover needs, and craft persuasive messages. Hill also touches on the psychology of decision-making, including the role of emotions, logic, and social proof. He guides readers on how to identify psychological buying triggers and how to address common objections effectively. By mastering applied psychology, salespeople can move beyond transactional interactions and build meaningful, long-lasting relationships based on trust and mutual understanding. This involves becoming a mind reader in a benevolent sense, anticipating needs and offering value proactively. Hill further explores the concept of priming, where subtle cues and framing can influence a prospect's perception and receptivity. He also discusses the importance of storytelling as a psychological tool to engage emotions and make a compelling case. The chapter reinforces the idea that understanding the human mind is the ultimate competitive advantage in any persuasive endeavor.
Chapter 13. Accurate Thinking, the Basis of All Sound Judgment. This chapter introduces the vital skill of accurate thinking as a prerequisite for sound judgment and effective decision-making in selling and in life. Hill argues that many failures stem from fuzzy, inaccurate, or emotionally biased thinking. Accurate thinking involves the ability to separate facts from opinions, to analyze information objectively, and to draw logical conclusions. He emphasizes the importance of gathering all relevant information before making a decision, critically evaluating sources, and avoiding hasty judgments. For a salesperson, accurate thinking means thoroughly understanding the product, the market, the competition, and the customer's specific needs. It means being able to accurately assess a sales situation, anticipate potential objections, and formulate effective strategies based on solid data rather than assumptions or wishful thinking. Hill explains that accurate thinking is a learned skill that can be developed through consistent practice of critical analysis, problem-solving, and a commitment to truth. It involves the discipline to question one's own biases and to seek out diverse perspectives. This chapter is about cultivating intellectual rigor and intellectual honesty, ensuring that your decisions are based on a realistic appraisal of facts. It also involves the ability to differentiate between constructive criticism and destructive negativity, allowing you to learn and grow from feedback. Hill links accurate thinking to the ability to identify and overcome personal weaknesses, as well as to leverage one's strengths effectively. He suggests that by consistently applying accurate thinking, individuals can make more informed choices, minimize risks, and increase their chances of success in all endeavors. He further elaborates on the process of inductive and deductive reasoning, providing practical examples of how these logical frameworks can be applied to selling scenarios.
Chapter 14. Personal Initiative and Organized Effort. Building on previous chapters, Hill emphasizes the synergistic power of personal initiative combined with organized effort. Personal initiative, as discussed earlier, is the self-starting impulse to act without being prompted. Organized effort is the systematic planning and execution of actions to achieve a specific goal. Hill argues that initiative without organization can be chaotic and unproductive, while organization without initiative is stagnant. The two must work hand in hand for optimal results.
This chapter guides readers on how to transform their initiative into concrete, actionable plans. It involves setting clear objectives, breaking down large tasks into manageable steps, establishing timelines, and allocating resources effectively. Hill stresses the importance of continuous planning and adaptation, recognizing that circumstances can change and plans may need adjustments. For a salesperson, this means taking the initiative to develop a sales plan, organize their leads, schedule their appointments efficiently, and systematically follow up with prospects. It's about working smarter, not just harder, by leveraging foresight and methodical execution. Organized effort also extends to personal habits, such as time management, goal setting, and self-discipline. Hill highlights that consistent organized effort, fueled by personal initiative, creates momentum and leads to compounding success over time. This chapter empowers individuals to become effective self-managers and strategic thinkers, transforming their potential into tangible achievements. He further explores various organizational tools and techniques, from simple to-do lists to more complex project management strategies, all aimed at maximizing productivity and efficiency. Hill also discusses the importance of delegation as part of organized effort, understanding when to enlist the help of others to amplify one's own initiative.
Chapter 15. The Importance of a Pleasing Personality. Hill dedicates this entire chapter to the immense power of a pleasing personality in selling and in all human interactions. He asserts that while skills and knowledge are important, it is often a person's personality that ultimately determines their level of success and influence. A pleasing personality is defined as a combination of traits that attract others, inspire trust, and foster rapport. These traits include genuine enthusiasm, a positive mental attitude, sincerity, empathy, good manners, a sense of humor, and the ability to make others feel important. Hill emphasizes that a pleasing personality is not something one is born with. It is a cultivated asset that can be developed through conscious effort and practice. He provides practical advice on how to enhance one's personality, from improving one's appearance and vocal tone to developing active listening skills and expressing genuine appreciation. For a salesperson, a pleasing personality is an invaluable asset, as people are more likely to buy from someone they like and trust. It builds bridges, overcomes resistance, and creates a positive selling environment. Hill warns against negative traits such as cynicism, arrogance, and a complaining attitude, which can repel others and undermine selling efforts. This chapter is about understanding the psychology of attraction and deliberately cultivating traits that foster positive relationships. It's about becoming the kind of person others genuinely enjoy being around and doing business with. Hill stresses that a pleasing personality is not about being fake or putting on an act, but about genuinely developing and expressing the best version of oneself. He also discusses the concept of charisma, not as an inherent gift, but as a composite of cultivated traits that can be learned and refined. The chapter serves as a comprehensive guide to personal branding and interpersonal charm.
Chapter 16. Failure is a Blessing in Disguise. In a truly inspiring chapter, Hill reframes the concept of failure, arguing that it is not an end but merely a temporary setback, a valuable teacher, and often a blessing in disguise. He challenges the common fear of failure, encouraging readers to view it as an essential part of the learning process and a necessary stepping stone to ultimate success. Hill asserts that every significant achievement in history has been preceded by numerous failures, and that these experiences provide invaluable lessons that cannot be learned any other way. He teaches readers how to analyze failures objectively extract the lessons they offer, and use that knowledge to refine their strategies and improve their approach. For a salesperson, rejection or a lost sale is not a personal indictment, but an opportunity to understand what went wrong, adapt their pitch, and come back stronger. Hill emphasizes the importance of resilience, persistence, and a positive attitude in the face of setbacks. He explains that individuals who learn from their failures and continue to strive are ultimately the ones who achieve greatness. This chapter is about developing mental toughness and an unwavering belief in one's ability to overcome obstacles. It teaches the importance of not allowing temporary defeats to define one's ultimate destiny. Hill encourages a mindset where setbacks are viewed as feedback, providing critical information for improvement rather than reasons for discouragement. He emphasizes that great wisdom is often forged in the fires of adversity, and that embracing these challenges is key to personal growth and achieving mastery. The chapter serves as a powerful antidote to the fear of failure, empowering readers to take calculated risks and to persist with optimism.
Chapter 17. Cooperation, the Master Key to Achievement. Hill returns to a fundamental principle for collective and individual success: cooperation. He defines cooperation as the harmonious blending of effort and thought among individuals for the attainment of a definite common purpose. This chapter reiterates and expands upon the mastermind principle, emphasizing that no great success is ever achieved in isolation. Hill explains that cooperation is essential not only within teams and organizations, but also in dealings with customers, suppliers, and even competitors in certain contexts, such as industry associations. He highlights that genuine cooperation is built on trust, mutual respect, and a shared vision. For a salesperson, cooperation means working effectively with colleagues, supporting marketing efforts, and collaborating with customers to find the best solutions. It's about seeing oneself as part of a larger ecosystem where mutual support leads to collective prosperity. Hill warns against the destructive nature of jealousy, rivalry, and internal conflict, which can sabotage even the best efforts. He teaches how to foster a spirit of cooperation by focusing on common goals, acknowledging contributions, and practicing open communication. This chapter reinforces the idea that true success is a collective endeavor, and that by becoming a skilled cooperator, individuals can amplify their own impact and achieve far greater results than they could alone. It's about leveraging the power of synergy and collective intelligence. Hill distinguishes between voluntary cooperation, which is the most powerful form, and coerced cooperation, which is generally less effective and unsustainable. He details how to build a reputation as a valuable and cooperative team player, thereby attracting more opportunities for collaboration and growth. The chapter underscores the ethical dimension of success, where collective well-being is intertwined with individual achievement.
Chapter 18. Imagination, the workshop of the mind. In this pivotal chapter, Hill extols the power of imagination, referring to it as the workshop of the mind, where all plans are created and all ideas are formed. He emphasizes that imagination is the faculty through which we can visualize our desires, conceive new ideas, and devise innovative solutions to problems. Hill distinguishes between synthetic imagination, rearranging old concepts into new combinations, and creative imagination, originating entirely new ideas. He encourages readers to cultivate and actively use their imagination, not just for daydreaming, but as a practical tool for achieving their goals. For a salesperson, imagination means visualizing successful sales presentations, conceiving new ways to approach difficult prospects, and creatively solving customer problems. It's about seeing possibilities where others see limitations. Hill provides methods for stimulating imagination, such as brainstorming, asking what-if questions, and consciously feeding the mind with inspiring material. He asserts that all inventions
artistic creations, and successful business ventures began as an idea in someone's imagination. This chapter is about unlocking your innate creative potential and harnessing it to devise effective strategies for selling and for life. It's about daring to dream big and then using your imagination to map out the path to make those dreams a reality. Hill emphasizes that without imagination, there can be no innovation, no progress, and no true leadership. He provides a framework for translating imaginative thoughts into tangible plans, bridging the gap between abstract ideas and concrete action. The chapter serves as a powerful call to embrace and develop one's creative faculties as a primary driver of success.
Chapter 19. Perseverance, the sustained effort to induce faith. Hill dedicates this chapter to perseverance, defining it as the sustained effort necessary to induce faith in the pursuit of a definite chief aim. He argues that while initial enthusiasm is important, it is perseverance, the ability to persist in the face of obstacles, setbacks, and discouragement, that ultimately determines success. Hill explains that perseverance is not merely stubbornness. It is a conscious, disciplined choice to continue moving forward, backed by a clear purpose and an unwavering belief in one's eventual triumph. He outlines the essential elements of perseverance, including definiteness of purpose, self-reliance, definiteness of plans, accurate knowledge, cooperation, willpower, and the habit of going the extra mile. For a salesperson, perseverance means making that extra call, refining the pitch after a rejection, and not giving up on a difficult prospect. It's about seeing every no as one step closer to a yes. Hill emphasizes that perseverance is often the quality that separates those who achieve greatness from those who merely start with good intentions. He teaches readers how to strengthen their willpower and develop an unshakable resolve to overcome any challenge. This chapter is about cultivating mental toughness and an indomitable spirit. It reveals that setbacks are not reasons to quit, but rather tests of one's commitment and opportunities to grow stronger. Hill provides practical strategies for developing perseverance, such as consistently reminding oneself of one's chief aim and surrounding oneself with supportive individuals who embody this trait. He also discusses the concept of mental resilience, the ability to bounce back from adversity with renewed determination. The chapter serves as a powerful motivator for anyone striving to achieve ambitious goals.
Chapter 20. The Power of Habit. In this conclusive chapter, Hill synthesizes many of the preceding principles by focusing on the power of habit. He explains that both success and failure are largely the result of cultivated habits, consistent patterns of thought and action. Hill asserts that good habits can be deliberately formed and negative habits can be broken through conscious effort and persistent application of willpower. He summarizes the key habits discussed throughout the book, such as a positive mental attitude, going the extra mile, self-control, accurate thinking, and perseverance, framing them as essential building blocks for a successful life and selling career. He encourages readers to consciously identify the habits that serve their definite chief aim and to cultivate them daily, while simultaneously identifying and eliminating habits that hinder their progress. Hill explains that habits operate largely on a subconscious level, making it crucial to program the subconscious mind with positive and productive routines. For a salesperson, this means developing habits of prospecting, follow-up, continuous learning, and maintaining a positive attitude. This chapter is about taking control of your daily routines and transforming them into powerful engines of progress. It's about understanding that consistent, small actions, when practiced habitually, lead to significant results over time. Hill provides practical advice on how to form new habits, emphasizing the importance of repetition, emotional intensity, and linking new habits to existing ones. He also discusses the concept of keystone habits, small changes that can lead to a cascade of positive transformations in other areas of life.
The chapter serves as a powerful call to action, empowering readers to intentionally design their lives for success by mastering the power of habit. Conclusion. And there you have it, Vibe Audiobook listeners, a comprehensive journey through Napoleon Hill's How to Sell Your Way Through Life. This isn't just a book about sales, it's a blueprint for living a life of purpose, influence, and achievement. Hill's timeless principles, from cultivating a definite chief aim to harnessing the power of the mastermind and embracing failure as a stepping stone, provide an actionable framework for anyone seeking to master the art of persuasion and success in every endeavor. Remember, selling is a fundamental skill that underpins all human interaction, and by understanding and applying these laws, you can unlock your full potential. So take these insights, apply them diligently, and watch as you begin to sell your way to the life you've always dreamed of. If you found this summary inspiring and valuable, please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this video with friends and colleagues who could benefit, and subscribing to Vibe Audiobook for more profound literary insights that empower your journey to success. Your engagement helps us bring more transformative content your way. Thank you for listening, and until next time, keep vibing with wisdom.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we unlock the power of knowledge and transform your understanding of the world. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to sharpen your mind, expose your cognitive biases, and ultimately help you make better decisions in every facet of your life. We're talking about Rolf Dobelli's international bestseller, The Art of Thinking Clearly. Have you ever wondered why you consistently make the same mistakes? Why you fall for persuasive arguments that later seem flawed? Why your intuition sometimes leads you astray? Dobelli argues that our brains, magnificent as they are also riddled with systematic errors, what he calls cognitive biases, that distort our perception of reality and lead us down the wrong path. But fear not. Understanding these biases is the first and most crucial step towards overcoming them. In this comprehensive chapter-by-chapter summary, we'll explore Dobelli's 99 common thinking errors, dissecting each one with practical examples and insights. By the end of this podcast, you won't just know what these biases are, you'll have a toolkit to identify them in yourself and others, empowering you to navigate life's complexities with greater clarity and wisdom. So get ready to challenge your assumptions, question your instincts, and embark on a journey of intellectual self-improvement. If you find this content valuable, please hit that like button, share it with anyone you think could benefit, and most importantly, subscribe to Vibe Audiobook for more transformative summaries and insights. Your support helps us bring more quality content to you. Now, let's begin our exploration into the art of thinking clearly.
Chapter 1. The Sunk Cost Fallacy. Why you should throw good money after bad. Imagine you've bought a ticket to a concert, but on the day of the show, you feel unwell. The ticket cost you a significant amount, and despite feeling miserable, you drag yourself to the concert because you don't want the money to go to waste. This, my friends, is the sunk cost fallacy in action. Rolf Dobelli introduces us to this insidious bias, which dictates that the more we've invested in something, be it time, money, effort, or emotion, the harder it is to abandon it, even when it's clearly irrational to continue. The core idea is simple. Rational decision-making should only consider future costs and benefits, not past ones. The money you spent on that concert ticket is gone, whether you go or not. It's a sunk cost. Yet our brains trick us into believing that continuing to invest will somehow validate the previous investment, or that cutting our losses means admitting failure. This fallacy is prevalent everywhere, from personal relationships to large-scale government projects. Think of a manager continuing a failing project because so much has already been invested, or a soldier staying in a losing battle. The decision to continue should be based purely on the future prospects of the project, not on what's already been poured into it. Dorsey highlights that sunk costs cloud our judgment, making us cling to doomed endeavors. The solution is brutal honesty. Forget about the past. What are the costs and benefits from this moment forward? It's a difficult mental shift because admitting a sunk cost often means admitting a mistake, and our ego resists that. However, overcoming this fallacy is crucial for making truly rational decisions and avoiding throwing good resources after bad. It's about recognizing that the past is unchangeable and focusing our energy on shaping a better future. The true cost isn't what you've spent, it's what you continue to spend on a path that no longer serves you.
Chapter 2. Reciprocity. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. Reciprocity is a deep-seated social norm, an unspoken rule that compels us to return favors. If someone does something nice for us, we feel an almost irresistible urge to return the gesture, often with interest. Dorsey illustrates how this powerful instinct, while foundational for social cohesion, can also be exploited. Think of free samples at a supermarket, a small gift from a charity before asking for a donation, or a friend offering you a drink. Suddenly, you feel a subtle obligation to reciprocate. This bias is so potent because it's rooted in our evolutionary history. Societies thrive on cooperation, and reciprocity is the glue that binds us. However, marketers, salespeople, and even manipulators are well aware of its power. A seemingly harmless favor can create an unwritten debt, making us more susceptible to subsequent requests, even if those requests are not in our best interest. The key insight Dorsey offers is to recognize when reciprocity is being used as a tool of influence rather than a genuine act of kindness. When confronted with an unsolicited favor, it's wise to ask yourself, is this truly an altruistic act, or is there an unspoken expectation of return? While we don't want to become cynical, being aware of this bias allows us to make more conscious choices. Accepting a small gift doesn't automatically mean you owe a larger one. The trick is to accept favors with graciousness, but without the internal pressure to reciprocate immediately or disproportionately. We can choose to be kind and cooperative without becoming pawns in someone else's game of social obligation. Chapter 3. The Confirmation Bias. Part 1. Why you see what you want to see. The confirmation bias is one of the most pervasive and dangerous cognitive traps, and Dorsey dedicates 2 chapters to it for good reason. In this first part, he explains our inherent tendency to search for, interpret, favor, and recall information in a way that confirms our existing beliefs or hypotheses. We cherry-pick evidence that supports what we already think, while conveniently ignoring or downplaying anything that contradicts it. This isn't necessarily a conscious act of manipulation, it's often an automatic mental process. Our brains are wired for efficiency, and it's less effort to process information that aligns with our current worldview. This creates a powerful filter that distorts our perception of reality, making us overconfident in our beliefs and resistant to new evidence. Dorsey warns that this bias is particularly strong when it comes to deeply held convictions, political views, or personal theories. We surround ourselves with like-minded people, consume media that echoes our opinions, and interpret ambiguous information in a way that validates our stance. The danger lies in the creation of intellectual echo chambers, where our beliefs are never truly challenged, leading to narrow-mindedness and poor decision-making. To combat this, Dorsey suggests actively seeking out contradictory evidence, listening to dissenting opinions, and being genuinely open to changing your mind. It's a difficult but essential practice for true intellectual growth. Chapter 4. The Confirmation Bias. Part 2. Seeing what you expect to see. Building on the previous chapter, Dobelli delves deeper into the insidious nature of the confirmation bias, emphasizing how it shapes our interpretations and memories. Not only do we seek out confirming evidence, we also interpret ambiguous information in a way that supports our existing beliefs. If you expect someone to be rude, you're more likely to interpret their neutral gestures or words as condescending. If you believe a certain brand is superior, you'll attribute any positive experience to its quality and any negative experience to an anomaly. Furthermore, the confirmation bias affects what we remember. We tend to recall instances that confirm our beliefs more readily than those that challenge them. This creates a self-reinforcing loop. We believe something, we look for evidence that supports it, we interpret new information through that lens, and we remember only the parts that fit the narrative. This makes it incredibly difficult to escape the trap, as our very memories seem to confirm our biases. Dobelli stresses that this bias is not a sign of stupidity, but a fundamental flaw in human cognition. It's why scientists must employ rigorous methods like blind studies to prevent their expectations from influencing their observations. For everyday life, the challenge is to cultivate a habit of critical self-reflection. Ask yourself, am I seeing this situation objectively, or am I projecting my preconceived notions onto it? Actively consider alternative explanations. Seek out people who think differently from you and genuinely try to understand their perspectives. The goal is not to eliminate bias entirely, which is probably impossible, but to recognize its presence and mitigate its most damaging effects.
Chapter 5. The Social Proof. Everybody's doing it. The social proof, also known as herd mentality, is our tendency to believe that an action is appropriate if a lot of other people are doing it. Dobelli highlights that this bias is deeply ingrained in us. In uncertain situations, we look to others for guidance on how to think and behave. If everyone around us is panicking, we feel an urge to panic too. If a product is advertised as the most popular, we assume it must be good. Think of laughter tracks on sitcoms, cues outside nightclubs, or the way bestsellers dominate bookstore displays. These are all subtle manipulations of social proof. The implication is clear. If so many others are doing, liking, buying this, there must be a good reason. While social proof can be beneficial in certain contexts, for instance, following the crowd in an emergency can sometimes lead to safety. It can also lead to disastrous outcomes. Mass hysteria, speculative bubbles in financial markets, and fads are all fueled by this powerful bias. The tragic events of cult suicides or bystander apathy, where no one helps because everyone else isn't helping, are extreme examples of social proof gone awry. Dobelli urges us to be wary when the crowd's behavior contradicts our inner convictions or logical reasoning. Just because everyone is doing it doesn't mean it's the right thing for you or even the right thing in general. He recommends stepping back and critically evaluating the situation rather than blindly following the herd. Sometimes thinking independently, even if it feels uncomfortable, is the wisest course of action. True leadership often involves resisting the pull of social proof and forging your own path.
Chapter 6. The Authority Bias, Blind Obedience to Experts. From a young age, we are taught to respect and obey authority figures, parents, teachers, police officers, doctors, and experts in various fields. This deference to authority, while often beneficial for maintaining order and benefiting from specialized knowledge, can become a dangerous bias when it leads to blind obedience. Dobelli uses the infamous Milgram experiment as a chilling example, where ordinary people administered what they believed were increasingly painful electric shocks to a stranger simply because an authority figure in a lab coat told them to.
The authority bias means we tend to attribute greater accuracy to the opinion of an authority figure and are more likely to comply with their requests, even without questioning their expertise or motives. This isn't just about direct commands, it's also about influence. We are swayed by experts' recommendations in advertising, by titles, doctor, professor, CEO, and even by superficial indicators of authority like uniforms or expensive suits. The problem arises when the authority figure is genuinely mistaken, corrupt, or operating outside their true area of expertise. Dorsey advises us to always question authority, especially when the stakes are high. Ask, is this person truly an expert in this specific area? What are their motives? Have they presented their reasoning clearly, or are they relying solely on their status? Critical thinking requires us to evaluate the message, not just the messenger. It's about respecting legitimate expertise, but never ceding our own judgment entirely. In a world awash with information, it's more crucial than ever to distinguish genuine experts from charlatans or those merely playing the part.
Chapter 7. The Contrast Effect. Why we don't notice the elephant in the room. The contrast effect is a fascinating psychological phenomenon where our perception of something is heavily influenced by what we compare it to. Dorsey explains that we struggle with absolute judgments and instead rely on relative comparisons. A common example is a salesperson showing you a very expensive item first, then a slightly less expensive one. Suddenly, the second item, which might still be costly, seems like a reasonable deal in comparison to the initial shocker. This bias isn't limited to prices. A person might seem average-looking until they are standing next to someone considered extremely unattractive, at which point they appear more appealing. A small pay raise might feel significant if you just heard about someone getting no raise at all, but insignificant if you just heard about a colleague getting a much larger one. The problem is that our internal reference points can be easily manipulated, leading us to make suboptimal choices. We might buy something we don't need because it seems cheap compared to an exaggerated alternative. Or we might be content with a mediocre outcome because it's better than a truly terrible one. Dorsey cautions us to be aware of the reference points being used in any given situation. Are you comparing apples to apples, or are you being led to compare apples to oranges to make one seem more appealing? He suggests asking, is this truly a good option in itself, regardless of what I'm comparing it to? Removing the artificial contrast can help you see the item, situation, or person for what they truly are, rather than through the distorted lens of comparison. The contrast effect highlights our brain's shortcut of using relativity, and our task is to sometimes force ourselves to make absolute judgments.
Chapter 8. The availability bias. If it's easy to recall, it must be important. The availability bias describes our tendency to judge the frequency or likelihood of an event based on how easily examples of it come to mind. If something is vivid, recent, or emotionally charged, it's more available in our memory, and we consequently overestimate its probability. Dorsey uses examples like fear of flying versus driving. Car crashes, while rare, are highly dramatic and widely reported, making them readily available in our minds. Car accidents, far more common, are often seen as mundane. As a result, many people fear flying more than driving, despite statistics proving the opposite. This bias explains why we might overemphasize recent news stories, dramatic anecdotes, or personal experiences when making judgments, even if they aren't representative of the overall data. Marketing campaigns often leverage this by creating memorable, emotionally resonant stories. Politicians use vivid anecdotes to illustrate points, knowing that these will stick in our minds more effectively than abstract statistics. The availability bias can lead us to misjudge risks, make poor financial decisions, and form inaccurate stereotypes. To counter this, Dorsey advises us to be skeptical of our gut feelings, especially when they are based on vivid but potentially unrepresentative examples. Seek out actual data and statistics, even if they are less dramatic or harder to digest. Don't let the emotional impact of a story override the cold logic of probability. The ease with which an example comes to mind is not an indicator of its actual frequency or importance. It's about shifting from an intuitive, emotionally driven assessment to a more analytical, data-driven one.
Chapter 9. The "it'll get worse before it gets better" fallacy. Why false hopes die hard. This fallacy, often uttered by doctors, consultants, or therapists, suggests that a situation must deteriorate further before any improvement can be seen. Dorsey exposes this as a clever rhetorical trick, a heads I win, tails you lose scenario for those making the prediction. If things do get worse, their prediction is confirmed, and they look wise. If things don't get worse and simply start improving, they can still claim credit for the eventual improvement. If things never improve, they can simply say, "It hasn't gotten bad enough yet." The problem with this fallacy is that it discourages people from seeking alternative solutions or questioning the efficacy of a treatment or strategy. It creates a convenient excuse for failure and keeps people invested in a potentially fruitless path. This can be particularly dangerous in medical contexts, business turnaround strategies, or even personal development programs that make such claims. It preys on our hope and our natural inclination to trust professionals. Dorsey urges us to be highly skeptical of anyone who employs this phrase. True progress should be measurable and demonstrable, not indefinitely deferred with vague promises of future improvement predicated on current deterioration. Ask for concrete timelines, objective metrics, and alternative courses of action. Don't be fooled into waiting indefinitely for an improvement that may never come simply because you've been told things must get worse first. Demand accountability and tangible signs of progress, rather than passively accepting a narrative designed to cover all bases for the predictor.
Chapter 10. Story Bias, the Human Need for a Narrative. Humans are storytellers by nature. We crave narratives that make sense of the world, even if reality is messy, random, and complex. Dorsey introduces the story bias, our tendency to construct coherent narratives from disparate facts and to interpret events through the lens of a compelling story. This simplifies the world for us, but often at the cost of accuracy. Consider biographies that present a person's life as an inevitable march towards greatness, conveniently omitting struggles, lucky breaks, or contradictory details. Or news stories that frame complex geopolitical events into simple good versus evil narratives. We prefer stories with clear causes and effects, heroes and villains, and satisfying conclusions, even when the underlying reality is far more nuanced and ambiguous. This bias makes us vulnerable to persuasive speakers, marketers, and politicians who can spin compelling tales, regardless of their factual basis. Dorsey advises us to dissect stories, to question the motives of the storyteller, and to look for gaps or inconsistencies. What details have been omitted? What alternative explanations exist? Remember that correlation does not equal causation, even if a story elegantly links them. The world is often driven by randomness and complex systems, not by neat, linear narratives. By recognizing our inherent hunger for stories, we can become more critical consumers of information and avoid being swayed by narratives that simplify reality to the point of distortion. Embrace the messiness of truth rather than the comforting lie of a perfect story.
Chapter 11. The hindsight bias, also known as the "I knew it all along" phenomenon, is our tendency to perceive past events as having been more predictable than they actually were. Once an outcome is known, we retrospectively adjust our memory and judgment to believe that we foresaw it or that it was inevitable. Dorsey uses examples like stock market crashes, election results, or even personal misfortunes. After the fact, it all seems so obvious. This bias has several problematic consequences. Firstly, it prevents us from learning effectively from our mistakes. If we believe an event was predictable, we fail to analyze the true uncertainties and complexities that were present at the time. We become overconfident in our predictive abilities, leading to poor decisions in the future. Secondly, it can lead to unfair judgments of others. We might criticize past decision-makers for not foreseeing what, in hindsight, seems glaringly obvious, forgetting the fog of war they were operating in. Dorsey suggests that to counter the hindsight bias, we should actively try to reconstruct our original predictions and the information available at that time before the outcome was known. Journaling our predictions can be a powerful tool. Acknowledge that the future is inherently uncertain and that many events are genuinely unpredictable. It's about embracing genuine humility about our predictive powers and recognizing that uncertainty is a fundamental aspect of life. Learning from the past means understanding the decision context, not just the outcome.
Chapter 12. The Overconfidence Effect. Why you systematically overestimate your knowledge and abilities. Perhaps one of the most widespread and dangerous biases, the overconfidence effect, is our tendency to overestimate our own abilities, knowledge, and the accuracy of our predictions. Dorsey points out that we are consistently more confident than we are correct. This applies to everything from our driving skills and intelligence to our financial forecasts and business plans. Entrepreneurs often overestimate their chances of success. Experts frequently make bold predictions that turn out to be wrong. The problem with overconfidence is that it leads to taking excessive risks, failing to properly prepare for contingencies, and dismissing valuable feedback. It blinds us to our own limitations and makes us less open to learning. Studies consistently show that people believe themselves to be above average in nearly every positive trait, which is a statistical impossibility. This illusion of superiority can lead to disastrous outcomes in personal and professional life. Dorsey emphasizes the importance of calibration, aligning our confidence with our actual accuracy. He suggests actively seeking out feedback, critically evaluating our past predictions and their accuracy, and perhaps even adopting a slight pessimism as a countermeasure. Consider worst-case scenarios and develop contingency plans. The goal is not to become perpetually insecure, but to develop a realistic assessment of our capabilities and the inherent uncertainty of the world. A touch of humility, Dorsey argues, can save us from significant trouble. Chapter 13. The Chauffeur Knowledge. Why you should not confuse your boss with a rocket scientist. Dorsey introduces the concept of chauffeur knowledge to distinguish between true expertise and mere parroting of information. The term comes from a story about Max Planck, the Nobel laureate, who, after giving the same lecture many times, found his chauffeur could recite it perfectly. The chauffeur had the words, but not the understanding. Dorsey uses this to illustrate the danger of mistaking someone who can articulate information for someone who genuinely comprehends it and has experience applying it. In our complex world, it's easy to confuse smooth presentation, charisma, or even a high-ranking position with deep knowledge. Consultants, journalists, or even some public figures might be excellent at packaging and delivering information, but they may lack the fundamental understanding, practical experience, or critical thinking skills of a true expert. The chauffeur knows the answers, but doesn't understand the underlying principles or how to react when the situation deviates from the script. Dorsey advises us to be diligent in distinguishing true expertise from mere performance. When seeking advice, ask, does this person have direct experience in this area? Have they made successful predictions or demonstrated genuine problem-solving abilities? Can they explain the underlying principles, not just the surface-level facts? Be skeptical of those who speak with absolute certainty on complex topics, especially if their credentials don't match the breadth of their pronouncements. True experts often acknowledge the limits of their knowledge.
Chapter 14. The Incentive Super-Response Tendency. Don't pay your lawyer by the hour. Tell me the incentives, and I will tell you the outcome, goes the famous saying. Dorsey highlights the incentive super-response tendency, which states that people respond to incentives, often in ways that are predictable, but sometimes perverse. Incentives are powerful shapers of behavior, but poorly designed ones can lead to unintended and even harmful consequences. He cites examples like rewarding quantity over quality. For example, call center agents rewarded for call volume, not resolution. Or commissions that encourage short-term gains at the expense of long-term stability. The lawyer paid by the hour has an incentive to drag out the case. The car mechanic paid by the repair has an incentive to find more problems. We are not always purely rational actors, but we are consistently influenced by the reward structures around us. Dorsey stresses that when analyzing a system or behavior, we must always look for the underlying incentives. What are people being rewarded for? What are they being penalized for? Understanding these forces is crucial to predicting behavior and designing effective systems. He suggests being wary of incentives that are too narrow or easily gamed. When encountering surprising or seemingly irrational behavior, always ask, what incentive is driving this? This bias isn't necessarily about malice, but about the predictable human response to external motivators, and how those motivators can subtly twist outcomes away from their intended purpose. Chapter 15. Regression to the mean. The fallacy of the hot hand. Regression to the mean is a statistical phenomenon that often goes unnoticed, leading to mistaken conclusions. Dorsey explains that in any series of random events, or events influenced by a degree of randomness, an extreme outcome is likely to be followed by a more average one. For example, an unusually successful streak, a hot hand in basketball, is statistically likely to be followed by a more average performance, not because the player has gone cold, but because the previous performance was an outlier. Similarly, an extremely poor performance is likely to be followed by an improvement. The fallacy arises when we attribute a causal explanation to this purely statistical phenomenon. A manager might praise an employee after an exceptional quarter, and then, when performance returns to average, the manager might conclude their praise was effective. Conversely, they might criticize an employee after a bad quarter, and when performance improves, due to regression, they might believe their criticism was effective. This leads to the illusion that praise is ineffective and criticism is effective, simply because extreme events tend to regress towards the average. Dorsey urges us to remember that many things in life are influenced by a mix of skill and luck. Exceptional results often have a strong luck component, and it's statistically improbable for those to be sustained indefinitely. When evaluating performance or making decisions, consider whether you are witnessing a true trend or simply the natural ebb and flow of statistical variation. Don't mistake natural reversion to the mean for a causal effect of your actions or interventions. Chapter 16. The Feature Positive Effect. Why Checklists Are Too Short. The feature positive effect highlights our tendency to focus on what is present or what happened
while often overlooking what is absent or what did not happen. Dobelli illustrates this with examples where the absence of a feature, a non-event, or a missing piece of information is crucial, but we fail to register it because it doesn't stand out. Imagine a safety checklist that only lists things to do, but doesn't remind you of things to avoid or features that should be present. Or a doctor focusing on positive symptoms while missing the absence of a critical indicator. We are naturally drawn to what is explicit and tangible. This bias can lead to significant oversights, especially in complex systems where the absence of a single critical component or action can lead to disaster. It's harder to spot a missing item than a present one, even if the missing item is more important. Dobelli argues that effective thinking requires us to actively look for what's not there, what information is missing, what alternatives were not chosen, what problems didn't occur and why. He suggests using inversion or negative thinking as a tool, thinking about what could go wrong, what could be absent, or what is being overlooked. This proactive search for the missing features can help us spot crucial flaws or opportunities that our natural inclination to focus on the positive might otherwise obscure. Checklists, therefore, should not only list what to do, but also what to check for absence.
Chapter 17. The Framing Effect. It's not what you say, but how you say it. Dobelli demonstrates how our decisions are influenced by the way information is presented, even if the underlying facts are the same. Dobelli illustrates that whether a choice is framed as a gain or a loss significantly alters our preferences. For example, a medical treatment might be described as having a 90% survival rate or a 10% mortality rate. While objectively identical, people are far more likely to choose the treatment when it's framed in terms of survival. This bias highlights that our rationality is often bounded by the way choices are communicated. Marketers use this extensively. Buy now and save 20% sounds more appealing than pay 80% of the original price. Politicians frame policies to maximize support or opposition. The way risks are presented as potential losses or foregone gains can dramatically change public perception and individual decisions. We tend to be risk-averse when choices are framed as gains, preferring a sure gain over a risky one, but risk-seeking when choices are framed as losses, preferring a risky gamble to avoid a sure loss. Dobelli advises us to mentally reframe information when making important decisions. Try to express the same facts in different ways, positive and negative, gain and loss, to see if your emotional response changes. Strip away the rhetoric and focus purely on the objective data. By recognizing that the frame, not just the content, influences our judgment, we can make more robust and less manipulatable decisions. It's about seeing beyond the packaging to the actual substance.
Chapter 18. The Action Bias. Why we prefer to do something, even when doing nothing is better. The action bias is our propensity to act, to do something, even when taking no action might be the more rational or beneficial choice. Dobelli observes this often in situations of uncertainty or crisis. A goalkeeper diving left or right on a penalty kick, even when staying in the center might offer a better chance, exhibits this bias. In business, managers might initiate new projects or changes just to appear busy or in control, even if existing strategies are working fine. This bias stems from a human aversion to idleness and a desire to feel in control. Inaction can feel like incompetence or a lack of effort, leading to negative social perceptions. Doing something, anything, even if it's ineffective or counterproductive, can provide a psychological sense of agency and purpose. However, many situations, particularly those driven by complex systems or randomness, benefit more from patient observation, strategic waiting, or minimal intervention. Dobelli's advice is to cultivate the discipline of inaction. Before jumping to a solution, ask, is action truly necessary here, or would patience and observation yield better results? Recognize that sometimes the most effective strategy is to do nothing and let events unfold, or to allow existing systems to work. True wisdom often lies in knowing when not to interfere. Overcoming the action bias requires courage to resist the urge to constantly fix things and to embrace the power of strategic passivity.
Chapter 19. The Omission Bias. Why you don't do what you know you should do. The omission bias is closely related to the action bias, but focuses on the moral or ethical implications. It's our tendency to judge harmful actions as worse than equally harmful omissions, inactions. Dobelli illustrates this with scenarios where causing harm through direct action is considered more blameworthy than causing the same harm by failing to act. For example, most people would consider actively pushing someone in front of a train worse than failing to pull a switch that would divert a train from hitting someone. This bias has significant consequences in fields like medicine, policymaking, and personal ethics. Doctors might be more hesitant to prescribe a drug with side effects, an action, than to withhold a beneficial treatment, an omission, that could lead to a similar negative outcome. Parents might judge vaccinating a child, an action with rare risks, as riskier than not vaccinating, an omission that exposes the child to greater risk of disease. The legal system also often differentiates between acts and omissions. Dobelli encourages us to recognize that the consequences of an action and an omission can be identical, and our moral judgment should reflect that. From a rational perspective, if the outcome is the same, the moral weight should be the same. He suggests focusing on the actual outcome rather than the nature of the intervention or lack thereof. Overcoming the omission bias means accepting responsibility for the consequences of our inactions as much as our actions, and not allowing the perceived passivity of an omission to diminish its moral or practical significance.
Chapter 20. The Self-Serving Bias. We take credit for success, but blame failure on others. The self-serving bias is one of the most common and pervasive biases, yet also one of the hardest to admit in ourselves. Dobelli explains that we attribute our successes to our own abilities, hard work, and good decisions, while blaming our failures on external factors like bad luck, unfair circumstances, or the incompetence of others. If a project goes well, it's because of our brilliance. If it fails, it's due to budget cuts or unsupportive colleagues. This bias serves a crucial ego-protective function, bolstering our self-esteem and maintaining a positive self-image. While a moderate degree of self-serving bias can be healthy for psychological well-being, an excessive amount can be detrimental to learning and personal growth. It prevents us from objectively analyzing our mistakes, recognizing our own shortcomings, and taking responsibility for our actions. It also makes us less empathetic and more judgmental towards others. Dobelli advises active self-reflection and a deliberate effort to consider alternative explanations for both successes and failures. When something goes right, ask, how much of this was genuinely due to my skill, and how much was luck or external factors? When something goes wrong, ask, what role did I play in this outcome, and what could I have done differently? By striving for a more balanced and honest assessment of our contributions, we can truly learn from our experiences and develop a more accurate understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Humility, again, is a powerful antidote.
Chapter 21. The Hedonic Treadmill. Why you should be careful what you wish for. The hedonic treadmill, also known as hedonic adaptation, describes our tendency to quickly return to a relatively stable level of happiness despite major positive or negative life changes. Dorsey explains that humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. While winning the lottery or getting a dream job brings an initial surge of happiness, and a serious illness or loss brings profound sadness, these effects are often surprisingly transient. We adapt to our new circumstances, and our baseline level of happiness readjusts. This bias means that our pursuit of external achievements and material possessions often doesn't lead to lasting contentment. We constantly strive for the next thing, believing it will finally bring enduring happiness, only to find ourselves back on the treadmill, pursuing another goal. This leads to a perpetual cycle of desire and fleeting satisfaction. The shiny new car eventually becomes just a car. The promotion becomes the new normal. Dorsey suggests that understanding the hedonic treadmill can profoundly change our approach to happiness. Instead of constantly chasing external highs, he recommends focusing on building meaningful relationships, engaging in activities that provide intrinsic satisfaction, practicing gratitude for what we already have, and cultivating mindfulness. True contentment, he argues, often comes from within and from appreciating the present rather than from an endless pursuit of more. It's a call to shift our focus from having to being and doing.
Chapter 22. The Not Invented Here Syndrome. Why You Love Your Own Ideas Best. The Not Invented Here (NIH) syndrome describes our irrational bias against ideas, products, or solutions that originated elsewhere, preferring our own internally developed ones even if the external options are superior. Dorsey points out that this bias is prevalent in businesses, scientific research, and even personal life. A team might dismiss a perfectly good solution from a competitor simply because it wasn't our idea. This bias stems from a combination of factors: ego, territoriality, a desire for credit, and a belief that our internal knowledge is inherently superior. Investing time and effort into developing an idea creates a sense of ownership, making it difficult to objectively evaluate external alternatives. The Not Invented Here syndrome leads to wasted resources, missed opportunities, and a general resistance to innovation and collaboration. It can stunt growth and perpetuate mediocrity within organizations and individuals. Dorsey advises us to actively combat the Not Invented Here syndrome by fostering the culture of openness and intellectual humility. When evaluating ideas, strive to remove their origin from your assessment. Ask, is this the best idea regardless of where it came from? Actively seek out external perspectives and solutions. Encourage cross-pollination of ideas. True progress often comes from building upon the work of others, not from reinventing the wheel solely for the sake of internal ownership. The goal is to find the best solution, not to claim credit for it.
Chapter 23. The Black Swan. What You Don't Know Can Kill You. The concept of the Black Swan event, popularized by Nassim Nicholas Taleb, is central to Dorsey's discussion of uncertainty. A black swan is an event with three characteristics. It is an outlier, outside the realm of regular expectations. It carries an extreme impact, and despite its outlier status, human nature leads us to concoct explanations for its occurrence after the fact, making it appear predictable in hindsight. Dorsey uses this to emphasize the limits of our knowledge and predictability. Think of the 9/11 attacks, the 2008 financial crisis, or the rise of the Internet. These were profoundly impactful events that, at the time, were largely unforeseen. Yet, in retrospect, analysts and historians often create neat narratives suggesting they were inevitable. The danger of black swans is that our standard risk management tools and prediction models often fail precisely when they are most needed, because they are based on analyzing past normal events. Black swans lie outside the bell curve of probability. Dorsey warns against the illusion of control and predictability, especially in complex systems. He suggests that instead of trying to predict black swans, which is impossible by definition, we should focus on building robustness and resilience. This means preparing for a wide range of potential outcomes, diversifying our investments, and avoiding situations that are highly fragile to extreme, unexpected events. Embrace uncertainty and avoid placing too much faith in experts who claim to predict the unpredictable. The message is clear. What you don't know and cannot know can have the biggest impact. Chapter 24. The Domain Dependence. What you learn here can't be applied there. The domain dependence bias describes our difficulty in transferring knowledge or skills learned in one context or domain to another, seemingly similar context. Dorsey highlights that while we might be brilliant problem solvers in our professional field, we often fail to apply the same logical rigor to our personal lives, or vice versa. The rules of thumb and mental models that work effectively in one area don't automatically transfer. A chess grandmaster, for example, might possess incredible strategic thinking on the board, but struggle with strategic planning in their financial life. A successful entrepreneur might be adept at negotiation in business, but unable to apply similar principles to resolve a family dispute. Our brains tend to compartmentalize knowledge, making it difficult to see the underlying transferable principles across different situations. This means we often have to relearn lessons or develop new ways of thinking, even when the core logic is the same. Dorsey encourages us to actively practice thinking across domains. When you learn a new principle or identify a bias, ask yourself, where else might this apply? How can I use this insight in my personal life, my finances, my relationships, or my health? Consciously search for analogies and underlying structures. The goal is to break down the mental barriers between different areas of our lives and become more holistic thinkers. The more we consciously connect disparate pieces of knowledge, the more effectively we can apply insights across diverse situations.
Chapter 25. The Logic of the Heart. The Tyranny of the Immediate. This chapter addresses our human tendency to prioritize immediate gratification and emotional appeals over long-term logical considerations. Dorsey calls it the logic of the heart, referring to our susceptibility to feelings, instincts, and the allure of the present moment, often at the expense of future well-being. This is why we struggle with saving money, sticking to diets, or avoiding procrastination. The immediate pleasure of spending, eating, or relaxing often outweighs the distant benefits of financial security, health, or accomplishment. This bias is powerfully exploited by advertisers who appeal to our emotions and desires for instant satisfaction. Politicians use fear or grand promises to sway public opinion, knowing that these will resonate more strongly than complex, long-term policy debates. We often make decisions we regret later because, in the moment, our emotions override our rational foresight. The tyranny of the immediate can lead us to make choices that are deeply detrimental to our long-term goals and values. Dorsey's antidote is to introduce distance and objectivity. When faced with an emotionally charged decision, try to create a delay. Ask, how will I feel about this decision in an hour, a day, a year? Imagine advising a friend in the same situation, or even better, imagine your future self looking back at this decision. This mental time travel can help activate your rational brain and provide a clearer perspective. Cultivating patience and delaying gratification are crucial skills for overcoming the powerful pull of the immediate and aligning our actions with our long-term interests.
And there you have it, a comprehensive journey through the first part of Rolf Dorsey's The Art of Thinking Clearly. We've uncovered powerful biases like the sunk cost fallacy, the confirmation bias, social proof, and the hindsight bias, among many others. This exploration isn't just about identifying flaws in our thinking, it's about empowering us to transcend them. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate these biases entirely. They are, after all, part of the human condition. The true art lies in recognizing them, understanding their influence, and consciously working to mitigate their negative effects. By doing so, you're not just thinking more clearly, you're making better decisions, leading to a more rational and fulfilling life. We've covered a substantial amount of ground today, and we hope this summary has provided you with invaluable insights to sharpen your cognitive toolkit. But the journey doesn't end here. There's so much more to uncover in Dobelli's masterpiece, and we'll continue our exploration in future episodes. Before you go, if you enjoyed this deep dive, please show your support by hitting that like button. Your likes help us immensely. Share this podcast with anyone who could benefit from a clearer mind. Spread the knowledge. And of course, make sure you are subscribed to Vibe Audiobook so you never miss an episode of transformative summaries and intellectual growth. Thank you for tuning in and for being a part of the Vibe Audiobook community. Keep thinking clearly, keep questioning, and keep learning. We'll catch you in the next episode.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, the place where we distill profound wisdom into actionable insights for your journey of growth. Today, we delve into a book that challenges our very perception of success and failure. John C. Maxwell's Sometimes You Win, Sometimes You Learn. Life's greatest lessons are gained from our losses. In a world obsessed with winning, Maxwell offers a refreshingly honest perspective, arguing that our greatest triumphs often emerge from our deepest setbacks. He doesn't just tell us to learn from our losses, he shows us how to transform every stumble into a stepping stone, every defeat into a valuable lesson, and every closed door into an opportunity for a new, better path. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to reframe your understanding of what it truly means to win. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Difference Maker. In The Difference Maker, John C. Maxwell immediately sets the stage by confronting the common aversion to loss. He acknowledges that no one actively seeks failure or enjoys the sting of defeat. However, he quickly pivots, asserting that while winning is certainly desirable, it's often in our losses that the most profound and transformative lessons are forged. This chapter challenges the conventional wisdom that solely glorifies victory, suggesting that a healthy relationship with setbacks is not just beneficial, but absolutely essential for long-term success and personal development. Maxwell introduces the concept that the true difference maker isn't the absence of losses, but rather our response to them. He posits that everyone experiences setbacks. It's an inevitable part of life, regardless of talent, effort, or intention. What separates those who achieve lasting greatness from those who merely flounder is their capacity to extract value from adversity. He emphasizes that losses, when viewed through the correct lens, are not endpoints, but rather crucial checkpoints on the path to mastery. They provide invaluable feedback, highlighting areas for improvement, revealing blind spots, and forcing us to reevaluate our strategies and assumptions. He illustrates this point by drawing a distinction between a winner, who simply celebrates victory without introspection, and a learner who, whether winning or losing, consistently seeks to understand, adapt, and grow. The learner understands that even a victory can harbor hidden flaws or opportunities for improvement, while a loss, when properly analyzed, can provide a wealth of information that winning might obscure. This mindset shift is critical, moving from a win-lose binary to a win-learn continuum. Maxwell also touches upon the emotional weight of loss. He acknowledges the pain, disappointment, and frustration that often accompany setbacks. He's not suggesting a superficial dismissal of these feelings, but rather advocating for a process of acknowledging them, processing them, and then purposefully moving beyond them to glean the inherent lessons.
This involves a level of emotional intelligence and resilience, understanding that while the moment of loss might be difficult, its long-term impact can be profoundly positive if handled correctly. The chapter concludes by encouraging readers to embrace a new perspective, seeing losses not as failures that define them, but as opportunities that refine them. It's about developing a robust mental framework that allows one to approach every experience, good or bad, with a learning orientation. This fundamental shift in perspective is the bedrock upon which all subsequent chapters are built, laying the groundwork for transforming adversity into advantage.
Chapter 2. No One is Immune to Loss. In No One is Immune to Loss, John C. Maxwell reinforces a critical truth. Setbacks are not selective. They do not discriminate based on talent, intelligence, wealth, or past successes. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that everyone, regardless of their perceived advantages or accomplishments, will inevitably face moments of defeat, disappointment, and failure. This universal truth is often overlooked in a culture that tends to highlight only the successes of prominent figures, creating a distorted perception that some individuals are somehow exempt from adversity. Maxwell dismantles the myth of the untouchable leader or individual. He provides numerous examples, both historical and contemporary, of highly successful people who experienced significant losses, sometimes repeatedly, before achieving their ultimate goals. These anecdotes serve a dual purpose. They normalize the experience of loss, making it less isolating for the reader, and they demonstrate that even the greatest among us are forged in the crucible of adversity. He might reference figures like Abraham Lincoln, who faced numerous political defeats and personal tragedies before becoming president, or sports legends who lost championships multiple times before finally claiming victory. The chapter delves into various types of losses that individuals might encounter. These aren't limited to spectacular public failures, but include more personal and often silent setbacks. Career setbacks, job loss, missed promotions, failed business ventures, relationship challenges, breakups, conflicts, or difficulties in maintaining connections. Financial losses, investments gone awry, unexpected expenses, or economic downturns. Health issues, personal or family health crises. Personal growth plateaus, feeling stuck, unmotivated, or unable to break through a personal barrier. Loss of opportunities, missing out on a chance that seemed perfect. By categorizing these, Maxwell helps readers identify and relate to the universal nature of loss in their own lives, making the book's principles applicable across a broad spectrum of human experience. He emphasizes that the sheer inevitability of loss means that the only viable strategy is to learn how to navigate it effectively. To pretend it won't happen, or to be crippled by it when it does, is a recipe for stagnation. Maxwell also touches on the emotional impact of realizing that one is not immune. For some, this realization can be disheartening. However, he reframes it as empowering. Understanding that loss is a universal human experience can reduce feelings of shame, isolation, and self-blame. It fosters a sense of solidarity and encourages a focus on proactive strategies rather than reactive despair. This chapter is fundamentally about normalizing the human condition of vulnerability and demonstrating that strength isn't about avoiding falls, but about consistently getting back up and learning from each one. The core message is one of acceptance and preparation. Since loss is a certainty, the wise individual prepares for it, not by dwelling on potential negativity, but by cultivating the tools and mindset necessary to transform those experiences into growth opportunities. It sets the stage for the practical advice that follows by first establishing the universal context in which that advice will be applied. Chapter 3. How we respond to loss. How we respond to loss is a pivotal chapter where John C. Maxwell dissects the critical juncture between experiencing a setback and determining its ultimate impact. He moves beyond the inevitability of loss, Chapter 2, to focus squarely on the power of individual agency in shaping the aftermath. This chapter is fundamentally about choice, the choice we make in how we interpret, internalize, and act upon our experiences of defeat. Maxwell identifies several common, often detrimental, responses to loss that prevent learning and growth. Blame, shifting responsibility to others, external circumstances, or bad luck. This prevents self-reflection and ownership. Denial, refusing to acknowledge the reality or significance of the loss, often leading to a repetition of the same mistakes. Excuses, rationalizing the loss away with justifications that obscure the true reasons. Giving up, allowing the loss to defeat spirit and motivation, leading to resignation and inaction. Anger or resentment, dwelling on negative emotions which can cloud judgment and hinder constructive action. Self-pity, focusing inward on one's own suffering, becoming a victim rather than an agent of change. He vividly describes how these unhelpful responses trap individuals in a cycle of repetition, preventing them from gleaning any valuable lessons. When we blame others, for instance, we surrender our power to change and improve. Because if the problem is always external, then we have no internal levers to pull. In contrast, Maxwell champions a set of productive and growth-oriented responses. Responsibility, taking ownership for one's part in the loss, however small, is the first step towards self-correction. Reflection, actively analyzing what went wrong, what could have been done differently, and what factors contributed to the outcome. This involves honest self-assessment. Resilience, the ability to bounce back, to endure discomfort, and to maintain a positive outlook despite adversity. Learning orientation, approaching the loss with curiosity, viewing it as a data point rather than a definitive judgment. Adaptation, being willing to adjust strategies, beliefs, and behaviors based on the insights gained from the loss. Action, translating lessons learned into concrete steps for future improvement. Maxwell emphasizes that these productive responses are not innate for everyone. They are skills that can be developed and honed through conscious effort and practice. He might suggest practical exercises for self-reflection, such as journaling about losses, seeking objective feedback, or mentally rehearsing different approaches for future similar situations. A key distinction made in this chapter is between being beaten by a loss and being developed by a loss. The former allows the setback to define and diminish you, while the latter uses it as a catalyst for evolution. The choice lies entirely with the individual. This underscores the profound truth that while external events may be beyond our control, our internal reaction to those events is always within our sphere of influence. The chapter serves as a wake-up call, urging readers to scrutinize their habitual responses to adversity. It's an invitation to shift from a passive, reactive stance to an active, proactive one. By consciously choosing how to respond, individuals can transform even the most painful losses into powerful springboards for personal and professional advancement, setting the stage for the specific lessons one can extract from these experiences.
Chapter 4. The Path to Learning from Loss, the School of Hard Knocks. In The Path to Learning from Loss, the School of Hard Knocks, John C. Maxwell delves into the tangible, often uncomfortable process of transforming setbacks into significant educational experiences. This chapter moves from the theoretical understanding of loss to the practical methodology of extracting wisdom from it. He metaphorically refers to this as the school of hard knocks, emphasizing that genuine learning from loss is rarely easy or comfortable, but it is incredibly effective. Maxwell outlines several key principles and practices that characterize this school. Humble self-assessment. The first step is often the hardest, an honest, often painful look in the mirror. This involves shedding ego and admitting mistakes or shortcomings. He might suggest asking uncomfortable questions. What was my role in this outcome? Where did I fall short? What assumptions did I make that were incorrect? This isn't about self-flagellation, but objective self-inquiry. Without humility, our biases and defenses prevent us from seeing the truth. Taking responsibility. Building on the previous point, genuine learning requires taking full ownership of one's part in the loss. This means moving beyond blame and external factors. Maxwell stresses that even if external circumstances played a role, focusing on what we could control or change is where the power for future improvement lies. This shift from victim to agent is crucial. Reflective thinking. This is the analytical engine of learning. It involves deliberately pausing, reviewing the entire process leading up to the loss, and dissecting the various elements. Maxwell encourages a structured approach, perhaps through journaling, debriefing with trusted mentors, or using specific questioning techniques. What were the initial goals? What actions were taken? What were the unforeseen obstacles? What was the actual outcome? How did it deviate from the expected? This chapter provides the practical framework for engaging with adversity in a truly transformative way. Openness to feedback. Learning from loss is significantly accelerated when one is open to external perspectives. This means actively seeking honest feedback, even if it's critical, from colleagues, mentors, or even those who were affected by the loss. Maxwell highlights that our own perspectives are often limited, and others can provide insights into our blind spots. This requires courage and a willingness to be vulnerable. Adapting and adjusting. Learning is incomplete without application. Once lessons are identified, the next step is to consciously adapt one's strategies, behaviors, or even beliefs. This could mean changing a specific process, acquiring a new skill, modifying communication styles, or even shifting a core assumption about a particular domain. This demonstrates a commitment to not repeating the same mistakes. Persistence and resilience. The school of hard knocks is rarely a one-time enrollment. Many lessons require repeated exposure and consistent effort to internalize. Maxwell emphasizes that setbacks will continue to occur, and the true mark of a learner is the persistent application of these principles, bouncing back with renewed determination and refined strategies. Perspective shift. Ultimately, learning from loss involves a fundamental shift in perspective, seeing every setback not as an indicator of personal failure, but as a valuable data point, a necessary part of the learning curve. It's about cultivating a growth mindset where challenges are embraced as opportunities for development. Maxwell might use anecdotes of individuals who meticulously analyzed their failures, made concrete changes, and eventually achieved breakthrough success. He reinforces that this path is not easy, yet requires discipline, self-awareness, and a strong commitment to personal growth. However, the rewards, increased wisdom, greater resilience, and ultimately more consistent success, are immeasurable. This chapter provides the practical framework for engaging with adversity in a truly transformative way.
Chapter 5. The Gift of Perspective. In The Gift of Perspective, John C. Maxwell explores one of the most powerful, transformative elements that can emerge from experiencing loss: a profound shift in how we view ourselves, our circumstances, and the world around us. This chapter argues that while losses are inherently painful, they often force us to reevaluate our priorities, challenge our assumptions, and ultimately gain a deeper, more realistic understanding of life. Maxwell identifies several ways in which loss can bestow this invaluable gift of perspective.
1. Clarifying priorities. Often, when things are going well, we can become complacent or distracted by trivial matters. A significant loss, be it in career, relationships, or health, can act as a stark wake-up call. It strips away the non-essentials and forces us to confront what truly matters. He might illustrate this with someone who loses a job and suddenly realizes the importance of family, health, or personal fulfillment over material possessions or status. Loss can simplify our lives by revealing our true values. 2. Exposing weaknesses and blind spots. Success can sometimes breed overconfidence and prevent self-reflection. Loss, conversely, has a way of ruthlessly exposing our vulnerabilities, faulty assumptions, or underdeveloped skills. This might be uncomfortable, but it's essential for growth. Maxwell emphasizes that these exposed weaknesses are not signs of inherent failure, but rather areas ripe for improvement. This gift is the ability to see ourselves more accurately, leading to targeted development. 3. Fostering empathy and compassion. Experiencing personal loss can make us more understanding and empathetic toward others who are struggling. When we've walked through our own valleys, we gain a deeper appreciation for the pain and challenges faced by others. This can enrich our relationships, improve our leadership, and make us more effective communicators as we connect on a more human level. 4. Developing gratitude. Ironically, a loss can sometimes highlight the things we still have and often take for granted. Losing something significant can make us appreciate the smaller joys and blessings that remain. A health crisis might make one grateful for every healthy day. A financial setback might make one appreciate the simple comfort of home. This gratitude shifts our focus from what's missing to what's present. 5. Shifting from self-centeredness to others-centeredness. When we are consistently winning, there's a risk of becoming self-absorbed. Loss can humble us and remind us that we are part of a larger, interconnected world. It can inspire us to serve others, contribute to something beyond ourselves, and find meaning in helping others navigate their own challenges. 6. Reevaluating definitions of success. Many people define success solely by external achievements, material wealth, or public recognition. Loss can shatter these narrow definitions, prompting a reevaluation towards more intrinsic measures: personal growth, strong relationships, integrity, peace of mind, or making a positive impact. This broader definition allows for a more fulfilling life, regardless of external circumstances. Maxwell asserts that gaining perspective is not an automatic outcome of loss. It requires intentional reflection and an openness to learning. It's a conscious choice to look beyond the immediate pain and seek the deeper meaning and lessons. He encourages readers to ask themselves, "What is this experience trying to teach me?" Or, "How can I grow from this?" Ultimately, the gift of perspective highlights that while winning might give us fleeting joy, learning from loss offers enduring wisdom. This wisdom changes not just what we do, but who we are, transforming us into more resilient, empathetic, and ultimately more fulfilled individuals. It frames loss not as a curse, but as a potential blessing in disguise, if we are willing to unwrap it.
Chapter 6. The Opportunity to Improve. The opportunity to improve dives into the pragmatic and empowering truth that every loss, no matter how disheartening, inherently presents a chance for growth and enhancement. John C. Maxwell shifts the focus from merely understanding loss to actively leveraging it as a catalyst for concrete, measurable improvement. This chapter is about moving beyond reflection to intentional action, transforming insights into refined skills, better strategies, and ultimately, greater capacity. Maxwell outlines several distinct areas where losses provide unique opportunities for improvement. 1. Skill development. A loss often reveals where our skills are insufficient or outdated. For example, a business failure might highlight a lack of marketing expertise, financial management skills, or negotiation abilities. Rather than dwelling on the failure, the opportunity lies in identifying these gaps and actively working to acquire or refine the necessary skills. This could involve reading, taking courses, seeking mentorship, or deliberate practice. 2. Strategy refinement. Many losses stem from flawed or inadequate strategies. A project failing to meet its objectives, for instance, might indicate issues with planning, resource allocation, communication, or risk assessment. The opportunity here is to meticulously analyze the strategy, identify its weak points, and then develop a more robust and effective approach for future endeavors. This might involve revisiting assumptions, reevaluating market conditions, or changing operational procedures. 3. Character building. Beyond technical skills or strategic acumen, losses are powerful furnaces for forging character. They test our patience, resilience, integrity, and humility. Enduring setbacks and learning from them builds mental toughness, perseverance, and a deeper understanding of oneself. Maxwell argues that these character traits are often more valuable in the long run than any specific skill, as they underpin all sustainable success. 4. Relationship strengthening. Sometimes losses expose weaknesses in our relationships, highlighting communication breakdowns, trust issues, or a lack of support. Paradoxically, if handled constructively, these same losses can provide an opportunity to strengthen bonds. Openly discussing what went wrong, seeking support, and offering empathy can deepen connections with colleagues, family, and friends, transforming adversity into relational resilience. 5. Innovation and creativity. When a conventional approach fails, it forces us to think outside the box. Loss can be a powerful spur for innovation. If the old way didn't work, what new way might? This can lead to breakthroughs in product development, problem solving, or even personal habits. Maxwell might cite examples of companies that faced near extinction but innovated their way back to prominence. 6. Humility and teachability. Success can sometimes make individuals arrogant or less open to new ideas. Loss, however, often instills a profound sense of humility, making us more receptive to feedback, more eager to learn from others, and less rigid in our thinking. This openness is a prerequisite for continuous improvement. Maxwell emphasizes that these opportunities for improvement are not handed to us, they must be actively seized. It requires a proactive mindset, a willingness to be uncomfortable, and a commitment to deliberate practice and change. He provides practical advice, such as conducting thorough postmortems after a setback, setting specific goals for improvement, and creating accountability systems to ensure lessons are applied. The core message of this chapter is empowering. A loss is never truly just a loss if you refuse to let it be. Instead, it's raw material, an educational moment, a blueprint for how not to do something, and a clear directive for what needs to be learned or changed. By consciously engaging with the opportunities for improvement embedded within every setback, individuals can transform their experiences of defeat into a powerful trajectory of continuous personal and professional advancement. Chapter 7. Don't let it lead to giving up. In Don't Let It Lead to Giving Up, John C. Maxwell addresses one of the most dangerous and common traps associated with loss, the temptation to abandon goals, dreams, or even entire paths when faced with significant setbacks. This chapter serves as a rallying cry for perseverance, resilience, and the unwavering belief that a loss is rarely a definitive end, but often a temporary detour. Maxwell acknowledges the natural human inclination to feel discouraged, frustrated, and even defeated after a loss. He validates these feelings, but warns against allowing them to metastasize into resignation and ultimately giving up. He differentiates between smart pivoting or strategic redirection, which can be a wise outcome of learning from loss, and simply abandoning a worthy pursuit due to fear, pain, or a lack of conviction. He identifies several reasons why people give up too easily. Fear of further failure. The pain of one loss can create an aversion to trying again, leading to paralysis. Lack of belief. Doubts about one's abilities or the feasibility of the goal can surface after a setback. Exhaustion or burnout. Persistent effort without visible results can lead to mental and emotional fatigue. Impatience. Expecting immediate results and becoming discouraged when progress isn't linear. External criticism. Allowing the opinions or skepticism of others to undermine one's resolve. Misinterpretation of the loss. Believing that a single loss defines one's ultimate potential rather than seeing it as a singular event. To counter these tendencies, Maxwell provides compelling arguments and actionable strategies for maintaining resolve. 1. Reframe the loss. Instead of seeing it as a definitive no, view it as not yet or not this way. Understand that failure is often a prerequisite for success, providing crucial data. 2. Focus on the vision, not the obstacle. Reconnect with the original purpose and passion behind the goal. Remind yourself why it matters. This larger vision provides the fuel to push through temporary setbacks. 3. Break down the goal. Overwhelming goals can feel insurmountable after a loss. Breaking them into smaller, manageable steps can restore a sense of progress and build momentum. 4. Learn and adapt. This reinforces the core message of the book. Giving up prevents you from applying the lessons learned. Instead, use the loss as a blueprint for a revised, stronger approach. 5. Seek support and mentorship. Surrounding oneself with positive, encouraging individuals who believe in you or who have overcome similar challenges can provide crucial emotional and strategic support. 6. Practice resilience. Like a muscle, resilience strengthens with use. Every time you push through adversity instead of giving up, you build greater capacity for future challenges. 7. Embrace a growth mindset. Believe that your abilities can be developed through hard work and dedication rather than being fixed. This perspective makes setbacks opportunities for growth, not evidence of inadequacy. 8. Understand the near miss. Often a loss means you were close. It provides information that helps you calibrate and come back stronger rather than starting from scratch. Maxwell might share stories of individuals who were on the verge of giving up just before a breakthrough. Maxwell highlights that persistence is not just about brute force, it's about intelligent tenacity. It means being stubborn on the vision, but flexible on the details and methods. It means having the courage to try again, even when the odds seem stacked against you, and the wisdom to apply new strategies based on past experiences. The chapter concludes with a powerful message. The only true failure is giving up. As long as you keep learning and keep trying, you are still in the game. Losses are simply a part of the journey, not the destination. By refusing to let setbacks lead to surrender, individuals retain their agency,
their dreams, and their potential for eventual, often greater, success.
Chapter 8. The Price of Not Learning from Loss. In The Price of Not Learning from Loss, John C. Maxwell delivers a sobering and urgent message about the significant, often devastating consequences of failing to extract wisdom from our setbacks. While previous chapters focused on the benefits of learning, this one starkly outlines the costs of neglecting that crucial process. It serves as a strong motivator to engage with adversity constructively, illustrating that ignorance of lessons learned is far from blissful. It is, in fact, incredibly detrimental. Maxwell categorizes the various prices paid for not learning from loss. 1. Repeating the same mistakes, the cycle of stagnation. This is perhaps the most obvious and frustrating consequence. Without reflection and adaptation, individuals are highly likely to encounter the same problems repeatedly. This can manifest in recurring business failures, dysfunctional relationship patterns, or persistent personal shortcomings. Each repetition means wasted effort, time, and resources, without any meaningful progress. 2. Stunted growth and development. When lessons go unlearned, personal and professional growth grinds to a halt. The individual remains stuck at the same level of understanding, skill, and maturity. They fail to evolve, missing out on opportunities to become more effective, resilient, or wise. This leads to a gradual decline in potential and a feeling of being perpetually stuck. 3. Erosion of confidence and self-belief. Repeated failures without learning can chip away at self-esteem. If someone continually experiences setbacks without understanding why or how to prevent them, they may internalize these experiences as evidence of their own inadequacy. This can lead to self-doubt, a fear of taking risks, and a reluctance to pursue new challenges, ultimately creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of underperformance. 4. Loss of opportunities. The world is dynamic, and opportunities are often fleeting. Those who don't learn from past losses are less likely to recognize or capitalize on future chances. They might miss out on promotions, business ventures, or personal breakthroughs because they lack the refined skills, strategic foresight, or resilient mindset that comes from having processed past defeats. 5. Damage to relationships. Failing to learn from interpersonal losses can lead to a string of broken relationships. If one doesn't understand the communication breakdowns, trust issues, or behavioral patterns that contributed to past conflicts, they are likely to repeat these with new people, leading to isolation and chronic relational difficulties. 6. Wasted time, energy, and resources. Every unlearned lesson represents wasted investment. The effort put into the failed venture, the emotional energy expended, the financial resources lost, all are squandered if no meaningful insight is gained to prevent future similar losses. This leads to inefficiency and a perpetual drain on one's personal and professional capital. 7. Increased cynicism and negativity. Consistently experiencing setbacks without understanding or growth can foster a cynical outlook. People may become jaded, believing that efforts are futile or that success is simply a matter of luck. This negativity can permeate all areas of life, affecting motivation, relationships, and overall well-being. Maxwell emphasizes that these prices accumulate over time. A single unlearned lesson might seem minor, but a pattern of avoidance creates a significant burden. He uses strong language to convey the urgency, possibly warning against the foolishness of repeating mistakes or the tragedy of unfulfilled potential. The chapter serves as a powerful call to action. It reinforces the idea that learning from loss isn't just a good idea, it's a fundamental requirement for sustainable success, personal fulfillment, and avoiding a life characterized by frustration and stagnation. By highlighting the steep costs, Maxwell encourages readers to embrace the proactive, often uncomfortable process of learning from every single setback. It underscores that the investment in self-reflection and adaptation
always pays dividends, while the neglect of it incurs an ever-increasing debt.
Chapter 9. Characteristics of a Learner. In Characteristics of a Learner, John C. Maxwell distills the qualities and behaviors that define individuals who consistently transform losses into valuable lessons. This chapter moves beyond why one should learn from loss and how to approach the process to focus on the who, the kind of person who naturally excels at growth through adversity. It provides a blueprint for developing a learning mindset, encouraging readers to cultivate these traits within themselves. Maxwell identifies several key characteristics of an effective learner. 1. Humility. A genuine learner understands that they don't know everything and are open to the possibility of being wrong. They are not afraid to admit mistakes or acknowledge areas of weakness. Ego is the enemy of learning, and humble individuals are always seeking knowledge regardless of its source. 2. Curiosity. Learners possess an insatiable desire to understand why. When a loss occurs, they don't just react emotionally, they ask probing questions like, what happened? Why did it happen? What can I learn from this? This intellectual curiosity drives them to dig deeper for root causes and underlying principles. 3. Teachability. This goes hand in hand with humility. Learners are open to feedback, advice, and new ideas, even if those challenge their existing beliefs. They actively seek out mentors, read widely, and listen attentively to diverse perspectives, understanding that true wisdom often comes from unexpected places. 4. Responsibility, ownership. When faced with a loss, a learner takes ownership of their role rather than defaulting to blame or excuses. They understand that while external factors might exist, focusing on what they could have done differently empowers them to change future outcomes. This sense of personal agency is crucial. 5. Reflectiveness. Learners regularly engage in self-reflection. They pause to review experiences, analyze decisions, and consider consequences. This isn't just about dwelling on the past, but actively extracting insights for future application. Journaling, debriefing, and quiet contemplation are common practices. 6. Proactiveness. They don't wait for lessons to be forced upon them. Learners actively seek out learning opportunities, even from successful outcomes. When a loss occurs, they immediately move into problem-solving and improvement mode rather than wallowing in despair. They see the learning process as ongoing. 7. Resilience or persistence. Learners understand that setbacks are part of the journey. They don't give up easily when faced with adversity. Instead, they demonstrate mental toughness, bounce back from disappointments, and maintain their resolve using each stumble as motivation to try again with a refined approach. 8. Adaptability. Armed with new insights, learners are willing to adjust their strategies, beliefs, and behaviors. They are not rigid or stuck in old patterns. They embrace change and are comfortable experimenting with new methods based on what they've learned. 9. Growth mindset. This overarching characteristic, popularized by Carol Dweck, is central to Maxwell's concept. Learners believe their intelligence, skills, and abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. They view challenges and failures as opportunities to strengthen their capacity rather than as fixed limits. Maxwell emphasizes that these characteristics are not exclusive to a select few. They are qualities that anyone can cultivate through deliberate practice and a conscious commitment to growth. He might provide practical suggestions for developing these traits, such as regularly asking "What did I learn?" questions, actively seeking feedback, reading biographies of successful learners, and consciously reframing setbacks. The chapter serves as an inspiring call to embody these traits, transforming oneself into a continuous learner. By adopting these characteristics, individuals can ensure that every experience,
particularly every loss, becomes a powerful force for personal and professional advancement, leading to a life of continuous improvement and greater fulfillment.
Chapter 10. The Transformative Power of Learned Lessons. In The Transformative Power of Learned Lessons, John C. Maxwell brings the entire journey of the book to a powerful crescendo. This final chapter shifts from the mechanics of learning from loss to the profound, cumulative impact these lessons have on an individual's life, leadership, and overall well-being. It's about showcasing the ultimate payoff for embracing adversity as a teacher. Maxwell articulates several ways in which learned lessons transform individuals. 1. Increased wisdom and discernment. The most obvious outcome is the accumulation of wisdom. Each loss, when properly processed, adds a layer of understanding about how the world works, how people behave, and how to navigate complex situations. This wisdom isn't just theoretical, it's practical, experiential knowledge that leads to better decision-making and sharper judgment in the future. 2. Enhanced resilience and inner strength. Constantly learning from setbacks builds an incredible inner fortitude. Individuals who have faced adversity and emerged stronger develop a deep well of resilience. They know they can endure challenges, bounce back, and persist. This inner strength becomes a core part of their identity, making them more capable of handling future difficulties without crumbling. 3. Greater adaptability and flexibility. Learned lessons teach individuals to be less rigid and more adaptable. They understand that initial plans may need revision, and that flexibility in approach is often key to success. This adaptability allows them to thrive in ever-changing environments, seeing change not as a threat, but as an opportunity. 4. Improved problem-solving abilities. Each loss presents a problem to be solved. By consistently analyzing what went wrong and devising new strategies, learners hone their problem-solving skills. They become adept at identifying root causes, brainstorming creative solutions, and implementing effective corrective actions. 5. Deeper empathy and stronger relationships. As discussed earlier, personal losses often lead to greater empathy. This allows individuals to connect more genuinely with others, understand their struggles, and build stronger, more supportive relationships, both personally and professionally. They become more effective leaders and team members because they can relate to the human experience of struggle. 6. Renewed purpose and clarity. Loss can strip away distractions and force a reevaluation of priorities, leading to a clearer sense of purpose. When superficial goals fall away, what remains is often a more authentic and deeply motivating vision for life. This clarity fuels renewed passion and direction. 7. Authentic confidence, not arrogance. Unlike the brittle confidence that can come from unbroken success, confidence built on learning from loss is robust and authentic. It's not based on the absence of failure, but on the proven ability to overcome it. This confidence is grounded in self-awareness and resilience, making individuals less prone to arrogance and more open to continuous improvement. 8. The ability to help others. Perhaps one of the most significant transformations is the capacity to guide and inspire others. Those who have learned profoundly from their losses become valuable mentors, coaches, and leaders. Their experiences provide credibility and insight, allowing them to uplift and empower others who are navigating their own challenges. They transform their personal struggles into public service. Maxwell might use powerful narratives of individuals who, after experiencing devastating losses, rose to unprecedented heights, not despite their failures, but because of the lessons they painstakingly extracted. He might highlight how these individuals often become the most compassionate, wise, and impactful leaders. The chapter concludes with a powerful affirmation: winning and learning are not mutually exclusive. In fact, the most profound winning often stems directly from the most diligent learning from loss.
He encourages readers to embrace a mindset where every experience is an opportunity to grow, to see life as a continuous classroom, and to understand that the richness of life is found not in avoiding falls, but in the strength and wisdom gained from every time we get back up. The transformative power lies in the journey itself, a journey where sometimes you win, but always, always you learn.
And that brings us to the end of our deep dive into John C. Maxwell's Sometimes You Win, Sometimes You Learn. What a profound shift in perspective this book offers, reminding us that every setback holds a hidden lesson, a potential for growth, and a pathway to a stronger, wiser version of ourselves. Remember, the journey of success is rarely a straight line. It's filled with detours, bumps, and challenges. But with the right mindset, each one becomes a vital part of your unique story of triumph. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. If this summary resonated with you, we encourage you to pick up the full book and explore Maxwell's insights even further. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more uplifting and insightful content, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an episode. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep vibrating with purpose. Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to another journey into personal transformation. Today, we're diving deep into the intricate world of our inner landscape with Thibaut Maurice's powerful book, Master Your Emotions, a practical guide to overcome negativity and better manage your feelings. In a world constantly vying for our attention, throwing challenges and uncertainties our way, the ability to navigate our emotional responses is not just a soft skill, it's an essential superpower. This isn't just about feeling good all the time, it's about understanding the mechanics of our emotions, both the highs and the lows, and learning to harness them for a more fulfilling, resilient, and proactive life. If you've ever felt overwhelmed by anger, paralyzed by fear, bogged down by sadness, or simply wished you had a clearer roadmap to emotional mastery, then stay tuned. We're about to unlock a treasure trove of insights and actionable strategies that will empower you to take charge of your emotional destiny. Prepare to shift your perspective, transform your reactions, and cultivate a robust inner peace. Let's begin. Part 1. Understanding Emotions, the Foundation. Thibaut Maurice kicks off Master Your Emotions by laying a crucial foundation, understanding what emotions actually are and why they exist. He emphasizes that emotions are not random occurrences, but rather powerful signals, messengers from our subconscious mind, designed to get our attention and prompt us into action. They are an intrinsic part of the human experience, and attempting to suppress them entirely is not only futile, but also detrimental to our well-being. Maurice defines emotions as a complex interplay of thoughts, feelings, physical sensations, and behavioral impulses. They arise as a response to our perception of events, not necessarily the events themselves. This distinction is critical because it immediately places the locus of control within us. It's not the situation that makes us feel a certain way, it's our interpretation of that situation. He introduces the concept of the emotional cycle, which typically starts with an event, followed by our perception of that event, leading to thoughts, which then trigger feelings, manifest as physical sensations, and finally influence our actions or inactions. By understanding this cycle, we can identify intervention points to change our emotional responses. The book highlights the dual nature of emotions. On one hand, they provide valuable information. Fear, for instance, warns us of danger. Sadness helps us process loss. Anger signals that a boundary has been crossed or an injustice has occurred. Joy encourages us to repeat positive experiences. These are all adaptive functions. On the other hand, unchecked negative emotions can be destructive, leading to poor decisions, strained relationships, and chronic stress.
Maurice debunks the myth that some emotions are inherently bad. Instead, he reframes them as either pleasant or unpleasant. All emotions serve a purpose. The goal isn't to eliminate unpleasant emotions, but to learn how to acknowledge, understand, and manage them effectively so they don't control us. He stresses that emotional mastery isn't about being emotionless or constantly happy. It's about developing emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our own emotions and those of others. The author also touches on the concept of emotional triggers. These are specific events, thoughts, or memories that consistently provoke a strong emotional reaction within us. Identifying our triggers is a key step in gaining control, as it allows us to anticipate and prepare for these reactions, or even avoid situations that unnecessarily trigger destructive patterns. He also explains the difference between emotions and moods. Emotions are typically short-lived and intense reactions to specific events, whereas moods are longer-lasting, less intense emotional states that don't always have a clear cause. Managing moods often involves a more holistic approach to lifestyle, stress reduction, and self-care. Ultimately, Maurice establishes that true emotional mastery begins with awareness. We cannot manage what we do not recognize. The first step is to become an observer of our own internal experience, noticing our emotions as they arise without judgment. This foundational understanding sets the stage for the practical tools and techniques that follow in the subsequent sections of the book.
Part 2. The roots of negative emotions and how to stop them. Once we understand what emotions are, Maurice delves into the heart of the matter, negative emotions. He argues that many of our negative emotional patterns stem from specific thought processes and beliefs. This section is about identifying these roots and providing strategies to dismantle them. A core concept here is the idea that our thoughts create our reality. If we consistently think negative thoughts, we will inevitably experience negative emotions. Maurice identifies several common thought patterns that lead to negativity. 1. Catastrophizing, blowing things out of proportion, imagining the worst-case scenario. 2. Overgeneralization, drawing broad, sweeping conclusions from a single event. 3. Black and white thinking, seeing things in extremes with no middle ground. 4. Mind reading, assuming we know what others are thinking, usually negatively. 5. Fortune telling, predicting negative outcomes without evidence. 6. Personalization, blaming ourselves for everything, even when we're not responsible. 7. Emotional reasoning, believing something is true because we feel it strongly. To combat these patterns, Maurice introduces the power of reframing. Reframing is the act of consciously changing the way we interpret a situation or a thought. Instead of seeing a challenge as a disaster, we can reframe it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of viewing a mistake as a failure, we can see it as a learning experience. This doesn't mean ignoring reality, but rather choosing a perspective that serves us better. Another significant root of negative emotions, according to Maurice, is resistance. We often resist what is, whether it's an unpleasant feeling, an unwanted situation, or a difficult truth. This resistance only amplifies suffering. The strategy here is acceptance. Accepting a situation doesn't mean condoning it or liking it. It simply means acknowledging its existence. Once we accept what is, we free up energy that was previously spent resisting, allowing us to think more clearly about how to move forward. Maurice also addresses the role of expectations. Unrealistic or unmet expectations are a huge source of disappointment, frustration, and anger. He advises us to adjust our expectations to be more realistic and flexible. Sometimes it's not the event itself that causes pain, but the gap between what we expected and what actually happened. The book provides practical tools for stopping negative emotions in their tracks. Awareness. The first step is always to catch yourself in the act of negative thinking or feeling. Questioning thoughts. Challenge your negative thoughts. Are they truly accurate? What evidence supports them? What alternative explanations are there? This is a core CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy technique. Thought stopping. When a negative thought loop begins, consciously say "stop" to yourself either out loud or in your mind, and then redirect your attention. Focus on solutions. Instead of dwelling on the problem, shift your focus to what you can do about it. What are the next actionable steps? Gratitude. Cultivating a gratitude practice can powerfully shift your perspective from what's wrong to what's right in your life. Mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps to detach from ruminating about the past or worrying about the future, which are common sources of negative emotions. Maurice emphasizes that breaking these negative patterns takes consistent effort. It's not a one-time fix, but a continuous practice of self-observation and conscious redirection. By actively identifying and challenging the roots of our negativity, we begin to reclaim control over our emotional states, moving from a reactive stance to a proactive one.
Part 3. Practical Tools and Techniques for Emotional Management. This section is the how-to part of the book, packed with actionable strategies that readers can implement immediately to manage their emotions more effectively. Maurice organizes these tools into various categories, addressing different aspects of emotional regulation. 1. Physical strategies. Maurice highlights the undeniable link between our physical state and our emotional state. Breathing. Deep, diaphragmatic breathing is a powerful tool to calm the nervous system. He explains how slow, deep breaths activate the parasympathetic nervous system, counteracting the fight or flight response triggered by stress and anxiety. Simple breathing exercises like the 4-7-8 technique are recommended. Exercise. Regular physical activity is a potent mood booster and stress reliever. It releases endorphins, reduces stress hormones, and improves sleep quality, all of which contribute to better emotional regulation. Sleep. Lack of sleep significantly impairs emotional control, making us more irritable, anxious, and prone to negative thoughts. Prioritizing consistent, quality sleep is non-negotiable for emotional well-being. Nutrition. What we eat impacts our brain chemistry and energy levels. Maurice advises a balanced diet, avoiding excessive sugar and processed foods, which can lead to energy crashes and mood swings. Posture and body language. Our physical stance can influence our feelings. Adopting confident, open postures can actually make us feel more confident and less anxious, a concept known as power posing. 2. Mental strategies. These tools focus on transforming our thought patterns and cognitive processes. Mindfulness and meditation. Practicing mindfulness involves paying attention to the present moment without judgment. This helps to create a space between our emotions and our reactions, allowing us to observe feelings without being consumed by them. Meditation is a formal practice of mindfulness that trains the mind to be present and calm. Cognitive restructuring, or reframing. As discussed earlier, this involves identifying distorted thought patterns and consciously replacing them with more realistic and positive ones. Maurice provides specific questions to challenge negative thoughts, such as, is this thought 100% true? What's an alternative perspective? What would I tell a friend in this situation? Visualization. Mentally rehearsing positive outcomes or imagining ourselves successfully navigating challenging situations can build confidence and reduce anxiety. Affirmations. Positive statements repeated regularly can help to reprogram subconscious beliefs and foster a more optimistic mindset. Journaling. Writing down our thoughts and feelings can provide clarity, help us process emotions, identify patterns, and release pent-up stress. 4. Emotional release strategies. Sometimes emotions need to be expressed and released in a healthy way. Venting, constructively. Talking about our feelings with a trusted friend, family member, or therapist can be cathartic, as long as it doesn't devolve into prolonged complaining or self-pity. The goal is processing, not perpetuating. Crying. Tears are a natural mechanism for releasing stress hormones and emotional tension. Creative expression. Engaging in art, music, writing, or any creative outlet can be a powerful way to express and transmute emotions. Screaming or punching a pillow in a safe environment. For intense anger, these controlled physical releases can prevent destructive outbursts. Behavioral strategies. These involve changing our actions to influence our emotions. Taking action. Often feeling stuck or overwhelmed is exacerbated by inaction. Taking even small steps towards a solution can create a sense of control and reduce anxiety. Problem solving. Instead of dwelling on problems, actively engage in finding solutions. Break down large problems into smaller, manageable steps. Setting boundaries. Protecting our time, energy, and emotional space by setting clear boundaries with others is crucial for preventing resentment and overwhelm. Learning to say no, related to boundaries, saying no to requests that overextend us or go against our values prevents emotional burnout. Seeking support. Knowing when to reach out for help from friends, family, or professionals is a sign of strength, not weakness. Maurice emphasizes that not every tool will work for everyone, and the key is to experiment and find what resonates most effectively with our individual needs. The consistent application of these diverse tools builds a robust emotional toolkit, enabling us to navigate the full spectrum of human emotions with greater grace and resilience. He also reminds us that progress is not linear. There will be setbacks, but consistency and self-compassion are vital for long-term emotional mastery.
Part 4. Overcoming Specific Negative Emotions. In this comprehensive section, Maurice dedicates specific attention to some of the most common and challenging negative emotions: anger, fear, anxiety, sadness, jealousy, and guilt. For each emotion, he provides a deeper understanding of its purpose, common triggers, and tailored strategies for management. 1. Overcoming anger. Maurice explains that anger often arises when we feel a boundary has been violated, an injustice has occurred, or we feel powerless. While it can be a motivator for change, uncontrolled anger is destructive. Understanding the trigger. Identify what specifically makes you angry. Is it a person, a situation, or a belief? The anger scale. Learn to recognize the early signs of anger escalating so you can intervene before it becomes explosive. Time out. Step away from the situation. Give yourself space to cool down. Physical release. Channel anger into constructive physical activity, for example, exercise, or controlled release, for example, punching a pillow. Cognitive restructuring. Challenge angry thoughts. Is the situation truly as bad as it seems? What's the other person's perspective? Is it worth the energy? Communication skills. Learn to express your feelings assertively without aggression. Use I statements rather than accusatory you statements. Forgiveness. Holding on to grudges fuels anger. Learning to forgive both others and ourselves is crucial for releasing chronic anger. 2. Managing fear and anxiety. Fear is an immediate response to perceived danger, while anxiety is a more generalized, future-oriented apprehension. Both are rooted in the survival instinct, but can become debilitating when disproportionate to the actual threat. Identify the fear. Pinpoint what specifically you are afraid of. Often, naming the fear diminishes its power. Challenge catastrophic thinking. Question the worst-case scenarios. How likely are they? What would you do if they happened? Focus on what you can control. Many anxieties stem from worrying about things outside our control. Shift focus to actionable steps. Exposure therapy gradual. For specific phobias or social anxiety, gradually exposing yourself to the feared situation can desensitize the response. Grounding techniques. When anxiety strikes, focus on your senses to bring yourself back to the present moment. For example, notice 5 things you can see, 4 things you can feel, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. Visualization. Imagine yourself successfully overcoming the fear or handling the anxiety-provoking situation. Breathing exercises. Deep breathing is especially effective for calming anxiety. 3. Processing sadness. Sadness is a natural response to loss, disappointment, or grief. Maurice emphasizes that it's important to allow ourselves to feel sadness rather than suppress it, as this allows for processing and healing. Allow yourself to feel. Don't judge or deny sadness. Acknowledge it as a valid emotion. Seek support. Talk to trusted friends, family, or a therapist. Don't isolate yourself. Self-compassion. Treat yourself with kindness during times of sadness, just as you would a friend. Grief process. Understand that grief is not linear and takes time. Focus on gratitude eventually. While respecting the sadness, gradually introduce elements of gratitude to remind yourself of the good things in your life. Creative expression. Use writing, art, or music to process feelings of sadness. Meaning-making. In cases of loss, finding meaning or purpose in the experience can aid healing. 4. Dealing with jealousy and envy. These emotions arise from a perceived threat to a valued relationship or a desire for what others possess. Identify the root. Is it insecurity, low self-worth, or a fear of abandonment? Focus on your own strengths. Instead of comparing yourself to others, appreciate your unique qualities and achievements. Practice gratitude for your own life. Shift focus to what you have rather than what you lack. Celebrate others' successes. Train yourself to genuinely be happy for others, which can diminish feelings of envy. Address insecurity. Work on building self-esteem and self-worth. Communicate if applicable. In relationships, address feelings of jealousy with your partner in an open, non-accusatory way. 5. Releasing guilt and shame. Guilt is about feeling bad for something you did, while shame is feeling bad about who you are. Both can be corrosive. Acknowledge the action for guilt. Take responsibility for your actions if you truly did something wrong. Make amends if possible. Apologize and try to rectify the situation. Learn from the mistake. Use the experience as a lesson for future behavior. Self-forgiveness. Understand that everyone makes mistakes. Forgive yourself and move forward. Challenge shameful beliefs. Shame often stems from deep-seated beliefs about being unworthy. Challenge these beliefs and practice self-acceptance. Talk about it. Shame thrives in secrecy. Sharing your feelings with a trusted person can be incredibly liberating. Maurice concludes this section by reiterating that these emotions are part of the human condition. The goal is not to eradicate them, but to understand them, learn from them, and develop healthy strategies to move through them, preventing them from dominating our lives. This targeted approach allows readers to tackle specific emotional challenges with greater precision and effectiveness.
Part 5. Cultivating positive emotions and sustaining emotional mastery. The final section of Master Your Emotions shifts focus from managing negativity to actively cultivating positive emotions and integrating emotional mastery into a sustainable lifestyle. Maurice argues that a balanced emotional life isn't just about reducing pain, it's also about increasing joy, contentment, and well-being. 1. The power of positive emotions. Positive emotions do more than just make us feel good. They broaden our perspective, build personal resources, and enhance our resilience. Joy, gratitude, love, serenity, interest, hope, pride, amusement, inspiration, and awe are all vital for a flourishing life. 2. Strategies for cultivating positive emotions. Gratitude practice. This is a cornerstone. Regularly acknowledging and appreciating the good things in our lives, even small ones, can profoundly shift our emotional landscape. This can be done through a gratitude journal, daily reflections, or expressing thanks to others. Practicing random acts of kindness. Helping others not only benefits them, but also generates positive feelings in ourselves, creating a virtuous cycle. Savoring positive experiences. Instead of letting good moments pass quickly, consciously prolong and deepen your enjoyment of them. Pay attention to the details, the sensations, and the feelings. Mindful appreciation of beauty. Take time to notice and appreciate beauty in nature, art, or everyday life. Connecting with others. Strong social connections are a primary source of happiness and emotional support. Nurture your relationships. Finding purpose and meaning. Engaging in activities that align with your values and contribute to something larger than yourself can bring deep satisfaction and joy. Learning and growth. Continuously learning new things and challenging yourself fosters a sense of accomplishment and interest. Play and humor. Don't underestimate the power of playfulness and laughter to lighten your mood and reduce stress. Self-care. Prioritizing physical and mental well-being through rest, healthy eating, and relaxation techniques creates a fertile ground for positive emotions. Maurice concludes the book by reiterating the profound impact emotional mastery can have on every aspect of life: relationships, career, health, and overall happiness. It liberates us from being victims of our feelings and empowers us to become conscious creators of our emotional experience. It allows us to move through life's inevitable challenges with grace, resilience, and an unwavering sense of inner peace. The ultimate message is one of empowerment. Your emotions don't have to control you. You have the power to master them.
And that brings us to the end of our deep dive into Thibaut Maurice's Master Your Emotions. What an incredibly insightful and practical guide. From understanding the fundamental nature of our emotional signals to dissecting the roots of negativity, and then arming us with a vast array of mental, physical, and behavioral tools, Maurice has provided a comprehensive roadmap. We've learned the importance of reframing thoughts, embracing acceptance, cultivating gratitude, and tackling specific emotions like anger, fear, and sadness with targeted strategies. Remember, emotional mastery isn't about eradicating negative feelings, but about developing the wisdom and tools to navigate them effectively, preventing them from dictating our lives. It's about cultivating a rich inner garden where positive emotions can flourish and where challenges are met not with despair, but with resilience and growth. This journey is continuous, requiring practice, patience, and self-compassion. But the rewards are immense: greater inner peace, stronger relationships, clearer decision-making, and a profound sense of control over your own well-being. We hope this summary has ignited a spark within you to embark on or continue your path to emotional mastery. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. Until next time, keep cultivating your inner peace and mastering your magnificent emotions.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we unlock the power of transformative ideas that can redefine your life's trajectory. Today, we're embarking on an in-depth, chapter-by-chapter journey into a concept so profound, yet so elegantly simple, that it has revolutionized our understanding of human potential, achievement, and happiness. We're diving deep into Carol S. Dweck's groundbreaking masterpiece, Mindset: The New Psychology of Success. Prepare to have your fundamental beliefs about ability, talent, and intelligence thoroughly examined and potentially completely rewired. This isn't just about understanding success. It's about fundamentally changing your relationship with learning, challenge, and ultimately, yourself.
Chapter 1. The Two Mindsets. Have you ever observed certain individuals who, regardless of the obstacles they face, seem to not just bounce back, but to actually grow stronger from adversity? They embrace the steepest challenges, viewing setbacks not as failures, but as crucial stepping stones. Conversely, have you encountered others, perhaps even within yourself, who, despite possessing immense talent, seem to falter at the first sign of difficulty, retreating into the safe confines of what they already know, fearing judgment and the potential for failure above all else? What truly differentiates these two archetypes? Is it a matter of inherent talent, intelligence, socioeconomic background, or sheer luck? Carol Dweck, a luminary in the field of psychology and a distinguished professor at Stanford University, dedicated decades of meticulous research to unraveling these very questions. Her seminal work, Mindset, distills these complex psychological dynamics into a startlingly clear and actionable framework. Her findings illuminate that the profound differences in how individuals respond to challenges, learn, and grow are not primarily dictated by their innate abilities, but by their fundamental mindset, the deeply ingrained beliefs they hold about their own intelligence, talents, and capabilities. At the heart of Dweck's theory lies the distinction between two powerful mindsets, the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. These aren't just personality traits, they are operating systems for your life, profoundly influencing your motivation, your resilience in the face of setbacks, your approach to learning, and ultimately, the extent of your personal and professional success. Understanding these two perspectives is not merely an academic exercise, it is an incredibly potent tool that, once internalized, can empower you to unlock vast, previously untapped reserves of potential within yourself and those around you. The fixed mindset is a belief system where an individual perceives their basic abilities, intelligence, and talents as static, immutable traits. From this perspective, you either have it or you don't. One might think, I am a smart person, or I am naturally bad at math, or I am simply not creative. These are viewed as unchangeable, inherent facts about their being. The implication is that you have a certain amount of intelligence, a certain personality, a certain moral character, and these cannot fundamentally change. Conversely, the growth mindset operates on the profound belief that your most basic abilities, including intelligence, talents, and even personality traits, are not static. Instead, they can be developed, nurtured, and expanded through dedication, hard work, and persistent effort. They view the brain as a muscle that grows stronger with exercise, capable of forming new connections and increasing its capacity throughout life. I can learn anything I want to learn. My capabilities are expandable. Effort is the path to mastery. These are the empowering tenets of a growth mindset. This mindset creates a love of learning and a resilience that is essential for great accomplishment.
Chapter 2. Inside the Mindsets. Now that we've defined the two mindsets, let's take a deeper look at what goes on inside each of them. How do these fundamental beliefs shape our daily thoughts, feelings, and actions, particularly when we encounter challenges, effort, criticism, and the success of others? The fixed mindset in action. If your intelligence is a fixed entity, then every experience, every task, every interaction becomes an implicit test of that fixed ability. Success, in this framework, serves to validate your inherent competence, reinforcing the belief that you possess a desirable fixed trait. Failure, however, is perceived as a devastating revelation, a stark exposure of a fundamental, unchangeable deficiency. This deep fear of revealing inadequacy drives much of the behavior associated with a fixed mindset. Challenges. The fixed mindset leads to a pervasive tendency to avoid challenges. If your core abilities are fixed, why would you willingly put them to the test in situations where you might stumble? This leads to shying away from opportunities for growth that lie beyond what they already master. The comfort zone becomes a prison. Effort. For someone with a fixed mindset, effort is often viewed with suspicion or even disdain. If you are truly gifted, truly intelligent, then things should come easily to you, right? The need to exert significant effort can be interpreted as a sign of inherent lack, suggesting that one isn't naturally talented enough. This flawed logic paradoxically prevents even highly capable individuals from reaching their true potential. Criticism. The fixed mindset's relationship with feedback and criticism is problematic. Constructive criticism, intended to guide and improve, is often perceived as a direct attack on their fixed intelligence or ability. The message isn't, "Here's how you can improve your work," but rather, "You're not smart enough." This triggers defensiveness, denial, and even resentment. Success of others. The success of others can be deeply threatening. If someone else achieves great things, it might diminish their own perceived worth or talent. Instead of drawing inspiration, they might feel envious, competitive in an unhealthy way, or even compelled to belittle others' achievements to elevate their own fragile sense of self-worth. The growth mindset in action. With a growth mindset, challenges are exciting opportunities. Effort is essential, feedback is invaluable, and the success of others is inspiring. When faced with a challenge, someone with a growth mindset doesn't recoil in fear. They're drawn to it. They see challenges as exciting opportunities to stretch their current understanding, to acquire new skills, and to push the boundaries of their competence. The more difficult the challenge, the greater the potential for learning and growth. Effort, far from being a sign of weakness, is celebrated as the essential ingredient for success. It is the catalyst for growth, the engine that drives mastery. Individuals with a growth mindset understand that even the most gifted individuals must apply consistent, focused effort to hone their craft. Criticism. Their relationship with feedback and criticism is transformative. They actively seek it out, viewing it as invaluable information that helps them improve their performance and refine their strategies. Rather than interpreting constructive criticism as a personal indictment, they see it as a gift, data points that guide their learning journey. Success of others. The success of others is not a threat, but a source of profound inspiration and a rich learning resource. Instead of feeling diminished, they're motivated. They ask, how did they achieve that? What strategies did they employ? This perspective fosters collaboration, mentorship, and a collective pursuit of excellence. Dweck's research is not merely theoretical, it is underpinned by decades of rigorous scientific inquiry and packed with compelling empirical evidence across diverse domains. She cites numerous studies consistently demonstrating the profound impact of these mindsets. For instance, classic experiments showed that students praised for their intelligence, fixed mindset praise, subsequently became risk-averse, opting for easier tasks to protect their smart label. In stark contrast, students praised for their effort and process, growth mindset praise, were more eager to tackle difficult challenges, exhibited greater persistence, and ultimately performed better on subsequent tasks. The profound implication here is about the nature of praise itself. Chapter 3. The Truth About Ability and Achievement. This chapter challenges deeply ingrained societal beliefs about talent, genius, and achievement. It directly confronts the notion that success is primarily a result of innate, unchangeable gifts. Dweck meticulously demonstrates that while natural aptitudes can provide a starting point, it is the mindset with which these aptitudes are approached that ultimately determines the ceiling of one's achievement. Many of us grew up believing in the concept of a natural talent, that some people are simply born with an innate gift from music, sports, mathematics, or art, and that these gifts are the primary drivers of their success. However, Dweck's research, and indeed the broader scientific consensus in fields like neuroscience and cognitive psychology, tells a far more nuanced and empowering story. The talent myth often leads to a fixed mindset. If you believe your talent is fixed, you might protect it by avoiding challenges that could reveal its limits. If things don't come easily, you might conclude you simply don't have it.
This leads to self-sabotage, preventing individuals from developing their potential fully. Dweck highlights numerous examples, from famous athletes to scientists, who were not necessarily the most gifted at the outset. Their extraordinary achievements stemmed from an unwavering growth mindset and relentless dedication to practice, an insatiable curiosity, a willingness to learn from every mistake, and an understanding that capabilities are developed, not merely discovered. Example: Alfred Binet and the IQ test. Dweck points to Alfred Binet, the inventor of the IQ test, who actually held a growth mindset. Binet believed that scores on his test were meant to identify children who needed extra help, not to label children as permanently smart or dumb. He explicitly stated that intelligence was not fixed and could be grown through education and practice. Society, however, largely adopted the IQ test with a fixed mindset, using it to categorize and limit individuals. This chapter underscores that true potential is not predetermined at birth. It is dynamically shaped by our engagement with the world, our willingness to embrace challenges, and our belief in our capacity to grow. The greatest achievers are often not those with the most raw talent, but those with the most profound growth mindset, those who relentlessly pursue improvement, seeing every experience as an opportunity to expand their abilities. It's about showing up, putting in the hours, and believing that your efforts will make a difference.
Chapter 4: Sports: The Mindset of a Champion. In the competitive world of sports, the distinction between fixed and growth mindsets is often vividly displayed, determining who simply participates and who truly excels, breaking records and inspiring millions. This chapter delves into how mindsets shape an athlete's performance, resilience, and ultimate success. Fixed mindset athletes often believe their athletic prowess is a direct result of innate talent. When they win, it reinforces their sense of being gifted. However, when they lose or face a setback, like an injury or a dip in performance, they tend to attribute it to a fundamental lack of talent or ability, leading to discouragement, defensiveness, and a propensity to give up. They might avoid practicing weaknesses, fearing it reveals their lack of natural ability. They might blame external factors or teammates rather than taking responsibility for their own development. Contrast this with the growth mindset athlete. These individuals view their abilities as malleable. They believe that through hard work, strategic practice, and learning, they can always improve. Losses are seen not as failures, but as invaluable feedback and opportunities to learn, analyze, and refine their strategies. Injuries are challenges to overcome through diligent rehabilitation and mental fortitude, often leading to a stronger, more resilient athlete. They actively seek out tougher competition, knowing that pushing their limits is essential for growth. Dweck provides numerous compelling examples. Michael Jordan, famously cut from his high school varsity basketball team, Jordan's fixed mindset moment could have ended his career. Instead, he embraced a growth mindset, using that setback as fuel for relentless practice and an unparalleled work ethic. He saw every missed shot, every defeat, as data for improvement, transforming himself into arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. Tiger Woods. Despite his immense natural talent, Woods' career is marked by his continuous effort to refine his swing and game even when he was at the top. This commitment to ongoing improvement, always looking for ways to get better, is a hallmark of the growth mindset. Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Considered one of the greatest female athletes of all time, she faced numerous injuries. Instead of being derailed, she focused on rehabilitation, mental toughness, and adapted her training, always believing in her capacity to return stronger. This chapter teaches us that champions are not just born with talent, they are made through a growth mindset that embraces effort, learns from adversity, and relentlessly pursues mastery. It's about seeing oneself as a work in progress, always capable of evolving and improving even after reaching the pinnacle of success.
Chapter 5: Business, Mindset, and Leadership.
In the cutthroat world of business, where innovation, adaptability, and leadership are paramount, mindsets play a decisive role in determining not just individual success, but the entire trajectory of companies and organizations. This chapter explores how mindsets shape leaders, employees, and the very culture of a workplace. Fixed mindset leaders and companies. Leaders with a fixed mindset often prioritize validating their own intelligence and brilliance. They might seek to hire individuals who are already perfect, and might be threatened by subordinates who show too much initiative or potential, fearing they could be outshined. They tend to avoid risk, cling to existing proven strategies, and can become defensive or even punitive when faced with mistakes or failures. They create cultures where employees fear taking risks, hide mistakes, and avoid giving honest feedback, leading to stagnation and a lack of innovation. Companies led by fixed-mindset individuals often fail to adapt to changing markets and are slow to embrace new technologies or ideas. Growth mindset leaders, conversely, are focused on developing talent, both their own and that of their team members. They understand that their role is to foster growth, not just to demonstrate their own competence. They actively seek out challenging projects, encourage experimentation, and view mistakes as invaluable learning opportunities, not reasons for blame. They create environments where employees feel psychologically safe to take calculated risks, voice new ideas, and offer constructive feedback. They're inspired by the success of others and actively mentor their teams, fostering a collaborative and innovative culture. Such companies are more resilient, adaptable, and capable of sustained innovation and growth in dynamic environments. Examples cited by Dweck. Jack Welch at GE. While brilliant, his early leadership style was sometimes criticized for fostering a fixed mindset environment, where fear of failure could stifle innovation. However, he evolved, recognizing the need for continuous learning. Lou Gerstner at IBM. When he took over IBM, it was in crisis. He instilled a growth mindset, focusing on collaboration, learning, and adaptability, transforming the company. He understood that the company needed to evolve and that its people were its greatest asset, capable of learning new skills. Enron. Dweck uses Enron as a cautionary tale of a fixed mindset culture gone terribly wrong. Leaders obsessed with appearing brilliant and maintaining a perfect image while suppressing dissent and covering up failures ultimately led to the company's catastrophic downfall. This chapter underscores that effective leadership in the 21st century demands a growth mindset. It's about nurturing potential, fostering a love of learning, and creating cultures where people feel empowered to grow, adapt, and innovate, rather than merely proving their existing worth.
Chapter 6. Relationships, Mindsets in Love and Friendship. Mindsets profoundly influence not just our individual achievements, but also the quality and longevity of our most important personal connections, our friendships, romantic partnerships, and family dynamics. This chapter explores how fixed and growth mindsets shape our approach to love, intimacy, and social bonds. Fixed mindset in relationships. Individuals with a fixed mindset often believe that compatible partners or true friends simply click. They may hold an ideal image of a relationship and believe that if challenges or disagreements arise, it signifies that they are not meant to be, or that the relationship is fundamentally flawed. They might interpret conflict as proof of incompatibility, rather than an opportunity for mutual understanding and growth. They might avoid confronting issues directly, fearing that doing so will reveal their own or their partner's fixed deficiencies. When problems occur, they might blame the other person or conclude that people don't change, leading to premature abandonment of relationships. Growth mindset in relationships. Growth mindset individuals understand that all relationships require continuous effort,
open communication, and a mutual willingness to grow and evolve together. They view disagreements and challenges not as fatal flaws, but as natural parts of any connection, opportunities to deepen understanding, refine communication, and strengthen the bond. They believe that through sustained effort, empathy, and a commitment to shared growth, relationships can overcome obstacles and flourish into something richer and more resilient. They are more likely to engage in constructive conflict resolution, actively listen, and continuously work on improving connection and intimacy. They understand that both individuals within a relationship and the relationship itself can grow and develop over time. Key themes in this chapter: effort versus magic. Fixed mindset seeks magic, perfect compatibility, effortless harmony. Growth mindset understands that effort, communication, understanding, compromise builds lasting connections. Blame versus growth. In fixed mindset, conflicts lead to blame. In growth mindset, conflicts lead to asking, what can we learn from this and how can we improve our dynamic? Personal growth within relationships. Growth mindset individuals encourage their partners and friends to grow, celebrate their achievements, and support them through challenges, knowing that individual growth contributes to the health of the relationship. Dweck also touches on the concept of rejection sensitivity, where fixed mindset individuals are overly sensitive to perceived slights or rejections, interpreting them as ultimate failures. A growth mindset helps one to process such experiences with greater resilience, learning from them rather than internalizing them as ultimate failures. This chapter powerfully argues that the most fulfilling and enduring relationships are built not on a static ideal of perfect fit, but on a shared commitment to growth, understanding, and the continuous effort to nurture the connection.
Chapter 7. Parents, Teachers, and Coaches. Passing on mindsets. This chapter delves into the profound responsibility and incredible power that parents, teachers, and coaches wield in shaping the mindsets of the children and individuals under their influence. It reveals how our words, our praise, and our reactions to success and failure can either instill a limiting, fixed mindset or foster an empowering, growth mindset. The power of praise. Dweck's research unequivocally demonstrates that the type of praise we give is not trivial. It is a powerful shaper of mindset. Fixed mindset praise. You're so smart. You're a natural. Praising inherent ability or intelligence inadvertently fosters a fixed mindset. It teaches children that their value comes from their innate talent. This makes them risk-averse, fearing anything that might contradict the SMART label. They become less resilient to setbacks, interpreting struggles as proof that they are not smart after all. Growth mindset praise. I love how hard you worked on that. That was a great strategy. You really stuck with it. Praising effort, strategy, resilience, and the learning process encourages a growth mindset. It teaches children that their abilities can be developed through hard work and good strategies. This fosters a love of learning, resilience, and a willingness to take on challenges. Impact of parental mindset. Parents who operate with a fixed mindset might unknowingly pass this on to their children. They might be overly concerned with their child's innate talent, comparing them to others or protecting them from challenges for fear of failure. Conversely, growth mindset parents encourage their children to take risks, learn from mistakes, and value effort above effortless achievement. They model resilience and a love of learning. Role of teachers and schools. Educational systems often inadvertently promote a fixed mindset by focusing heavily on grades, standardized tests, and labeling students. A growth mindset approach to education would prioritize creating a love of learning, teaching effective strategies, encouraging collaboration, and valuing effort and progress over just final scores.
Teachers with a growth mindset believe that all students can learn and grow regardless of their starting point, and they design their classrooms to reflect this belief. Coaches and mentors. Just like in sports, coaches who emphasize effort, strategy, and resilience will develop more capable and mentally tough athletes. Mentors in any field who focus on developing their mentees' potential rather than simply celebrating their current achievements will foster greater long-term success. This chapter underscores that adults in positions of authority have a moral imperative to understand mindsets. By consciously adopting a growth mindset themselves and modeling it for others, they can empower a new generation to embrace challenges, persevere through difficulties, and unlock their full, unlimited potential.
Chapter 8: Changing Mindsets. One of the most profoundly empowering messages of Dweck's work is the assertion that mindsets are not immutable. You are not permanently stuck with a fixed mindset. The beautiful truth is that you can actively cultivate and strengthen a growth mindset. It is not a sudden transformation, but an ongoing journey of awareness, intentional practice, and a deliberate shift in perspective. It requires consistent effort and self-reflection, but the rewards are immeasurable. Dweck provides a 4-step process for cultivating a growth mindset. Recognize and observe your fixed mindset triggers. The first and crucial step is to develop acute self-awareness. Begin to meticulously pay attention to your internal monologue. When does your fixed mindset voice speak up? When do you feel a surge of defensiveness in response to feedback? When do you feel an overwhelming urge to avoid a challenging task? When does the success of a colleague trigger feelings of threat or envy rather than inspiration? Simply noticing these patterns without judgment is the initial pivotal step in gaining control over them. Identify your triggers and the situations that bring forth the fixed mindset. Challenge your fixed mindset voice. Once you recognize the fixed mindset voice, actively challenge its pronouncements. When it whispers, "I can't do this," consciously reframe it to, "I can't do this yet." When it asserts, "I'm not smart enough," counter with, "What strategies can I employ to learn this? What resources can I leverage?" Instead of catastrophizing with, "What if I fail?" transform it into, "What valuable lessons can I extract from this attempt regardless of the immediate outcome? How will this experience make me smarter for next time?" This is not about positive affirmations alone, but about actively seeking out alternative, growth-oriented interpretations. Embrace challenges. Actively seek out opportunities to step outside your comfort zone regularly. View new, difficult, or unfamiliar tasks not as potential threats to your self-image, but as exhilarating opportunities for profound learning and skill development. The more consistently you engage with challenges, the more your brain adapts, forms new neural pathways, and strengthens its capacity for learning and problem-solving. Seek out projects that push your boundaries. This creates a virtuous cycle of growth. Put the growth mindset into action. It's not enough to just think about changing. You must actively apply growth mindset principles in your daily life. Value effort and process. Shift your primary focus from solely fixating on outcomes to genuinely celebrating the inherent value of the effort, the strategic approaches you employ, and the journey of learning itself. Learn from setbacks. Reframe failure as essential, unbiased feedback. Adopt an investigative mindset. What went wrong? What lessons can I extract? What will I do differently? Seek out feedback. Actively solicit feedback and listen with an open, non-defensive mind. Incorporate insights into your future efforts. Be inspired by others. When others succeed, shift from envy to curiosity. Ask, how did they achieve that? What can I learn from them? Understand brain plasticity. Remember that your brain is not static.
Every time you learn something new, you're literally strengthening and expanding your brain's capacity for learning. Dweck also emphasizes the concept of the false growth mindset. This is where individuals may articulate the language of a growth mindset, claiming to believe in effort and continuous improvement, but their actual behaviors betray a fixed mindset. True growth mindset is an active, ongoing commitment to confronting one's weaknesses, embracing discomfort, and investing the sustained effort required for genuine improvement. It's about actions, not just words. This chapter is a powerful call to action. It empowers us to understand that we are not victims of our circumstances or our innate abilities, but rather architects of our own potential. By consciously choosing and nurturing a growth mindset, we unlock a lifelong path of learning, resilience, and ever-expanding achievement.
Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this truly comprehensive, chapter-by-chapter exploration of Carol Dweck's Mindset, the New Psychology of Success. We sincerely hope this deep dive inspires you to actively embrace and cultivate the boundless power of growth in every facet of your life. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss another transformative insight. Until our next session, keep learning, keep growing, and keep vibrating with purpose.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey that promises to reshape your understanding of productivity, creativity, and the delicate dance between the two. Today, we're diving deep into David Kadavy's transformative work, Mind Management, Not Time Management, Productivity When Creativity Matters. In a world obsessed with cramming more into every minute, Kadavy offers a refreshing and profoundly effective alternative. A system designed not to manage the clock, but to harness the fluctuating energies and unique rhythms of the creative mind. If you've ever felt the frustration of a brilliant idea slipping away, the paralysis of a looming deadline, or the sheer exhaustion of trying to force creativity on command, then this summary is for you. Prepare to unlock a new paradigm where your most valuable asset isn't your time, but your mind's natural flow. Let's begin.
Part 1. The Flaws of Traditional Productivity. Kadavy begins by dismantling the conventional wisdom of productivity, arguing that the industrial-era mindset of time management is fundamentally ill-suited for creative work. He points out that most popular productivity systems, think getting things done, time blocking, or Pomodoro technique, are optimized for factory line tasks, repetitive, predictable, and measurable outputs. While effective for administrative work or tasks requiring sustained focused effort on a known outcome, they often stifle rather than enhance creativity. The core problem, Kadavy explains, is that creative work is inherently nonlinear and unpredictable. It doesn't adhere to a strict 9-to-5 schedule. Ideas don't arrive on command, and the process of discovery, iteration, and refinement is messy, cyclical, and often involves periods of unconscious processing. Trying to force a creative task into rigid time blocks is like trying to catch mist in a net. It's frustrating and ultimately ineffective. Kadavy highlights several key flaws in traditional time management for creatives. Ignoring mental states. Time management assumes a consistent mental state throughout the day. However, creative individuals experience ebbs and flows in their energy, focus, and specific cognitive abilities. There are times for deep work, times for administrative tasks, times for idea generation, and times for rest. Traditional systems often ignore these crucial distinctions. Focusing on quantity over quality. The emphasis on doing more or checking off tasks can lead to a high volume of mediocre output rather than a smaller quantity of high-quality, impactful creative work.
For creative professionals, the quality of ideas and execution far outweighs the sheer number of hours logged. Lack of flexibility. Creative work often requires spontaneous shifts in focus, following a sudden insight or taking a break when hitting a mental block. Rigid schedules make these necessary pivots difficult, leading to frustration and burnout. Misunderstanding resistance. The resistance creatives feel isn't always laziness, it's often a signal that the task is mismatched with the current mental state, or that the approach needs to change. Time management often prescribes pushing through, which can be detrimental to delicate creative processes. The illusion of control. While time management promises control, it often leads to a feeling of being controlled by the clock. For creatives, true control comes from understanding and leveraging their own mental resources, not from rigidly adhering to an external schedule. Khadavi challenges us to recognize that our minds are not machines to be programmed, but complex ecosystems to be understood and nurtured. He argues that by trying to manage time, we are attempting to control an external, immutable force. The truly empowering path is to manage what is within our control, our minds. This foundational shift sets the stage for the entire book, urging readers to abandon the illusion of linear progress and embrace the organic nature of creative flow. The goal isn't to work harder or longer, but to work smarter, in harmony with our natural cognitive rhythms.
Part 2. The Principles of Mind Management. Having exposed the limitations of traditional productivity, Khadavi introduces the core tenets of mind management. This framework is built on the premise that optimal creative output arises from understanding, respecting, and leveraging the natural fluctuations of our mental states. Instead of forcing our minds into rigid schedules, we learn to identify and utilize different cognitive modes for specific types of work. The central idea is that our minds operate in various states, each suited for different tasks. Trying to perform a creative task when our mind is in a state of exhaustion or distraction is like trying to run a marathon on a broken leg. It's inefficient and painful. Mind management seeks to align the task with the appropriate mental state. Khadavi outlines several key principles. Identify your mental states. The first step is self-awareness. Khadavi encourages us to observe our own energy levels, focus, and cognitive capabilities throughout the day and week. He suggests identifying distinct states such as high-intensity or deep work state, when you have maximum focus, clarity, and energy for complex problem solving, generating new ideas, or executing critical tasks. This is often in the morning. Medium intensity or administrative state, when you can handle routine tasks, emails, scheduling, light editing, or planning. Focus is moderate. Low intensity or recharge state, when you need to rest, gather information passively, brainstorm without pressure, or engage in activities that replenish mental energy. Creative or exploratory state often overlaps with high intensity, but is specifically about divergent thinking, ideation, and exploration without immediate pressure for results. This can also occur during less focused times like walks or showers. Match tasks to states. This is the cornerstone of mind management. Once you understand your typical mental states, you consciously assign tasks to the times and conditions where your mind is best equipped to handle them. Deep work. Schedule your most challenging creative work for your peak high-intensity periods. Administrative work. Relegate emails, meetings, and organizational tasks to medium-intensity periods when deep focus isn't readily available. Idea generation or brainstorming. Utilize low-intensity periods, walks, or even commutes for passive idea collection and free association. Respect the creative cycle.
Creativity isn't a continuous sprint, it's a cycle of input, incubation, output, and rest. Khedive emphasizes the importance of allowing ideas to marinate in the subconscious mind. This means input, deliberately seeking out new information, experiences, and stimuli. Incubation, stepping away from a problem to allow the subconscious to work on it. This is often where aha moments occur. Output, the focused execution of creative work. And rest, essential for preventing burnout and allowing the mind to consolidate information and replenish energy. Develop a creative compass. This involves cultivating an internal sense of direction for your creative projects. Rather than blindly following a to-do list, you learn to trust your intuition about what needs attention, what feels right, and what will yield the most impactful results given your current mental state. By internalizing these principles, creatives can move beyond simply reacting to deadlines and instead proactively design their work lives to harmonize with their natural creative rhythms. The result is less struggle, more flow, and ultimately higher quality creative output. It's about working smarter with your mind, not just harder with your time.
Part 3. Practical Application. Designing your creative workflow. With the theoretical underpinnings established, Khedive moves into the practical realm, offering concrete strategies for implementing mind management into your daily and weekly workflow. This section is less about rigid rules and more about developing a flexible system that adapts to your unique creative rhythms and project demands. The Daily Creative Sprint, DCS. Khedive advocates for dedicating a significant, uninterrupted block of time, typically 2 to 4 hours each day, to your most important creative work. This is your deep work period. Protect it fiercely. Treat your DCS as sacred. Block it out on your calendar. Turn off notifications, close unnecessary tabs, and communicate your unavailability to others. Prepare in advance. Before your DCS, have your materials ready, know exactly what you're working on, and eliminate potential distractions. This minimizes decision fatigue and jumpstarts your focus. Match to peak energy. Schedule your DCS during your natural peak energy hours, which for many creatives is the morning. No multitasking. This is for singular focus on the creative task at hand. The idea dump and prioritization. Before or after your DCS, or during a lower intensity period, dedicate time to an idea dump. Capture everything. Get all ideas, tasks, worries, and random thoughts out of your head and onto paper or into a digital capture tool. This frees up mental RAM. Prioritize ruthlessly. Once captured, prioritize tasks not just by urgency, but by their alignment with your current mental state and their impact on your creative goals. Use a system that resonates with you, e.g., Eisenhower Matrix, Moscow, or simply most important creative task. Leveraging different mental states for different tasks. This is where the principles of mind management become actionable. High intensity, e.g. mornings. Deep creative work, writing, coding, designing, strategic planning. Complex problem solving, learning new challenging concepts. Medium intensity, e.g. afternoons. Administrative tasks, emails, scheduling, routine meetings. Light editing or reviewing existing work. Research or information gathering that doesn't require deep synthesis. Collaborative work that isn't highly complex. Low intensity, e.g. evenings, walks, or commutes. Brainstorming and idea generation without pressure. Passive learning, podcasts, audiobooks. Rest, exercise, meditation. Incubation of ideas, letting your subconscious work. Strategic breaks and recharge.
Breaks are not just for rest, they are integral to the creative process. Micro breaks, short breaks 5 to 10 minutes away from your screen to stretch, walk around, or look out a window. Mind wandering. Allowing your mind to drift during breaks can facilitate incubation and new connections. Physical activity. Regular exercise is crucial for mental clarity and energy. Nature exposure. Spending time outdoors can significantly boost creativity and reduce mental fatigue. Sleep. Khadavi emphasizes that sufficient quality sleep is non-negotiable for creative performance. It's when your brain consolidates learning and processes information. By adopting these practices, creatives can build a personalized system that fosters flow, reduces burnout, and maximizes their most precious resource, their mental energy and creative potential. It's an iterative process of self-observation, adjustment, and conscious alignment of tasks with your mind's natural rhythms.
Part 4. Overcoming creative blocks and resistance. One of the most valuable aspects of Khadavi's mind management approach is its insightful framework for understanding and overcoming creative blocks and resistance. Rather than viewing these as failures of discipline, Khadavi reframes them as signals that your current approach is misaligned with your mental state or the nature of the creative process. Understanding resistance as a signal. Khadavi posits that resistance isn't inherently bad, it's often a messenger. Misaligned mental state. You might be trying to do deep creative work when your energy is low, or administrative tasks when you're brimming with ideas. The resistance is your mind telling you it's not the right time or the right task for its current state. Lack of clarity. You might feel resistant because you don't know exactly what to do next, or the scope of the task feels overwhelming. Fear. Fear of failure, fear of judgment, or even fear of success can manifest as resistance. Need for incubation. Sometimes resistance means you need to step away and let your subconscious process the problem. Strategies for different types of resistance. When you lack clarity, feel overwhelmed, break it down. Deconstruct the large task into smaller, manageable steps. Focus on just the very next action. Outline. Create a rough outline or framework to give structure to your ideas, even if it's imperfect. Brain dump. Write down everything related to the project without judgment to clear your mind. Just start, anywhere. Sometimes resistance melts away once you simply begin, even with a seemingly minor or easy part of the project. When your mental state is misaligned, switch tasks. If you're trying to write, but your mind is buzzing with administrative thoughts, switch to administrative tasks. Conversely, if you're stuck on admin and feel a creative urge, switch to a creative task. Take a break. A short walk, meditation, or even a change of scenery can reset your mental state. Change environment. Move to a different room, a coffee shop, or outdoors to shift your perspective. Adjust expectations. Recognize that not every session will be a burst of genius. Some days are for groundwork, some for refinement. When facing fear or perfectionism, embrace the ugly first draft. Give yourself permission to create something imperfect. The goal is to get something down, not to create a masterpiece on the first try. Focus on process, not outcome. Shift your attention from the final product to the act of creation itself. Small wins. Celebrate completing small steps to build momentum and confidence. Feedback. Strategic. Share your work with trusted individuals for constructive criticism, but don't let it derail you. The power of pre-mortem. Khadavi suggests a pre-mortem exercise. Before starting a project, imagine it has failed spectacularly. What went wrong? This exercise helps you identify potential pitfalls and plan mitigating strategies before they become actual problems, reducing anxiety and resistance. Scheduling for flexibility and spontaneity.
While mind management advocates for structure, it's a flexible structure. Leave white space. Don't overschedule every minute. Leave room for unexpected insights, spontaneous deep work, or necessary breaks. Batch similar tasks. Group administrative tasks together to minimize context switching. Be adaptable. If an amazing idea strikes during an admin block, be prepared to pivot. The system serves you, not the other way around. By learning to interpret resistance not as a personal failing, but as valuable feedback, creatives can develop a more compassionate and effective relationship with their work. Mind management equips us with a toolkit to diagnose the root cause of blocks and apply the appropriate strategy, leading to sustained creative flow and higher quality output.
Part 5. Sustaining creativity and preventing burnout. The ultimate goal of mind management is not just to be productive in bursts, but to sustain a high level of creative output and personal well-being over the long term. Khadavi dedicates significant attention to the critical components of preventing burnout and nurturing a resilient creative practice. The importance of recharge and rest. Khadavi vehemently argues that rest is not a luxury or a reward after productivity. It is an integral part of the creative process. Adequate sleep. This is foundational. Sleep is when the brain consolidates learning, processes emotions, and literally cleanses itself. Chronic sleep deprivation cripples cognitive function and creativity. Strategic breaks. Throughout the day, short breaks refresh focus. Longer breaks, days, weekends, vacations, allow for deeper mental and emotional recovery. Doing nothing. Embrace periods of non-stimulation. Staring out the window, meditating, or simply sitting quietly allows for mind wandering and incubation, often leading to breakthroughs. Disconnect. Regularly unplug from digital devices and work-related communications to give your mind a true break. Cultivating a life outside of work. Creative identity can become all-encompassing, but Khadavi stresses the importance of diverse interests and relationships. Hobbies and interests. Engaging in activities completely unrelated to your main creative work can provide fresh perspectives, reduce stress, and prevent your identity from being solely tied to your output. Social connections. Nurture relationships with friends and family. Social interaction is a vital human need and a source of emotional replenishment. Physical health. Regular exercise, a balanced diet, and staying hydrated are not just good for your body, they are fundamental for sustained mental energy and creative capacity. Understanding and managing energy. Energy is a finite resource, and Khadavi encourages a proactive approach to managing it. Identify energy drains. Be aware of activities, people, or environments that deplete your energy. Can these be minimized or avoided? Identify energy boosters. What activities genuinely energize you? Integrate more of these into your routine. Morning routines. Design a morning routine that sets you up for success, focusing on gentle awakenings, light activity, and positive input before diving into demanding work. Afternoon slumps. Acknowledge natural energy dips and plan accordingly. This might mean taking a nap, going for a walk, or switching to low-intensity tasks. Setting boundaries. Protecting your mental space and time is crucial for long-term creative health. Saying no. Learn to decline requests that don't align with your priorities or will overcommit your mental resources. Work hours. Establish clear work hours and stick to them as much as possible. Avoid the constant always-on mentality. Digital boundaries. Manage notifications, check email less frequently, and limit social media consumption. Protect your deep work time. Communicate to colleagues and family when you are in your DCS and need uninterrupted focus. Dealing with imposter syndrome and self-doubt. These are common companions for creatives, and Khadavi offers strategies for mitigating their impact. Acknowledge and normalize. Understand that nearly all creatives experience self-doubt. It's a sign you care about your work. Focus on the process. When doubt creeps in, return your focus to the small, actionable steps of your process rather than the overwhelming goal. Celebrate small wins. Acknowledge and appreciate every completed step, no matter how minor. This builds momentum and confidence. Get feedback wisely. Seek constructive feedback from trusted sources, but don't let it paralyze you. Learn to distinguish valid critique from unhelpful noise. The iterative nature of mind management. Khadavi reminds us that mind management is not a one-time fix, but an ongoing practice of self-observation and adjustment. Regular review. Continually assess what works and what doesn't. Experiment. Try different routines, tools, and approaches to find what best suits your evolving needs. Be kind to yourself. There will be days when you don't follow your ideal plan. Don't let perfectionism derail your overall progress. By embracing these principles, creatives can build a sustainable practice that not only fosters consistent high-quality output, but also ensures their long-term well-being and prevents the insidious creep of burnout. Mind management isn't just about getting things done. It's about thriving as a creative human being.
Part 6. Expanding the Mind Management Philosophy. Khadavi extends the principles of mind management beyond the individual creative workflow, showing how its philosophy can permeate and improve broader aspects of a creative life, and even collaborative environments. This section delves into the wider implications and deeper wisdom embedded in the approach. Mind management in collaboration. The principles can be applied to teams and collaborative projects. Respecting others' mental states. Just as you manage your own mind, learn to recognize and respect the different mental states and peak productivity times of you collaborators. Schedule meetings and collaborative deep work accordingly. Clear communication of expectations. Be explicit about when you are available for high-focus work versus when you are in a more administrative or receptive mode. Asynchronous communication. Leverage tools and practices that allow team members to contribute when their mental state is optimal, rather than forcing real-time synchronicity that might disrupt individual flow. Designing for flow. Facilitate environments and processes that minimize interruptions and allow team members to enter and sustain deep work. The role of tools and technology. Khadavi cautions against blindly adopting every new productivity tool. Instead, he advises a thoughtful, intentional approach. Tools serve your system. Technology should support your mind management system, not dictate it. Choose tools that align with your natural preferences and enhance your workflow. Minimize distraction. Use tools that help you reduce notifications and avoid context switching. Capture and organize. Employ tools that effectively capture ideas, manage tasks, and organize information without adding unnecessary complexity. Experiment wisely. Be open to trying new tools, but don't get caught in the shiny object syndrome. Integrate them only if they genuinely improve your creative flow. Mind management beyond work. The philosophy can enrich personal life and decision-making. Personal energy management. Apply the principles of identifying peak energy and matching tasks to states in your personal life, e.g., plan demanding personal errands during medium energy times, reserve low energy times for relaxation. Creative hobbies. Approach hobbies with the same respect for mental states, allowing for periods of intense focus, incubation, and playful exploration. Decision-making. Understand that your clarity and decision-making abilities fluctuate. Tackle important decisions when your mind is fresh and unburdened. Cultivating a growth mindset. Mind management inherently encourages a growth mindset. Self-observation and learning. By continually observing your mental states and workflow, you learn about yourself and refine your approach. This iterative process fosters continuous improvement. Embracing experimentation. The system is designed to be flexible, encouraging you to experiment with different routines and strategies to find what works best. Resilience. Understanding resistance as a signal rather than a failure builds resilience in the face of challenges. The anti-fragile creative. Khadavi's philosophy implicitly moves towards creating an anti-fragile creative, someone who doesn't just withstand stress, but actually benefits from it, becoming stronger and more adaptable. By understanding and leveraging the inherent unpredictability of creativity, rather than fighting it, creatives can build a more robust and resilient practice. They learn to thrive in dynamic environments, using interruptions and unexpected shifts as opportunities for new insights. The long-term vision. Mind management is not about short-term hacks, but about building a sustainable, fulfilling creative life. It promotes a pace that prevents burnout and allows for consistent, high-quality output over years, not just weeks. Joy in the process. By aligning work with natural mental rhythms, it fosters a deeper sense of enjoyment and flow in the creative process itself. Authentic creative expression. When the mind is managed effectively, it frees up mental space and energy for more authentic, impactful, and innovative creative expression. In essence, mind management, not time management, is more than a productivity system. It's a philosophy for living a more integrated, joyful, and powerfully creative life. It calls us to deeply understand ourselves, respect our natural rhythms, and design our lives in a way that truly supports our highest creative potential.
Conclusion. As we bring this exploration of David Khadavi's mind management, not time management, to a close, it's clear that we've traversed far beyond the conventional understanding of productivity. We began by dissecting the inherent flaws in applying an industrial-era, time-centric approach to the fluid, unpredictable world of creative work. Khadavi masterfully demonstrated how chasing the clock often stifles the very ingenuity we seek to cultivate. Our journey then shifted to the illuminating principles of mind management, a framework that champions self-awareness, urging us to understand our unique mental states and energy fluctuations. We learned that the secret lies not in bending our will to an external schedule, but in aligning our tasks with our internal rhythms, scheduling deep, creative work for peak focus and administrative tasks for times of lower intensity. We delved into the practical applications, from designing your daily creative sprint and strategically leveraging different mental states to embracing the power of incubation and the necessity of true rest. Khadavi provides actionable strategies for building a flexible, responsive workflow that supports rather than dictates your creative process. Crucially, we explored how mind management reframes creative blocks and resistance not as personal failures, but as valuable signals from our minds. By learning to interpret these signals, we gain the power to diagnose the underlying issue, be it a misaligned mental state, lack of clarity, or a need for incubation, and apply targeted solutions, transforming frustration into productive momentum. Finally, we examined the profound importance of sustaining creativity and preventing burnout. Khadavi underscores that true productivity is a long game, demanding a commitment to recharge, cultivate a rich life outside of work, set firm boundaries, and practice self-compassion. The mind management philosophy extends beyond individual workflow, offering insights for collaborative environments, wise technology use, and fostering an anti-fragile creative spirit. In essence, mind management, not time management, is a profound invitation to reclaim your creative sovereignty.
It's an empowering guide that liberates you from the tyranny of the clock and instead equips you with the wisdom to harness the vast, often untapped potential of your own mind. By understanding, respecting, and working in harmony with your natural creative ebb and flow, you'll not only produce higher quality work with less struggle, but also cultivate a more joyful, sustainable, and deeply fulfilling creative life. Thank you for joining us at Vibe Audiobook for this insightful exploration. May your creative journey be filled with flow, purpose, and abundant inspiration.
Welcome, Vibe Audiobook listeners, to a journey of profound self-discovery. Today, we're diving deep into a remarkable book that promises to unlock a new you by simply asking the right questions. We're exploring Manoj Chenthamaraksh's insightful guide, 55 Questions to Ask Yourself Across 8 Dimensions for a New You. In a world constantly pushing us to look outward for answers, this book masterfully redirects our gaze inward. It's not just a collection of questions, it's a meticulously crafted framework designed to help us understand ourselves on a deeper, more holistic level. Chenthamaraksh posits that true transformation isn't about grand gestures or external validation, but rather a series of honest, introspective conversations we have with ourselves. And frankly, who better to ask than the person who knows you best, you? The brilliance of this book lies in its structured approach. It doesn't throw a random assortment of queries at you. Instead, it organizes these 55 vital questions across 8 distinct dimensions of life. This ensures a comprehensive exploration, preventing us from overlooking crucial areas that might be holding us back or obscuring our true potential. Think of it as a meticulously drawn map, guiding you through the intricate landscape of your inner world. Before we delve into the dimensions themselves, let's understand the philosophy behind this book. Chenthamaraksh emphasizes that these aren't questions with right or wrong answers. They are prompts for reflection, catalysts for insight, and invitations to honesty. The value isn't in providing a perfect response, but in the process of introspection itself. It's about peeling back layers, challenging assumptions, and uncovering truths that might have been buried under daily routines, societal expectations, or simply a lack of dedicated self-inquiry. This book is for anyone feeling stuck, seeking clarity, striving for growth, or simply curious about the untapped potential within. It's a tool for personal audit, a compass for direction, and a mirror for self-recognition. So, grab a notepad or simply open your mind as we embark on this transformative exploration. Are you ready to meet the new you? Let's begin our deep dive into the 8 dimensions.
Dimension 1, the self-awareness dimension. The first dimension Chenthamaraksh introduces is arguably the most fundamental, self-awareness. This isn't just about knowing your name or what you do for a living. It's about understanding your core values, your beliefs, your strengths, your weaknesses, your motivations, and your emotional landscape. Without a clear understanding of who you are, navigating the world effectively becomes a game of chance rather than intentional living. The questions in this dimension are designed to pierce through superficial self-perceptions and get to the heart of your being. They challenge you to define yourself beyond external roles or titles. For instance, one might be asked, what are your core values and how consistently do you live by them? This isn't a simple yes or no. It requires you to articulate what truly matters to you: integrity, kindness, ambition, creativity, family. And then honestly assess whether your daily actions align with these declared values. Discrepancies often reveal sources of inner conflict or dissatisfaction. Another powerful question in this segment might be, what are your greatest strengths, and how are you leveraging them? Many of us are quick to identify our flaws, but struggle to acknowledge our innate talents. Recognizing and utilizing your strengths is crucial for building confidence and achieving fulfillment.
Conversely, the book also asks us to confront our weaknesses. What are your significant weaknesses or areas for improvement, and what steps are you taking to address them? This isn't about self-criticism, but about identifying growth opportunities. It shifts the perspective from, I am bad at this, to, I can get better at this. Understanding your emotional patterns is another key aspect of self-awareness. Questions like, what triggers your strongest emotions, positive and negative, and how do you typically respond, encourage you to become an observer of your inner world. Do you react impulsively to anger? Do you shy away from joy? Recognizing these patterns is the first step towards emotional regulation and cultivating healthier responses. Furthermore, this dimension delves into your beliefs. What are your most deeply held beliefs about yourself, others, and the world? Our beliefs, often formed early in life, profoundly shape our reality. Some beliefs serve us, others can be limiting. Challenging these ingrained convictions, especially those that no longer serve our growth, is a critical step towards transformation. Are you operating under a belief that you're not good enough, or that success is only for others? Uncovering and questioning these internal narratives is empowering. Finally, self-awareness also touches on your purpose. While not a definitive career path, it's about understanding what gives your life meaning. What truly energizes you and what drains your energy? This question helps you identify activities, people, and environments that either fuel your spirit or deplete it, guiding you towards a life more aligned with your authentic self. The self-awareness dimension lays the groundwork, providing the essential knowledge of who you are before you can effectively build who you want to be.
Dimension 2, the personal growth and learning dimension. Once you have a clearer picture of who you are, the next logical step, according to Chentamaraction, is to explore how you can grow and learn. The personal growth and learning dimension focuses on your intellectual curiosity, your willingness to adapt, and your commitment to continuous self-improvement. It challenges the notion that learning stops after formal education, and instead promotes a lifelong learner mindset. A central theme here revolves around your relationship with knowledge and new experiences. Questions like, what new skills or knowledge are you actively pursuing, and why, push you to consider your intellectual diet. Are you stagnant, or are you consistently seeking to expand your horizons? This isn't just about professional development. It can be anything from learning a new language to mastering a musical instrument, understanding a new philosophy, or even acquiring a practical life skill. The why behind it is crucial, revealing your intrinsic motivations for growth. Another insightful question might be, when was the last time you stepped outside your comfort zone, and what did you learn from it? Growth rarely happens within the confines of familiarity. This question encourages you to reflect on moments of courage and challenge, recognizing that discomfort is often a prerequisite for progress. It's an invitation to embrace new experiences, even if they feel daunting initially. The book also probes your relationship with mistakes and failures. How do you respond to setbacks or failures? Do you view them as obstacles or learning opportunities? This is a powerful reframe. Many people are paralyzed by the fear of failure, preventing them from taking risks. Chentamaraction encourages a mindset where errors are seen as valuable feedback mechanisms, providing lessons that pave the way for future success. It's about adopting a growth mindset rather than a fixed one. Beyond formal learning, this dimension also touches on your intellectual curiosity. What topics or subjects genuinely fascinate you, and how much time do you dedicate to exploring them? In our busy lives, it's easy to neglect personal interests. This question reminds us of the joy and enrichment that comes from simply following our curiosity without necessarily a utilitarian goal in mind. It's about feeding your soul and expanding your worldview.
Finally, the personal growth and learning dimension often includes questions about mentorship and inspiration. Who were your role models or mentors, and what qualities do you admire in them? Identifying those you look up to can provide clarity on the qualities you aspire to cultivate within yourself. It's about recognizing the wisdom of others and allowing it to guide your own developmental path. This dimension is about actively sculpting your future self, equipped with new skills, expanded knowledge, and a resilient mindset.
Dimension 3, the career and abundance dimension. Moving from the internal to the external, Chenthamarokshan dedicates a significant portion to the career in abundance dimension. This isn't solely about your job title or salary. It's about your relationship with your work, your contribution to the world, and your financial well-being. It recognizes that our professional lives and our ability to create abundance significantly impact our overall life satisfaction. The questions here often start with purpose. What is your sense of purpose in your work beyond earning a salary? This challenges the purely transactional view of a job. It asks you to connect your daily efforts to a larger meaning, whether it's contributing to a cause, creating value, or serving others. When work aligns with purpose, it transforms from a chore into a calling. Another critical area is job satisfaction and fulfillment. Are you truly fulfilled by your current work? And if not, what aspects are missing? This prompts an honest evaluation of your professional happiness. It encourages you to identify what energizes you versus what drains you in your workday. Is it the challenge, the collaboration, the creativity, or the impact? Understanding these elements is crucial for making informed career decisions. The book also delves into your career aspirations and goals. What are your long-term career goals, and what specific steps are you taking to achieve them? This moves beyond vague hopes and into concrete planning. It's about setting measurable objectives and outlining a strategic path to reach them. Without clear goals, it's easy to drift aimlessly in your career. Financial abundance is an integral part of this dimension. Questions might include, what is your current financial situation? And what are your goals for financial stability and freedom? This encourages a realistic assessment of your finances, prompting you to consider budgeting, saving, investing, and debt management. Financial peace of mind often correlates with overall life satisfaction, so understanding and actively managing your financial landscape is key. Furthermore, this dimension can often explore your relationship with risk and opportunity in your professional life. Are you willing to take calculated risks to advance your career or pursue new opportunities? This challenges complacency and encourages a proactive approach to your professional journey. This dimension helps you not only find a job, but build a career that is meaningful, rewarding, and financially empowering.
Dimension 4, the health and well-being dimension. Perhaps one of the most undeniable truths is that without health, nothing else truly matters. Chenthamarokshan dedicates an entire dimension to health and well-being, emphasizing its foundational role in a fulfilling life. This dimension goes beyond just physical health, encompassing mental, emotional, and even spiritual well-being. The questions in this section are designed to provoke an honest inventory of your health habits. A primary area is physical health. What are your current habits regarding diet, exercise, and sleep? Are they serving your well-being or hindering it? This is a direct challenge to evaluate your daily routines. Are you nourishing your body with wholesome foods or relying on convenience? Are you moving your body regularly or leading a sedentary lifestyle? Are you getting adequate restorative sleep or constantly battling fatigue? These fundamental habits form the bedrock of physical vitality. Beyond the physical, mental well-being is heavily emphasized. How do you manage stress, anxiety, and other mental health challenges? This is a crucial question in today's fast-paced world.
It encourages you to identify your coping mechanisms, both healthy and unhealthy, and to actively seek strategies for mental resilience. Do you have practices like meditation, mindfulness, or journaling? Do you seek professional help when needed? Recognizing and addressing mental health proactively is paramount. Emotional well-being is another distinct aspect. How effectively do you process and express your emotions? Many people suppress emotions, leading to internal turmoil. This question prompts you to consider your emotional intelligence, your ability to understand, use, and manage your own emotions in positive ways to relieve stress, communicate effectively, empathize with others, overcome challenges, and diffuse conflict. Are you able to articulate your feelings constructively, or do they manifest in unproductive ways? The dimension also explores preventative care and self-care practices. What self-care routines do you have in place to replenish your energy and prevent burnout? This highlights the importance of proactively nurturing yourself rather than waiting until you're completely depleted. Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential for sustained well-being and productivity. It could be anything from a relaxing bath to spending time in nature, pursuing a hobby, or simply enjoying quiet solitude. This dimension serves as a powerful reminder that investing in your health is the most valuable investment you can make, enabling you to fully engage with all other aspects of your life.
Dimension 5. The relationships and connection dimension. Humans are inherently social creatures, and the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our happiness and fulfillment. Chanthamarakshon's relationships and connection dimension delves into the intricate web of our interpersonal connections, from intimate partnerships to friendships, family bonds, and community ties. A core question in this dimension might be, what is the quality of your closest relationships, and how much effort are you investing in them? This challenges you to assess the health of your most significant bonds. Are they supportive, enriching, and reciprocal, or are they draining and conflict-ridden? It also prompts you to consider your own role in nurturing these connections. Relationships, like gardens, require consistent care and attention. Communication is often a central theme. How effectively do you communicate your needs, feelings, and boundaries in your relationships? Many relational issues stem from poor communication. This question encourages you to evaluate your communication style. Are you open and honest, or do you shy away from difficult conversations? Do you listen actively, or are you primarily focused on being heard? Setting healthy boundaries is also a crucial aspect of respectful communication. The book also asks you to reflect on your role as a friend, partner, or family member. What kind of friend or partner or family member are you? And what qualities do you bring to your relationships? This encourages self-reflection on your contributions to the dynamic. Are you reliable, empathetic, supportive, and present? Or do you tend to be distant, critical, or demanding? Understanding your own relational patterns is key to improving them. Beyond individual relationships, this dimension often expands to your community connections. How connected do you feel to your community, and in what ways do you contribute? This moves beyond personal interactions to the broader social fabric. Do you feel a sense of belonging? Do you participate in group activities, volunteer, or engage with your local area? A strong sense of community can provide invaluable support and purpose. The dimension also encourages you to identify and address unhealthy relationship patterns. Are there any relationships in your life that are consistently draining or toxic, and what steps are you taking to manage or address them? This requires courage and honesty. While it's difficult, recognizing and disengaging from detrimental relationships, or at least setting stronger boundaries, is vital for your own well-being. Finally, the relationships and connection dimension often includes questions about forgiveness and empathy. Are you holding on to any grudges or resentments? And how might letting go serve you? And
How empathetic are you towards others? And how often do you try to understand perspectives different from your own? These questions foster compassion, both for yourself and for those around you, paving the way for deeper, more authentic connections.
Dimension 6. The Contribution and Impact Dimension. Having explored self, growth, career, health, and relationships, Chintamarakshan then broadens the scope to the contribution and impact dimension. This dimension asks us to look beyond our immediate circles and consider how we are making a positive difference in the wider world. It taps into our innate desire to contribute, to leave a legacy, and to be part of something larger than ourselves. A fundamental question here is, what legacy do you wish to leave behind? And how are your current actions aligning with that vision? This prompts a profound reflection on your ultimate aspirations and the lasting impression you want to make. It challenges you to think beyond fleeting achievements and consider the enduring impact of your life. Another key area is philanthropy and community engagement. In what ways do you give back to your community or to causes you care about? This can be through volunteering your time, donating resources, sharing your skills, or advocating for change. It encourages a shift from purely consuming to actively contributing, recognizing the interconnectedness of society. The book also delves into your unique talents and how you can use them for good. What unique strengths or talents do you possess, and how can you leverage them to create a positive impact? This connects back to the self-awareness dimension, but now with an outward focus. It's about identifying your distinct gifts and finding ways to apply them to benefit others, whether professionally or personally. Questions in this dimension can also explore your stance on social issues. What social or environmental issues are you passionate about, and what role do you play in addressing them? This encourages you to engage with the world's challenges and consider how you can be part of the solution, however small your contribution may seem. It could be advocating for human rights, promoting sustainability, or supporting educational initiatives. Furthermore, this dimension often touches on mentorship and helping others grow. How do you help uplift or empower others around you, whether in your professional or personal life? This recognizes that impact isn't always about grand gestures. It can be about everyday acts of kindness, guidance, and support that help individuals thrive. Ultimately, the contribution and impact dimension challenges you to consider your purpose beyond personal gain. It encourages you to think about how you can use your time, energy, and resources to leave the world a better place than you found it. It's about understanding that true fulfillment often comes from giving.
Dimension 7 is the spirituality and meaning dimension. While elements of spirituality might touch on self-awareness or health, Chintamarakshan dedicates a distinct dimension to spirituality and meaning, recognizing its unique importance in providing a compass for life. This dimension isn't necessarily about religious adherence, but rather about cultivating a sense of purpose, inner peace, and connection to something larger than oneself. A core question in this dimension is, what gives your life a profound sense of meaning and purpose? This goes beyond career goals or personal achievements. It delves into the existential questions that drive us. It could be found in relationships, creative expression, service, nature, or a particular belief system. Understanding your sources of meaning provides a powerful anchor in challenging times. The dimension also explores practices that foster inner peace and transcendence. What practices or rituals connect you to your inner self or to a spiritual dimension? This could include meditation, prayer, mindfulness, spending time in nature, journaling, artistic expression, or engaging in quiet reflection. These practices are often essential for calming the mind, reducing stress, and fostering a sense of perspective. Another insightful question might be, how do you cultivate gratitude in your daily life, and what are you most grateful for? Gratitude is a powerful antidote to negativity and a catalyst for joy. This question encourages you to intentionally acknowledge the blessings in your life, shifting your focus from what's lacking to what is abundant. The spirituality and meaning dimension also touches on your relationship with suffering and impermanence. How do you find meaning or resilience in times of adversity or loss? This acknowledges the inevitable challenges of life and asks how you derive strength, wisdom, or understanding from difficult experiences. It's about finding hope and purpose, even amidst pain. For many, this dimension also involves connecting with nature. How often do you connect with nature, and what does it bring to your spirit? The natural world often provides a profound sense of peace, wonder, and interconnectedness, serving as a powerful spiritual balm. Ultimately, the spirituality and meaning dimension is about cultivating an inner sanctuary, a sense of groundedness, and a clear understanding of your values and beliefs that extend beyond the material world. It's about finding that deep, unwavering sense of purpose that guides your actions and gives your life profound significance.
Dimension 8, the joy and recreation dimension. The final dimension, and a crucial one for a balanced and fulfilling life, is the joy and recreation dimension. Chentamarakshan recognizes that life isn't just about work, growth, and contribution. It's also about experiencing pleasure, relaxation, and delight. Neglecting this dimension can lead to burnout, resentment, and a diminished quality of life. A primary question here might be, what activities bring you pure joy and allow you to genuinely relax and recharge? This encourages you to identify your passions, hobbies, and sources of unadulterated pleasure. Are you making time for these activities, or are they constantly being pushed aside by obligations? It's about understanding what truly lights you up and making it a priority. The dimension also challenges you to assess your balance between work and play. How well do you balance your responsibilities with opportunities for leisure and recreation? In our achievement-oriented society, many people struggle with guilt around taking breaks or engaging in non-productive activities. This question prompts an honest look at your work-life integration and whether you're allowing adequate time for rejuvenation. Another insightful question could be, when was the last time you truly allowed yourself to be playful, spontaneous, or silly? As adults, we often lose touch with the playful spirit of childhood. This question encourages you to embrace lightheartedness, to let go of inhibitions, and to simply have fun without a specific agenda. Play is not just for children, it's essential for creativity, stress relief, and overall well-being. The book also delves into your relationship with leisure time. How do you typically spend your free time? Is it truly restorative, or does it often feel like another obligation? Sometimes even our leisure activities can become sources of stress if they're overscheduled or driven by external expectations. This question encourages you to cultivate truly restorative and enjoyable free time. Finally, the joy and recreation dimension can also touch on travel and new experiences. What new experiences, adventures, or places are you longing to explore, and how are you planning to make them happen? This encourages you to cultivate a sense of wonder and curiosity, and to actively seek out experiences that broaden your horizons and bring excitement into your life. This dimension is a powerful reminder that joy is not a luxury, but a fundamental human need and an essential component of a truly rich and vibrant life.
Conclusion: integrating the dimensions for a new you. As we've traversed these 8 profound dimensions, self-awareness, personal growth and learning, career and abundance, health and well-being, relationships and connection, contribution and impact, spirituality and meaning, and joy and recreation,
it becomes clear that Manoj Chentamarakshian's 55 questions is far more than just a list. It's a comprehensive framework for holistic self-assessment and intentional living. The true power of this book lies not just in asking the questions, but in the process of honest reflection and the subsequent action it inspires. Each dimension, while distinct, is interconnected. A lack of self-awareness might hinder personal growth. Poor health could impact your career and relationships. Neglecting joy and recreation can lead to burnout, affecting every other area. Chentamarakshan encourages us to approach these questions with an open mind, a curious spirit, and a willingness to be vulnerable with ourselves. There's no pressure to have all the answers immediately, nor is there a requirement to perfectly overhaul every dimension overnight. The journey is iterative. It's about cultivating a practice of ongoing self-inquiry. By consistently engaging with these questions, you begin to identify patterns, pinpoint areas of strength, recognize blind spots, and uncover opportunities for growth that you might have previously overlooked. You start to see how your beliefs in one area impact your actions in another. You gain clarity on what truly matters to you, allowing you to make choices that are more aligned with your authentic self and your deepest values. The promise of a new you isn't about becoming someone entirely different, but rather about becoming a more conscious, integrated, and empowered version of who you already are. It's about shedding limiting beliefs, embracing your full potential, and living a life that is intentionally designed, not just passively experienced. So as you reflect on the questions within each of these dimensions, remember that this is your journey. Take your time, be kind to yourself, and allow the insights to emerge naturally. The investment you make in understanding yourself through this powerful framework will undoubtedly yield profound returns, paving the way for a life of greater clarity, purpose, and fulfillment.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, your destination for transformative insights and inspiring wisdom. Today, we're diving deep into the mind of success with John C. Maxwell's powerful book, How Successful People Think. Prepare to unlock the secrets to a mindset that propels you towards your greatest aspirations. Introduction. In a world brimming with ambitions and dreams, the pursuit of success often feels like an elusive quest. Many strive for greatness, yet only a select few consistently achieve it. What separates these individuals from the rest? Is it inherent talent, luck, or an extraordinary stroke of genius? While these factors can play a role, John C. Maxwell, a renowned leadership expert, argues that the true differentiator lies not in what successful people do, but in how they think. In his illuminating book, How Successful People Think, Maxwell unpacks the 11 crucial thinking skills that empower individuals to overcome challenges, seize opportunities, and ultimately realize their full potential. This isn't just a book about positive thinking, it's a practical guide to cultivating a strategic, intentional, and growth-oriented mindset. Maxwell believes that thinking is a skill, and like any skill, it can be learned, developed, and mastered. Our journey through this summary will explore each of these 11 thinking skills in detail, providing you with actionable insights and practical takeaways that you can immediately apply to your own life. From the power of big-picture thinking to the necessity of creative problem-solving, from the discipline of focused thinking to the courage of shared thinking, we will dissect the mental frameworks that underpin sustained achievement. Maxwell emphasizes that these thinking patterns are not innate traits reserved for a privileged few. They are accessible to anyone willing to invest the time and effort into cultivating them. By understanding and adopting these ways of thinking, you can transform your approach to challenges, opportunities, and personal growth, setting yourself on a trajectory toward unprecedented success. So, settle in, open your mind, and prepare to embark on a journey that will revolutionize the way you think, act, and achieve. This is How Successful People Think, and your path to a more successful life begins now.
Chapter 1. The Value of Good Thinking. John C. Maxwell begins his exploration by establishing a fundamental premise. Everything rises and falls on leadership, and leadership rises and falls on thinking. The quality of our lives, our decisions, and our achievements are direct reflections of the quality of our thoughts. Good thinking is not merely a desirable trait, it is an indispensable foundation for success in any endeavor. Maxwell contends that thinking is a habit, and like all habits, it can be developed and improved. He challenges the common misconception that some people are simply born thinkers, while others are not. Instead, he asserts that thinking is a skill that requires intentional practice and cultivation. The good news is that if you're not currently a good thinker, you can become one. He highlights several reasons why good thinking is so valuable. Firstly, good thinking allows us to solve problems effectively. Life is inherently full of challenges, and our ability to navigate them successfully depends on our capacity for clear, logical, and creative thought. When faced with an obstacle, a good thinker doesn't panic. They analyze, strategize, and devise solutions. Secondly, good thinking empowers us to create opportunities. While some people wait for opportunities to come knocking, good thinkers actively seek them out or even create them from scratch. They see possibilities where others see only limitations, and they possess the foresight to capitalize on emerging trends and unmet needs. Thirdly, good thinking enhances our decision-making process. Every day we are confronted with countless decisions, both big and small. The quality of these decisions directly impacts our trajectory. Good thinkers approach decisions systematically, weighing pros and cons, considering potential outcomes, and learning from past experiences. They understand that impulsive decisions often lead to regrettable consequences. Fourthly, good thinking fosters innovation and progress. In a rapidly changing world, stagnation is the enemy of success. Good thinkers are constantly questioning the status quo, exploring new ideas, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. They are the catalysts for progress, driving their organizations and industries forward. Maxwell also introduces the idea that thinking is an investment. Just as we invest time and resources in learning new skills or acquiring knowledge, we must also invest in improving our thinking abilities. This investment yields significant returns, as better thinking leads to better decisions, better actions, and ultimately, better results. He encourages readers to embrace the idea that they can change their thinking patterns. This requires a conscious effort to challenge existing assumptions, question ingrained beliefs, and actively seek out new perspectives. It also involves creating dedicated time and space for reflection and critical analysis, moving beyond the reactive mode that often dominates our daily lives. The chapter concludes with a powerful call to action. You cannot expect to act differently if you don't think differently. To achieve new levels of success, we must first upgrade our thinking. This foundational understanding sets the stage for the specific thinking skills that Maxwell will unveil in the subsequent chapters. By recognizing the profound impact of our thoughts, we are empowered to take ownership of our mental landscape and intentionally cultivate the kind of thinking that leads to extraordinary outcomes. Chapter 2. Big Picture Thinking. The first crucial thinking skill Maxwell introduces is big picture thinking. This involves the ability to see beyond immediate details and understand how individual elements fit into a larger context. It's about having a comprehensive perspective, recognizing interconnections, and comprehending the overall purpose and direction of an endeavor.
Maxwell illustrates that many people get lost in the weeds, focusing so intently on minor details that they lose sight of the overarching goal. This narrow focus can lead to inefficient work, misdirected efforts, and a lack of motivation because the significance of their actions is obscured. Big-picture thinkers, however, possess a strategic vision that allows them to prioritize, delegate, and make decisions that align with their ultimate objectives. He outlines several characteristics of big-picture thinkers. Firstly, they are holistic in their approach. They don't just see a problem, they see the system in which the problem exists. They consider the ripple effects of their actions and understand how various departments, teams, or individuals contribute to the collective outcome. Secondly, big-picture thinkers possess a strong sense of purpose. They know why they are doing what they are doing, and this clarity of purpose guides their decisions and inspires their actions. Without a clear understanding of the big picture, efforts can feel aimless and lead to burnout. Thirdly, they are forward-looking. Big-picture thinkers aren't just reacting to the present, they are anticipating the future. They consider long-term implications, potential challenges, and emerging opportunities. This foresight enables them to plan strategically and adapt proactively. Fourthly, they value collaboration. Recognizing that no single person has all the answers, big-picture thinkers understand the importance of diverse perspectives and collective intelligence. They actively seek input from others, fostering an environment where ideas are shared and refined. Maxwell provides practical advice on how to develop big-picture thinking. One key strategy is to regularly ask, why? Why are we doing this? Why is this important? Why does it matter in the grand scheme of things? This questioning forces a deeper understanding beyond surface-level tasks. Another strategy is to learn from diverse sources. Reading widely, engaging in conversations with people from different backgrounds, and exploring various industries can broaden one's perspective and provide insights into how different pieces fit together. Travel and new experiences also contribute significantly to developing a more expansive worldview. He also suggests taking time for reflection and stepping back from daily tasks. Regularly reviewing goals, strategies, and progress allows individuals to reassess their direction and ensure their efforts remain aligned with the bigger picture. This might involve dedicating specific time slots for strategic thinking, away from the distractions of immediate demands. For leaders, big-picture thinking is paramount. They must be able to articulate the vision, communicate the strategy, and inspire their teams to work towards a common goal. A leader who lacks big-picture thinking will struggle to provide clear direction, leading to confusion and inefficiency within their organization. Maxwell emphasizes that big-picture thinking doesn't mean ignoring details entirely. Rather, it means understanding which details are crucial and how they contribute to the overall objective. It's about knowing when to zoom in and when to zoom out, maintaining a flexible mental lens. The benefits of cultivating this skill are profound. Big-picture thinkers are more strategic, more adaptable, and more effective in achieving their goals. They are less likely to get sidetracked by minor issues and more capable of navigating complex challenges. By seeing the forest for the trees, they can make decisions that create lasting impact and lead to sustained success.
Chapter 3. Focused Thinking. Following the expansive nature of big-picture thinking, Maxwell introduces its crucial counterpart, focused thinking. This skill involves the ability to concentrate intensely on a single task, idea, or problem, blocking out distractions and dedicating full mental resources to the matter at hand. While big-picture thinking provides direction, focused thinking ensures effective execution.
Maxwell laments that in our modern, hyper-connected world, focused thinking has become increasingly rare and challenging. Constant notifications, endless streams of information, and the pervasive culture of multitasking have fractured our attention spans, making deep concentration a lost art for many. Yet he asserts that the ability to focus is a non-negotiable trait for anyone aspiring to achieve significant results. He explains that focused thinking is essential for mastering any skill, solving complex problems, and creating high-quality work. When we scatter our attention across multiple tasks, our effectiveness diminishes significantly. We make more mistakes, our work quality suffers, and our progress slows down dramatically. Focused thinking, conversely, allows us to tap into our full intellectual potential and achieve a state of flow where productivity and creativity soar. Maxwell outlines several key aspects of focused thinking. Firstly, it requires intentionality. You don't accidentally fall into focused thinking. You must consciously choose to engage in it. This involves setting clear intentions for your work and committing to seeing it through without interruption. Secondly, it demands the elimination of distractions. This is perhaps the most challenging aspect in today's environment. Maxwell advises creating a dedicated workspace free from interruptions, turning off notifications, and even communicating your need for uninterrupted time to colleagues or family members. He emphasizes that the cost of context switching, the mental effort required to shift attention from one task to another, is far greater than many realize, severely hampering efficiency. Thirdly, focused thinking involves prioritization. Not all tasks are created equal. A focused thinker identifies the most important tasks that will yield the greatest results and dedicates their concentrated effort to those. They understand that focusing on too many things means truly focusing on nothing. Fourthly, it benefits from setting time limits. Parkinson's law states that work expands to fill the time available for its completion. By setting specific deadlines or time blocks for focused work, for example, using techniques like the Pomodoro technique, individuals can train themselves to work more efficiently and intensely within those constraints. Maxwell offers practical strategies to cultivate focused thinking. One is to understand your peak performance times. Some people are most productive in the morning, others in the afternoon or evening. Identifying these times and scheduling your most demanding, focus-intensive tasks during these periods can significantly enhance effectiveness. Another strategy is to break down large tasks into smaller, manageable chunks. This makes the overall task less daunting and allows for focused attention on each segment. Completing these smaller chunks provides a sense of accomplishment and builds momentum. He also advocates for regular breaks, but intentional breaks. Stepping away from work for a short period can refresh the mind and prevent mental fatigue, making it easier to re-engage with focus afterwards. However, these breaks should be genuinely restorative, not simply another form of distraction. For leaders, the ability to focus is critical for strategic execution. A leader who is constantly pulled in different directions will struggle to make decisive moves or effectively guide their team. By modeling focused thinking, leaders can also inspire their teams to adopt similar habits, leading to a more productive and results-driven organizational culture. Maxwell concludes by reinforcing the idea that focused thinking is not about working harder, but about working smarter. It's about channeling your mental energy with precision and intent, ensuring that your efforts are directed towards the most impactful activities. In a world clamoring for our attention, the discipline of focused thinking is a superpower that can unlock unparalleled levels of productivity, mastery, and ultimately success. Chapter 4. Creative Thinking. Having explored the discipline of big picture and focused thinking, Maxwell then delves into creative thinking, the ability to generate new ideas, connect disparate concepts, and approach problems from novel perspectives. He posits that while logic and analysis are vital, true innovation and breakthrough success often stem from a well-cultivated capacity for creativity. Maxwell challenges the notion that creativity is an innate gift bestowed upon a select few artists or innovators. Instead, he argues that creativity is a skill that can be developed and nurtured by anyone willing to engage in specific practices. He emphasizes that successful people don't just solve problems, they often redefine problems or invent entirely new solutions that others haven't even conceived of. He highlights several characteristics of creative thinkers. Firstly, they are curious. They constantly ask, "What if?" and "Why not?" They possess an insatiable desire to explore possibilities and understand how things work and how they could work differently. Secondly, creative thinkers are willing to challenge the status quo. They are not bound by conventional wisdom or existing paradigms. They dare to question established norms and envision alternatives, even if those alternatives seem unconventional or risky at first glance. Thirdly, they embrace failure as a learning opportunity. Creativity often involves experimentation, and experimentation inevitably leads to missteps. Creative thinkers view failures not as setbacks, but as valuable feedback that informs their next attempt. They understand that the path to innovation is rarely linear. Fourthly, they connect unrelated ideas. A hallmark of creativity is the ability to draw connections between seemingly disparate concepts, forming new syntheses. This cross-pollination of ideas often spark revolutionary insights. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for fostering creative thinking. One powerful method is brainstorming. He advocates for both individual and group brainstorming sessions, emphasizing the importance of suspending judgment during the idea generation phase to encourage a free flow of thoughts, no matter how wild or impractical they may seem initially. Another technique is to change your environment or routine. Stepping out of your usual surroundings, engaging in different activities, or simply taking a walk can often break mental blocks and stimulate new perspectives. A change of scenery can literally lead to a change of mind. He also suggests engaging in what-if exercises. For any given problem or situation, consciously force yourself to imagine extreme or improbable scenarios. What if we had unlimited resources? What if we had no resources? What if our primary competitor suddenly disappeared? These hypothetical questions can unlock surprisingly innovative solutions. Seeking diverse input is another critical aspect. Surrounding yourself with people who think differently, who come from different backgrounds, or who have expertise in unrelated fields can provide a rich tapestry of perspectives that fuel creative thought. Engaging in active listening and open-minded dialogue is key here. Maxwell encourages individuals to capture ideas as they arise. Creative insights can be fleeting, often appearing at unexpected moments. Keeping a notebook, using a voice recorder, or employing digital tools to quickly jot down ideas ensures that these sparks of inspiration are not lost. For leaders, cultivating creativity within their teams is paramount for competitive advantage. Leaders must create a psychological safe environment where team members feel comfortable sharing unconventional ideas without fear of ridicule or immediate dismissal. They must also champion experimentation and provide resources for pursuing promising new concepts. Creative thinking is not just about inventing new products. It's also about finding innovative ways to improve processes, solve interpersonal conflicts, or develop unique marketing strategies. It's about thinking outside the box in every aspect of life and work. Maxwell concludes by underscoring that creativity is an active process, not a passive one. It requires intentional effort, a willingness to explore the unknown, and a persistent belief in the possibility of breakthrough. By consciously engaging in practices that stimulate creative thought, individuals and organizations can unlock a powerful engine for growth, adaptability, and enduring success.
Chapter 5.
Realistic thinking. After exploring the visionary scope of big-picture thinking and the imaginative leaps of creative thinking, Maxwell introduces realistic thinking, the ability to see things as they truly are, without delusion, exaggerated optimism, or crippling pessimism. He argues that while dreams and innovative ideas are crucial, they must be grounded in reality to be effectively pursued and achieved. Maxwell explains that realistic thinking is not about being cynical or limiting one's aspirations. Rather, it's about being pragmatic and objective. It involves accurately assessing circumstances, understanding limitations, identifying potential obstacles, and acknowledging one's strengths and weaknesses. Without a realistic appraisal of the current situation, even the most brilliant ideas can falter due to unforeseen challenges or misplaced assumptions. He highlights several characteristics of realistic thinkers. Firstly, they are objective. They strive to remove personal biases, emotions, and preconceived notions when evaluating situations. They seek facts, data, and verifiable information to form their understanding. Secondly, realistic thinkers are honest with themselves and others. They don't sugarcoat problems or inflate successes. They're willing to confront uncomfortable truths and acknowledge difficult realities, which is the first step toward effective problem solving. Thirdly, they understand limitations. This includes recognizing resource constraints, time, money, personnel, market realities, and external factors beyond their control. Understanding limitations isn't about giving up. It's about strategizing within existing parameters or finding ways to overcome those limitations pragmatically. Fourthly, they are prepared for challenges. Realistic thinkers anticipate potential roadblocks and develop contingency plans. They don't expect a smooth, unobstructed path to success, but rather prepare for the inevitable bumps and detours along the way. This proactive approach minimizes surprises and allows for quicker recovery from setbacks. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating realistic thinking. One key method is to conduct thorough research and gather comprehensive data. Relying on assumptions or anecdotes can lead to flawed perceptions. Seeking out diverse perspectives, consulting experts, and analyzing relevant statistics can provide a clearer picture of reality. He also emphasizes the importance of learning from past mistakes and successes. Reflecting on what went right and what went wrong in previous endeavors provides valuable insights into real-world dynamics and helps refine future strategies. This involves a willingness to critically examine one's own performance without excessive self-criticism or self-congratulation. Seeking feedback from trusted, candid individuals is another powerful tool. People who are willing to offer honest critiques, even if uncomfortable, can help expose blind spots and challenge unrealistic assumptions. A realistic thinker actively solicits such feedback and values it. Maxwell cautions against both extreme optimism, delusional thinking, and extreme pessimism, negative thinking. Delusional thinkers often launch initiatives without sufficient planning or resources, convinced that sheer willpower will overcome all obstacles. Pessimistic thinkers, on the other hand, are paralyzed by fear of failure and often miss opportunities. Realistic thinking strikes a balance, combining hopeful vision with practical assessment. For leaders, realistic thinking is vital for credibility and effective decision-making. A leader who presents an unrealistic vision or ignores pressing problems will quickly lose the trust of their team. Realistic leaders inspire confidence by demonstrating a clear understanding of the challenges ahead and a credible plan for addressing them. Realistic thinking is not about dampening enthusiasm, but about channeling it productively. It ensures that creative ideas are viable, big-picture visions are attainable, and focused efforts are directed towards solutions that genuinely address the problem at hand. By grounding their thoughts in reality, successful people build a solid foundation upon which they can construct lasting achievements.
Chapter 6. Strategic Thinking. Building upon the bedrock of realistic thinking, Maxwell introduces strategic thinking, the ability to plan for the future, anticipate consequences, and connect current actions to long-term goals. Strategic thinking is about foresight, systematic planning, and understanding the interplay of various factors to achieve desired outcomes. Maxwell stresses that strategic thinking is what distinguishes leaders from managers and truly successful organizations from those that merely react to circumstances. While day-to-day operations are important, a lack of strategic thinking means an organization or an individual is merely drifting rather than steering intentionally towards a defined future. He outlines several core characteristics of strategic thinkers. Firstly, they possess a long-term perspective. They are not solely focused on immediate gains or short-term fixes. They consider the implications of their decisions weeks, months, and even years down the line. Secondly, strategic thinkers are proactive rather than reactive. They anticipate trends, potential challenges, and emerging opportunities, developing plans to leverage or mitigate them before they fully materialize. They don't wait for problems to arise. They work to prevent them or prepare for their eventuality. Thirdly, they understand interconnectedness. Strategic thinkers recognize that decisions in one area can have ripple effects across an entire system. They analyze how different parts of a plan or organization influence each other and strive to create synergy. Fourthly, they are adaptable. While they plan diligently, strategic thinkers also understand that circumstances can change. They build flexibility into their plans and are prepared to adjust their course when new information or unforeseen events arise, demonstrating a willingness to pivot without abandoning the ultimate objective. Maxwell offers practical guidance on how to develop strategic thinking. One fundamental step is to define clear long-term goals. Without a clear destination, strategic planning is impossible. These goals should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. SMART. Another critical strategy is to regularly ask, "What if?" and "Then what?" This sequential questioning helps anticipate consequences and identify potential challenges or opportunities downstream. It involves playing out various scenarios in one's mind to understand their likely outcomes. He also advises against getting bogged down in too much detail too early. While details are important for execution, strategic thinking requires operating at a higher level, focusing on the overall architecture of the plan. Once the strategic framework is solid, then one can delve into the specifics. Learning from history and analyzing trends is another powerful tool for strategic thinkers. Understanding past patterns, both within one's own domain and in broader contexts, can provide valuable insights into future possibilities and pitfalls. Studying successful and unsuccessful strategies of others can be immensely illuminating. Maxwell encourages strategic thinkers to allocate dedicated time for strategic thought. This means scheduling regular blocks of time specifically for planning, forecasting, and envisioning the future, free from the distractions of urgent but less important daily tasks. For leaders, strategic thinking is non-negotiable. It enables them to articulate a compelling vision, develop actionable plans to achieve it, and effectively allocate resources. A strategic leader can inspire their team to understand their role in the bigger picture and contribute meaningfully to long-term success. He differentiates strategic thinking from merely tactical thinking. Tactical thinking focuses on how to accomplish specific tasks, while strategic thinking focuses on why those tasks are being done and what ultimate outcome they contribute to. Both are essential, but strategic thinking provides the overarching framework. The benefits of strategic thinking are profound. Individuals and organizations that cultivate this skill are more resilient, more innovative, and more likely to achieve sustained growth. They navigate change more effectively, make more informed decisions, and ultimately build a future of their own design, rather than simply reacting to whatever comes their way. By thinking strategically, successful people proactively shape their destiny.
Chapter 7. Possibility Thinking. Following the disciplined approach of realistic and strategic thinking, Maxwell introduces possibility thinking, The belief that anything is possible, combined with the drive to find ways to make it happen. He asserts that while realistic thinking grounds us, possibility thinking lifts our gaze to what could be, igniting the optimism and courage needed to pursue ambitious goals. Maxwell clarifies that possibility thinking is not naive optimism or a denial of reality. Instead, it's a mindset that actively seeks solutions and opportunities even when faced with significant challenges. It's the conviction that there's always a way, even if the current path isn't obvious. This kind of thinking fuels innovation, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of breakthroughs. He highlights several key characteristics of possibility thinkers. Firstly, they have an abundance mentality. They believe in limitless potential and available resources rather than focusing on scarcity or limitations. This outlook encourages them to explore expansive solutions. Secondly, possibility thinkers are optimistic and hopeful. They maintain a positive attitude even in difficult situations, believing that good outcomes are achievable. This hope is not passive, it's an active force that motivates them to find solutions. Thirdly, they are problem solvers by nature. When confronted with an obstacle, their immediate response is, "How can we make this work?" or "What are our options?" rather than succumbing to defeat. They view challenges as puzzles to be solved. Fourthly, they are willing to take calculated risks. Because they believe in the possibility of success, they are more inclined to step outside their comfort zone and experiment with new approaches, understanding that growth often lies beyond conventional boundaries. Maxwell offers practical strategies for cultivating possibility thinking. One crucial method is to challenge limiting beliefs. Many people carry internal narratives about what they can or cannot achieve. Possibility thinking requires consciously identifying and questioning these self-imposed limitations, replacing them with empowering beliefs. Another strategy is to associate with possibility thinkers. Our environment and the people we surround ourselves with significantly influence our mindset. Spending time with individuals who are optimistic, solution-oriented, and believe in potential can be contagious and help foster a similar outlook. He also suggests celebrating small wins. Acknowledging progress, no matter how minor, builds confidence and reinforces the belief that positive outcomes are achievable. This positive feedback loop encourages further possibility thinking. Asking empowering questions is another powerful technique. Instead of asking, "Why can't I do this?" ask, "How can I do this?" or "What steps can I take to make this happen?" These questions shift the brain from a problem-focused mindset to a solution-focused one. Maxwell encourages individuals to embrace change and uncertainty. Instead of fearing the unknown, possibility thinkers see change as an opportunity for innovation and growth. They are adaptable and view uncertainty as a fertile ground for new possibilities. For leaders, possibility thinking is essential for inspiring vision and motivating teams. A leader who believes in possibilities can instill that belief in their followers, encouraging them to stretch their capabilities and pursue ambitious goals. They create an environment where creativity thrives and challenges are met with determination. He emphasizes that possibility thinking doesn't ignore reality, but rather works within it to find new pathways. It's about looking at the same realistic circumstances through a lens of potential and actively seeking innovative solutions. It balances the pragmatism of realistic thinking with the aspiration of big-picture vision. The benefits of cultivating possibility thinking are immense. It fosters resilience, drives innovation, and unlocks untapped potential. Individuals and organizations with a possibility mindset are better equipped to overcome adversity, seize unforeseen opportunities,
and ultimately turn ambitious dreams into tangible realities. By believing in what's possible, successful people empower themselves to achieve the extraordinary.
Chapter 8. Reflective Thinking. After exploring outward-focused skills like big picture, creative, and strategic thinking, Maxwell brings us inward with reflective thinking, the discipline of looking back at experiences, analyzing them, and extracting valuable lessons for future growth. He argues that experience alone doesn't lead to wisdom, it's evaluated experience that truly fuels personal and professional development. Maxwell laments that in our fast-paced world, many people are constantly moving from one activity to the next without pausing to process what they've learned. This lack of reflection means they often repeat mistakes, miss crucial insights, and fail to optimize their performance. Reflective thinking is the bridge between experience and genuine understanding. He outlines several key characteristics of reflective thinkers. Firstly, they are intentional about learning. They don't just hope to learn from experience, they actively seek out lessons and insights. Secondly, they are humble. Reflective thinkers are willing to admit when they've made a mistake or when an approach didn't work as expected. They see these moments as opportunities for growth, not as personal failures to be hidden. Thirdly, they ask probing questions. Instead of just reviewing what happened, they delve deeper. Why did that happen? What could I have done differently? What worked well and why? What assumptions did I make? These questions unlock deeper understanding. Fourthly, they connect past, present, and future. Reflective thinkers see how past experiences inform current actions and how current decisions will shape future outcomes. They build a cohesive narrative of their journey, constantly refining their approach. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating reflective thinking. One fundamental method is to set aside dedicated time for reflection. This might involve scheduling a daily 15-minute review, a weekly hour-long session, or even an annual retreat specifically for evaluating the past year. This time should be free from distractions. Another strategy is to keep a journal. Writing down experiences, thoughts, feelings, and questions can be a powerful way to process events and uncover insights that might otherwise remain hidden. Journaling creates a record that can be revisited later for deeper analysis. He also suggests discussing experiences with trusted mentors or peers. Talking through situations with someone who can offer an objective perspective or ask challenging questions can provide new angles and deepen understanding. This external feedback is invaluable for overcoming blind spots. Regularly reviewing goals and progress is another key reflective practice. Comparing actual results against initial objectives allows for an assessment of effectiveness and highlights areas for improvement. It helps ensure efforts are aligned with intentions. Maxwell emphasizes the importance of asking, "What did I learn?" after every significant event, project, or interaction. This simple question forces a conscious effort to extract lessons and apply them to future situations, preventing the repetition of mistakes. For leaders, reflective thinking is crucial for continuous improvement and strategic adaptation. A reflective leader learns from both triumphs and setbacks, adjusting their leadership style, strategies, and organizational approach based on real-world feedback. They model a growth mindset for their team, demonstrating the value of introspection. He cautions against analysis paralysis, over-reflecting to the point of inaction. Reflective thinking should lead to clarity and informed action, not endless rumination. The goal is to learn and then apply those learnings effectively. The benefits of cultivating reflective thinking are profound. It accelerates learning, enhances decision-making, fosters self-awareness, and ultimately leads to wiser choices and more effective actions. By consistently reflecting on their experiences, successful people transform every event into a stepping stone for continuous growth and lasting achievement.
Chapter 9. Questioning Thinking. Building on the introspection of reflective thinking, Maxwell introduces questioning thinking, the proactive habit of asking insightful questions to uncover new information, challenge assumptions, and stimulate deeper understanding. He asserts that truly successful people are not afraid to ask stupid questions because they know that often the most basic questions can unlock the most profound insights. Maxwell highlights that many people avoid asking questions for various reasons: fear of looking ignorant, reluctance to challenge authority, or simply not realizing the power of inquiry. However, he argues that the quality of our answers is directly proportional to the quality of our questions. A good question can change the entire direction of a conversation, a project, or even a life. He outlines several characteristics of questioning thinkers. Firstly, they are curious and open-minded. They approach situations with a learner's mindset, genuinely wanting to understand rather than merely confirm existing beliefs. Secondly, they are not afraid to challenge the status quo. They ask why things are done a certain way, pushing beyond traditional explanations to uncover underlying assumptions or inefficiencies. They refuse to accept "that's just how we do things" as a sufficient answer. Thirdly, they are active listeners. Questioning thinking isn't just about speaking. It's about listening intently to the answers received and using those answers to formulate further, more incisive questions. They engage in true dialogue. Fourthly, they seek clarity and depth. They don't settle for superficial explanations. They ask follow-up questions to dig deeper, clarify ambiguities, and gain a comprehensive understanding of a situation. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating questioning thinking. One crucial method is to develop a habit of asking why continuously. This fundamental question can peel back layers of assumptions and reveal the core reasons behind actions or beliefs. Another strategy is to ask open-ended questions that invite detailed responses rather than yes-no answers. Questions starting with how, what, tell me about, or describe encourage more expansive and informative replies. He also advises asking what-if questions to explore possibilities and anticipate different scenarios, similar to creative and strategic thinking, but specifically framed through inquiry. What if we tried this, or what if that happens, can open up new avenues of thought. Maxwell encourages individuals to prepare questions in advance, especially before meetings, presentations, or important discussions. Thinking through potential questions beforehand can lead to more productive and insightful conversations. He suggests creating a question-rich environment. This means fostering a culture where asking questions is not only tolerated, but actively encouraged and celebrated. Leaders play a crucial role in modeling this behavior and validating the process of inquiry within their teams. For leaders, questioning thinking is paramount for effective decision-making, problem-solving, and team engagement. A leader who asks good questions can empower their team members to think critically, surface issues, and contribute innovative solutions. It also helps leaders understand the perspectives and challenges faced by their team. He distinguishes questioning thinking from cynical questioning. The goal is genuine understanding and improvement, not to find fault or undermine. The intent behind the question is as important as the question itself. The benefits of cultivating questioning thinking are immense. It leads to better information, more informed decisions, deeper insights, and greater innovation. By constantly questioning, successful people remain intellectually agile, continuously learning, and always striving for a more profound understanding of the world around them, paving the way for continuous growth and impact.
Chapter 10: Popular Thinking. In a surprising turn, Maxwell includes popular thinking not as a positive trait to be emulated, but as a trap to be avoided. He defines popular thinking as the tendency to conform to the opinions and behaviors of the majority, to follow the crowd, or to accept conventional wisdom without critical evaluation. He argues that while sometimes the majority is right, often true progress and innovation come from thinking differently and independently. Maxwell posits that popular thinking is a comfortable but ultimately limiting mode of thought. It offers a sense of security and belonging, as going against the grain can be isolating and risky. However, relying solely on popular opinion can stifle creativity, prevent breakthrough insights, and lead individuals and organizations down well-trodden paths that may no longer be effective or optimal. He highlights several dangers and characteristics of popular thinking. Firstly, it leads to mediocrity. If everyone thinks the same way, then no one is pushing boundaries or striving for exceptionalism. Innovation rarely comes from consensus. Secondly, it suppresses individuality and unique perspectives. When conforming, individuals often suppress their own creative ideas or dissenting opinions, fearing rejection or criticism. This loss of diverse thought is detrimental to problem solving. Thirdly, it can perpetuate errors or outdated practices. Just because everyone does it this way doesn't mean it's the best way or even a correct way. Popular thinking can prevent necessary reevaluation and adaptation. Fourthly, it can be driven by fear. The fear of being wrong, the fear of standing out, or the fear of failure often compels people to stick with what is widely accepted, even if they have doubts. Maxwell offers strategies for avoiding the pitfalls of popular thinking. One key strategy is to cultivate independent thought. This involves consciously stepping back from prevailing opinions and critically evaluating them using one's own judgment and knowledge. Another strategy is to seek out diverse perspectives and dissent in opinions. Actively listening to those who hold different views, even if unpopular, can challenge assumptions and expose alternative solutions that might be superior to the popular choice. He advises against making decisions solely on polls or consensus. While input from others is valuable, the ultimate decision should be based on sound reasoning, evidence, and strategic alignment, not just what the majority prefers. Maxwell encourages individuals to develop courage, the courage to stand alone, to express unconventional ideas, and to pursue a path less traveled if they believe it is the right one. This often means being willing to endure initial criticism or skepticism. He suggests regularly asking, "Is this truly the best way, or is it just the popular way?" This simple question forces a critical examination of prevailing practices and encourages a search for better alternatives. For leaders, avoiding popular thinking is paramount for true leadership. A leader who simply follows the crowd is not leading, they are merely reacting. Effective leaders must be willing to challenge conventional wisdom, make difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions, and chart a unique course when necessary. They inspire others to think critically rather than just conform. Maxwell makes it clear that this doesn't mean always being contrarian for the sake of it. Sometimes popular opinion is indeed correct. The key is the process of evaluation. To think for oneself rather than simply accepting ideas because they are popular. The benefits of moving beyond popular thinking are profound. It leads to innovation, differentiation, and the courage to pursue truly groundbreaking ideas. By daring to think independently, successful people often discover unique pathways to success that remain hidden to those who merely follow the crowd, enabling them to create lasting impact and achieve exceptional results.
Chapter 11. Unselfish Thinking. In a world often driven by individual ambition, Maxwell introduces unselfish thinking as a cornerstone of long-term success, distinguishing it from short-sighted, self-serving approaches. He argues that true influence, lasting impact, and profound achievement are rarely built in isolation. They're often the result of thinking about and acting for the benefit of others.
Maxwell challenges the misconception that success is solely a zero-sum game, where one person's gain must come at another's expense. Instead, he presents a compelling case that thinking about the welfare and success of others, whether colleagues, customers, community members, or the wider world, creates a powerful positive feedback loop that ultimately benefits the unselfish thinker. He outlines several key characteristics of unselfish thinkers. Firstly, they prioritize the greater good. They consider how their decisions and actions will impact not just themselves, but also their team, organization, stakeholders, and community. Secondly, they are generous and collaborative. Unselfish thinkers are willing to share knowledge, resources, and credit. They understand that collective success often leads to greater individual success than isolationist competition. Thirdly, they are empathetic and understanding. They strive to see situations from others' perspectives, anticipating needs and offering support. This empathy builds strong relationships and fosters trust. Fourthly, they possess a long-term perspective on relationships and impact. They understand that sowing seeds of generosity and support today will yield dividends in the future, whether in the form of loyalty, reciprocal help, or an enhanced reputation. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating unselfish thinking. One crucial method is to shift your focus from "what can I get" to "what can I give?" This intentional reorientation of purpose can transform interactions and decisions. Another strategy is to actively look for opportunities to add value to others. This could be by offering assistance, sharing expertise, providing encouragement, or connecting people who can benefit from each other. He also advises against hoarding information or resources. Unselfish thinkers understand that sharing knowledge and empowering others ultimately strengthens the collective and often creates new opportunities for everyone involved. He encourages practicing active listening with an intent to understand and help, rather than just waiting for your turn to speak. Truly listening to others' needs and challenges is the first step toward providing meaningful support. For leaders, unselfish thinking is foundational for building strong, cohesive teams and fostering a positive organizational culture. A leader who genuinely cares about the growth and well-being of their team members will inspire loyalty, commitment, and high performance. They create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. He emphasizes that unselfish thinking is not about self-sacrifice to the point of personal detriment, but rather about recognizing the interconnectedness of success. It's about finding win-win solutions where individual goals can be achieved in harmony with collective prosperity.
Chapter 12. Bottom Line Thinking. After exploring the many facets of thinking, Maxwell culminates with bottom line thinking, the ability to distill complex situations down to their most essential elements, identify what truly matters, and focus relentlessly on achieving the most impactful results. He argues that while all the preceding thinking skills are valuable, bottom-line thinking is what brings everything into sharp focus and ensures effective execution. Maxwell explains that bottom-line thinking is about clarity, efficiency, and results. It's about cutting through the noise, avoiding distractions, and identifying the core objectives and the most direct path to achieve them. It's the mindset that asks, what is the ultimate goal here, and how can we most effectively get there? He outlines several key characteristics of bottom-line thinkers. Firstly, they are exceptionally clear about their objectives. They define success in measurable terms and understand what constitutes a desirable outcome. Secondly, they are pragmatic and results-oriented. While they appreciate good ideas and well-crafted plans, their ultimate concern is with tangible achievements. They focus on action and impact. Thirdly, they are skilled at prioritization. Bottom-line thinkers can quickly identify the most critical tasks, resources, and efforts that will directly contribute to the desired outcome, and they are adept at shedding anything that doesn't. Fourthly, they are decisive. Once the bottom line is clear, they are willing to make tough decisions,
eliminate inefficiencies, and allocate resources strategically to ensure the most effective path forward. Maxwell offers several practical strategies for cultivating bottom-line thinking. One crucial method is to always start with the end in mind. Before embarking on any project or task, clearly define what success looks like and what the ultimate desired outcome is. This clarity then guides all subsequent actions. Another strategy is to regularly ask, what is the most important thing right now? This question helps to cut through distractions and focus on the highest leverage activities that will move the needle. He also advises against chasing too many objectives simultaneously. Bottom-line thinkers understand that scattering efforts across numerous goals often leads to diluted results. Instead, they prioritize one or two key outcomes and dedicate their primary focus to achieving those. Maxwell encourages simplifying processes and eliminating unnecessary steps. Overly complex systems often obscure the bottom line. Streamlining operations can reveal the most direct path to results and reduce wasted effort. He suggests using metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs, to track progress and measure success. Bottom-line thinkers rely on objective data to assess performance and make adjustments rather than relying on gut feelings or subjective impressions. For leaders, bottom-line thinking is critical for organizational effectiveness and accountability. A bottom-line-oriented leader ensures that their team understands the core objectives, focuses their efforts on impactful work, and consistently delivers results. They are not afraid to hold themselves and others accountable for performance. Maxwell emphasizes that bottom-line thinking is not about being ruthless or ignoring ethical considerations. Rather, it's about being effective within a defined framework of values and principles. It's about ensuring that efforts are productive and lead to meaningful outcomes. The benefits of cultivating bottom-line thinking are immense. It leads to greater efficiency, higher productivity, clearer direction, and more consistent achievement of goals. By focusing relentlessly on what truly matters and driving towards tangible results, successful people ensure that their efforts translate into real-world impact and enduring success. This thought skill acts as the ultimate filter, ensuring that all other forms of thinking are harnessed for maximum effectiveness.
Conclusion. In How Successful People Think, John C. Maxwell has taken us on an illuminating journey through the mental landscapes of those who consistently achieve greatness. He has masterfully demystified success, revealing that it is not primarily a matter of luck, talent, or circumstance, but rather a direct consequence of intentional and disciplined thought patterns. We've explored 11 distinct yet interconnected thinking skills that form the bedrock of extraordinary achievement. Big picture thinking, the ability to see beyond the immediate, understanding how all the pieces fit into the larger puzzle, and grasping the overarching purpose. Focused thinking, the discipline to concentrate intently on one task, blocking out distractions to achieve mastery and high-quality results. Creative thinking, the capacity to generate new ideas, connect disparate concepts, and approach problems from novel and innovative perspectives. Realistic thinking, the pragmatism to see things as they truly are, accurately assessing situations, limitations, and opportunities without delusion or undue pessimism. Strategic thinking, the foresight to plan for the future, anticipate consequences, and connect current actions to long-term goals for sustained growth. Possibility thinking, the optimism and belief that anything is possible, combined with the drive to find solutions and make ambitious visions a reality. Reflective thinking, the invaluable habit of looking back at experiences, analyzing them deeply, and extracting crucial lessons for continuous learning and wisdom. Questioning thinking, the proactive inquiry to challenge assumptions, uncover new information, and stimulate deeper understanding through insightful questions. Popular thinking to avoid, the critical awareness to resist conforming to the crowd and instead cultivate independent thought and unique perspectives. Unselfish thinking, the powerful realization that thinking for the benefit of others, colleagues, customers, community, creates a positive feedback loop that ultimately fosters greater individual success and impact. Bottom line thinking, the ability to distill complex situations to their core, identify what truly matters, and focus relentlessly on achieving the most impactful and measurable results. Maxwell's central message is one of empowerment. These thinking skills are not inherited traits, they are developed abilities. Anyone, regardless of their background or current level of achievement, can learn, practice, and master these ways of thinking. The transformation begins with a conscious decision to upgrade your mental habits. The journey to becoming a better thinker is not a one-time event, but a continuous process. It requires intentionality, consistent effort, and the willingness to step outside your comfort zone. It demands dedicated time for reflection, proactive questioning, and the courage to challenge both external norms and internal biases. By embracing these 11 thinking skills, you are not merely adopting a set of techniques, you are cultivating a profound shift in your mindset. You will find yourself better equipped to navigate challenges, seize opportunities, foster stronger relationships, and make decisions that align with your highest aspirations. Your capacity for innovation will grow, your resilience will strengthen, and your ability to lead yourself and others effectively will be significantly enhanced. As you conclude this journey with how successful people think, remember that the greatest investment you can make is in yourself, specifically in how you think. The quality of your thoughts will dictate the quality of your life and your legacy. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. We hope this deep dive into John C. Maxwell's wisdom has inspired you to become a more deliberate, strategic, and ultimately more successful thinker. Now, go forth and apply these powerful principles and watch as your world transforms.
The Master Key System by Charles F. Haanel is a 24-part course designed to help individuals unlock their full potential and achieve their goals through the power of thought. Haanel emphasizes that understanding and applying the principles outlined in the system can lead to mastery over one's circumstances and the creation of a desired reality. The core premise revolves around the idea that the universe operates on immutable laws, and by aligning our thoughts and actions with these laws, we can attract success, abundance, and personal fulfillment. This system is not merely a collection of motivational sayings, it is a systematic and scientific approach to understanding the mechanics of creation and how our consciousness plays a pivotal role in shaping our lives. Haanel presents these lessons in a logical, progressive manner, building one concept upon another, encouraging readers to practice the principles diligently for optimal results. He insists that mastery over oneself and one's environment is not a privilege for a select few, but an attainable reality for anyone willing to invest the time and effort in understanding and applying these fundamental truths.
Part 1. The Power of Thought. Haanel begins by introducing the concept of the master key, which he identifies as the ability to consciously direct one's thoughts. He asserts that thought is the fundamental creative force in the universe, and every material manifestation, every invention, every artistic creation, and every personal experience first originates as a thought. Our thoughts, whether positive, negative, constructive, or destructive, have a direct and undeniable impact on our experiences. He uses the analogy of a magnet, explaining that our minds are constantly attracting conditions, circumstances, and individuals that harmonize with our dominant thoughts and mental attitudes. Therefore, to enact any significant and lasting change in our external world, we must first initiate a profound transformation within our internal world of thought. This part stresses the paramount importance of understanding the intricate relationship between the inner and outer world,
highlighting that the outer world is merely a faithful reflection or mirror of the inner mental landscape. Haenel emphatically encourages readers to embrace full responsibility for their thoughts, recognizing that they are not merely passive recipients of fate, but the active architects of their own destiny. He explains that by consistently cultivating constructive, empowering, and positive thoughts, we can systematically build a future that is precisely in alignment with our highest aspirations and most cherished desires. This initial lesson lays the groundwork for the entire system, establishing thought as the primary tool for self-mastery.
Part 2. The Subconscious Mind. This section delves deeply into the workings of the subconscious mind, which Haenel describes as a vast, powerful, and largely untapped reservoir of infinite intelligence and energy. He explains that the subconscious mind operates without the filter of conscious reasoning. It accepts and acts upon any thought, suggestion, or belief given to it, regardless of whether that input is factually true or false, beneficial or detrimental. It does not question or debate, it simply executes with unwavering efficiency. This profound characteristic makes it absolutely crucial to consciously and deliberately feed the subconscious mind with positive, empowering, and life-affirming thoughts, as it will tirelessly and automatically work to bring those thoughts, beliefs, and images into tangible fruition. Haenel provides practical and actionable exercises for consciously impressing the subconscious with desired outcomes, such as sustained visualization, powerful affirmations, and focused mental imagery. He masterfully likens the subconscious to incredibly fertile soil, where seeds, our thoughts, are meticulously planted and then naturally grow and blossom into reality. He issues a clear warning against the insidious dangers of negative thinking, fear, and anxiety, explaining that the subconscious, being impartial, will just as diligently manifest those undesirable fears and anxieties into our experience. The key to unlocking and harnessing the immense power of the subconscious mind, he asserts, lies in consistent, deliberate, and positive suggestion, coupled with unwavering faith and absolute belief in the desired outcome. This part emphasizes that the subconscious is the operational engine that transforms thought into form.
Part 3. The Laws of the Universe. Haenel meticulously outlined several immutable universal laws that govern all existence, with the law of attraction being a central focus. He explains that like attracts like, and our thoughts, being dynamic vibrations, actively attract similar vibrations from the vast energy field of the universe. This implies a critical truth. If we persistently focus on lack, scarcity, or deprivation, we will inevitably attract more of those very conditions. Conversely, if we deliberately focus on abundance, prosperity, and opportunity, we will naturally attract more of those positive experiences. He also thoroughly discusses the law of vibration, stating unequivocally that everything in the universe, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy, is in a state of constant vibration, and our thoughts generate specific vibrational frequencies. By consciously raising our personal vibrational frequency through positive thoughts, uplifting emotions, and a constructive mental attitude, we can attract higher-level experiences, opportunities, and relationships into our lives. This part strongly emphasizes that these universal laws are entirely impartial, utterly consistent, and operate ceaselessly, whether we are consciously aware of them or not. Understanding and consciously cooperating with these fundamental laws allows us to become active co-creators with the universe, deliberately fashioning our desired reality. This knowledge transforms us from victims of circumstance into masters of destiny.
Part 4. Concentration and Visualization. Building logically on the previous parts, Haenel introduces the indispensable practical tools of concentration and visualization. He stresses that sustained, unwavering concentration on a particular idea, a specific goal, or a desired outcome imbues it with immense energy and creative power, making its manifestation significantly more probable. Visualization, he meticulously explains, is the dynamic process of mentally creating a clear, vivid, and detailed image of precisely what you wish to achieve. Actively engaging all your senses in this mental picture, seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, and even tasting it as if it were already real. This detailed mental image acts as a precise blueprint or a detailed set of instructions for the subconscious mind to diligently work with. Hanel provides specific, actionable exercises to systematically develop and strengthen these crucial skills, such as focusing intently on a single physical object for extended periods, silencing all distracting thoughts, and creating intricate, detailed mental scenes of your desired future. He confidently asserts that a well-developed, highly imaginative faculty, when combined with focused, unwavering concentration, constitutes the true master key to unlocking one's boundless creative power. The more clearly, consistently, and emotionally vividly we can visualize our desires, the more swiftly and effortlessly they will materialize in our physical reality.
Part 5. The creative power of thought. This section reiterates and significantly expands upon the foundational idea that thought is the primary, indeed the sole, creative force in the universe. Hanel emphasizes that the inherent power to create is not external or bestowed, but is resident within each individual, and it is actively exercised through the consistent quality, intensity, and emotional charge of our thoughts. He profoundly explains that every invention, every scientific breakthrough, every artistic masterpiece, and every successful human endeavor ever conceived and brought into existence originated as a pure thought, an idea in someone's mind. He passionately encourages readers to recognize, acknowledge, and embrace their inherent, God-given creative power, and to commit to using it deliberately, consciously, and constructively. This part also thoughtfully touches upon the concept of spiritual energy or the universal mind, suggesting that our individual minds are not isolated, but are intricately connected to a larger, infinite intelligence, and when we consciously align with this greater intelligence, our individual creative potential becomes truly limitless. He provides compelling historical examples of how extraordinary individuals throughout history have instinctively or deliberately used this inherent creative power to achieve astonishing feats and leave indelible marks on the world.
Part 6. The Scientific Attitude. Hanel strongly advocates for adopting a rational, scientific attitude towards personal development and the application of the Master Key system. He meticulously explains that the principles outlined in the system are not abstract or mystical, but are rather based on observable, demonstratable, and consistently operating universal laws, much like the laws of physics or chemistry. He vehemently encourages readers to approach these principles with an experimental mindset, to test them rigorously, to apply them diligently, and to meticulously observe the results for themselves. This scientific and empirical approach fosters a profound sense of certainty, conviction, and personal validation, as direct personal experience becomes the ultimate and most convincing proof. He emphasizes the critical importance of maintaining an open mind, being receptive to new ideas, while simultaneously being analytical, discerning, and pragmatic in one's application. This part aims to thoroughly demystify the seemingly abstract concepts, presenting them as practical, actionable tools that can be consistently applied with predictable, repeatable results. He encourages systematic practice, diligent record-keeping, and careful observation of one's progress,
much like a scientist conducting an experiment.
Part 7. The Law of Growth. This section thoroughly explores the pervasive and undeniable law of growth, asserting that everything in the universe, from the smallest seed to the largest galaxy, is in a constant state of evolution, expansion, and development. Our thoughts, too, as living energy forms, are undeniably subject to this universal law. By consciously and consistently focusing on growth, continuous improvement, and expansion in all areas of our own lives, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and materially, we naturally align ourselves with this fundamental universal principle. Hanel explains that stagnation, inertia, or regression is fundamentally contrary to the very nature of the universe, and therefore we must continually strive for personal and intellectual growth, learning, and self-mastery. He strongly encourages lifelong learning, relentless self-improvement, and the continuous development of new skills, talents, and perspectives. This part highlights the immense importance of consistent effort, diligent practice, and unwavering perseverance in cultivating positive thought patterns, as true sustainable growth inevitably takes time, dedication, and sustained commitment. He masterfully illustrates how every single aspect of nature, from a sprouting acorn to a flowing river, demonstrates this continuous, upward, and expansive movement, reflecting an innate drive towards greater expression.
Part 8. The Inner World and Outer Manifestation. Hanel further clarifies and deepens the intricate relationship between the inner world of our thoughts, beliefs, and emotions and the outer world of our observable experiences and circumstances. He unequivocally stresses that the outer world is never truly independent, but is simply a faithful reflection or a mirror image of the inner world. Therefore, to effectively change, improve, or transform external circumstances, one must first initiate a profound and lasting change within one's internal mental and emotional state. This crucial process involves consciously cultivating specific, empowering mental attitudes, such as unwavering faith, indomitable courage, serene confidence, profound gratitude, and optimistic expectation regardless of current external conditions or appearances. He explains that by consistently holding these powerful, positive internal states, we naturally and inevitably draw corresponding positive experiences, opportunities, and people into our lives. This part serves as a powerful reminder that true, enduring power resides intrinsically within us, and by diligently mastering our inner world, we gain profound control and influence over our outer circumstances. He emphasizes that the definitive solution to any apparent problem or challenge lies not in trying to manipulate external factors directly, but in fundamentally changing one's mental and emotional approach to it.
Part 9. Causes and Effects. This section meticulously focuses on the universal and irrefutable principle of cause and effect, explaining with clarity that every single thought we entertain is a potent cause, and every condition, circumstance, or experience we encounter is an undeniable effect. We are constantly, whether consciously or unconsciously, creating causes through the quality and nature of our thoughts, and these causes inevitably lead to corresponding effects in our lives. Hanel strongly emphasizes the critical importance of thoroughly understanding this principle to consciously and deliberately choose thoughts that will produce precisely the desired beneficial effects. He encourages profound self-awareness regarding our predominant thought patterns, underlying beliefs, and their potential inevitable consequences. This deep understanding empowers individuals to take complete responsibility for their current reality and to deliberately, systematically create a more desirable, prosperous, and fulfilling future. He reiterates with conviction that there is no such thing as random chance or mere luck in the universe. Everything is inextricably governed by this immutable and impartial law of cause and effect.
Our thoughts are the seeds, and our experiences are the harvest.
Part 10. Intuition and Inspiration. Hadel introduces the concepts of intuition and inspiration as vital forms of higher guidance and insight. He explains that by calming the incessant chatter of the conscious mind and consciously aligning with the expansive universal mind, or infinite intelligence, we can become receptive to intuitive insights, creative breakthroughs, and sudden flashes of inspiration. These often manifest as spontaneous understandings, novel ideas, or ingenious solutions to complex problems that seem to come from beyond our ordinary conscious reasoning. He suggests that intuition is often the subconscious mind communicating profound wisdom and guidance to the conscious mind, often tapping into a deeper, collective wellspring of knowledge. This part strongly encourages practices such as daily meditation, quiet contemplation, mindfulness, and periods of solitude to develop heightened sensitivity and receptivity to these subtle yet powerful inner promptings. He asserts that by learning to trust and courageously act upon these intuitive nudges and inspired ideas, we can make more effective, aligned decisions, discover innovative pathways to success, and unlock previously unseen opportunities.
Part 11. The Power of Affirmation. This section delves into the immensely practical and transformative application of affirmations. Hanel explains that affirmations are positive, declarative statements, consciously formulated and repeatedly spoken or thought, designed specifically to impress the subconscious mind with a desired belief, mental attitude, or specific outcome. He emphatically emphasizes that for affirmations to be truly effective and powerful, they must be consistently spoken or thought with unwavering conviction, deep feeling, profound emotion, and an absolute, unshakable belief in their inherent truth and inevitable manifestation. He provides detailed guidance on formulating truly effective affirmations, ensuring they're always positive, stated in the present tense as if already achieved, and as specific and vivid as possible. He also explains that repeated, consistent affirmations eventually reprogram the subconscious mind, systematically overriding limiting beliefs, negative self-talk, and self-defeating patterns, replacing them with empowering, constructive, and success-oriented ones. This fundamental mental shift inevitably leads to a profound change in perception, attitude, and expectation, and a corresponding, demonstrable change in external circumstances and results.
Part 12. The Secret of Success. Hanel reveals the profound secret of success as the unwavering ability to consistently hold a definite purpose, maintain absolute and unshakable faith in its ultimate attainment, and cultivate an absolute conviction that it is already within reach, existing as a blueprint in the mental realm. He explains that this particular mental attitude, a powerful blend of clarity, faith, and expectation, creates an incredibly potent magnetic field that actively attracts precisely the necessary resources, the right people, the opportune circumstances, and the perfect synchronicities to manifest the desired goal into physical reality. He stresses with great emphasis that true, lasting success is never accidental or a matter of luck, but is invariably a direct, predictable result of understanding and diligently applying these universal principles. This part highlights the paramount importance of absolute clarity of purpose and profound emotional conviction in achieving any aspiration, regardless of its magnitude. He details how focusing intently on what you unequivocally want,
rather than dwelling on what you emphatically don't want, is an absolutely essential paradigm shift for anyone seeking to achieve their highest potential.
Part 13. The Law of Supply. This section thoroughly explores the immutable law of supply, stating that there is an infinite, inexhaustible abundance in the universe, and we are constantly drawing from this limitless supply through the nature and quality of our thoughts. Hahnel explains with great clarity that any perceived lack, scarcity, or limitation we experience is invariably a direct result of our own limited thinking, restrictive beliefs, or fear-based mental patterns, and not an actual, inherent shortage in the universe itself. By consciously cultivating a mindset of unwavering abundance, profound gratitude, and generous expectation, we automatically open ourselves to receive more of the universal bounty. He strongly encourages releasing all thoughts of scarcity, poverty, or deprivation and replacing them with the firm conviction and absolute knowing that all needs can be met, all desires fulfilled, and all resources are readily available. This part empowers individuals to tap directly into the universal, infinite source of all good and to confidently expect prosperity, well-being, and boundless opportunity. He provides guidance on how to systematically create a mental and emotional environment that is perfectly conducive to attracting wealth, health, happiness, and every conceivable opportunity.
Part 14. The Power of Desire. Hahnel emphasizes the absolutely crucial and foundational role of intense desire in the process of manifestation. He explains that a strong, burning, persistent, and clearly defined desire, when purposefully combined with unwavering faith, positive expectation, and an active will to achieve, acts as an incredibly powerful catalyst for bringing things into tangible existence. He makes a clear and important differentiation between idle wishes or fleeting whims and true, profound desire, noting that genuine desire is invariably backed by deep conviction, emotional intensity, and a resolute willingness to take inspired action. He strongly encourages individuals to cultivate clear, specific, and emotionally charged desires, as vague or ambiguous desires inevitably lead to vague or unsatisfying results. This part highlights that desire is the initial, essential spark that ignites the entire creative process and sets it into motion, and it is absolutely essential to continually fuel this desire with positive emotion, enthusiastic expectation, and an unshakable belief in its ultimate fulfillment. Desire in this context is not a mere longing, but a powerful, creative force.
Part 15. The Power of Faith. This section focuses intensely on the profound, transformative power of faith. Hahnel explains that faith, in this context, is not a blind, unsubstantiated belief, but rather a deep inner conviction, an absolute knowing, and an unshakable certainty that our desires will unquestionably manifest, even before there is any tangible physical evidence or outward sign of their impending arrival. He asserts with conviction that faith, as a powerful mental and emotional state, creates a dynamic magnetic field that actively attracts precisely the desired conditions, circumstances, and opportunities into our experience. Without this vital component of faith, our thoughts, no matter how clear or positive, lack the necessary power and energy to bridge the gap between the unseen and the seen to manifest. He provides practical and actionable advice on systematically cultivating unwavering faith, such as consistent and vivid visualization, powerful and emotive affirmation, regular meditation, and consciously focusing on past successes and instances where belief brought about positive outcomes. This part profoundly underscores that faith is the essential emotional fuel, the vital energy that propels our desires from the realm of thought into the reality of physical manifestation.
He connects faith directly to the subconscious mind's incredible ability to act upon deeply impressed beliefs.
Part 16. The Law of Compensation. Hanel introduces the fundamental and universal law of compensation, which states unequivocally that we inevitably receive in direct proportion to what we genuinely give. This profound principle applies not only to material wealth, financial gains, or tangible goods, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to the quality of our thoughts, the energy we expend, the service we render, and the value we contribute. By giving generously of our time, sharing our unique talents, offering our skills, and radiating positive energy and goodwill, we automatically create a dynamic channel, an opening that allows us to receive a greater return and greater blessings. He strongly encourages an attitude of selfless service, sincere contribution, and proactive value creation, explaining that true and lasting abundance inevitably comes from actively adding value to the lives of others, improving communities, and uplifting humanity. This part profoundly emphasizes that selfless giving, in its truest sense, is not a sacrifice or a depletion, but rather a strategic investment that inevitably yields rich and abundant returns, often far exceeding the initial outlay. He illustrates how the universe, in its perfect wisdom, always balances every input with an equal and often multiplied output.
Part 17. The Law of Attraction in Practice. This section transitions from theory to highly practical applications of the Law of Attraction. Hanel offers specific, actionable exercises and proven techniques for consciously and deliberately using the law to attract desired outcomes in all areas of life. This includes, but is not limited to, creating a clear, compelling mental picture or vision board of your ideal life, meticulously detailing every aspect of your desired future, consistently focusing on and cultivating positive emotions, joy, gratitude, love, enthusiasm, and maintaining a pervasive, unwavering attitude of profound gratitude for all that you already have and all that is on its way. He explains that consistent daily practice, disciplined application, and unwavering commitment are absolutely essential to fully integrate these powerful principles into one's daily life and make them an automatic part of one's being. This part explicitly aims to move readers from a purely theoretical understanding to active, practical implementation, showing them precisely how to make the law of attraction work dynamically and effectively for them in every single aspect of their existence, thereby transforming their desires into tangible realities.
Part 18. Overcoming Obstacles. Hanel sagaciously addresses the inevitable challenges, difficulties, and apparent obstacles that may arise on the path to achieving one's goals and success. He explains that these challenges are not necessarily roadblocks or signs of failure, but are often integral tests of our faith, resilience, and unwavering resolve. He strongly encourages readers to reframe their perspective, viewing obstacles not as insurmountable barriers, but as valuable opportunities for profound growth, insightful learning, and the development of deeper strength and wisdom. He provides practical and effective strategies for overcoming setbacks, such as maintaining persistent positive thinking, reaffirming unwavering belief in one's objective, learning valuable lessons from mistakes, adapting strategies as needed, and developing mental fortitude. This part profoundly emphasizes the importance of resilience, tenacity, and an unwavering, unbreakable commitment to one's goals and aspirations, even in the face of temporary adversity, criticism, or doubt. He suggests that what appear to be problems are in truth simply opportunities disguised in challenging apparel, demanding a fresh perspective and a new approach.
Part 19. The Power of Self-Reliance. This section profoundly emphasizes the critical importance of self-reliance, self-trust, and the systematic development of unshakable inner strength. Haenel explains with conviction that true, enduring power originates from within each individual, not from external sources, fleeting circumstances, or unhealthy dependence on others. He strongly encourages individuals to cultivate deep trust in their own intuition, to bravely make their own decisions, to take full and complete responsibility for their own lives, and to develop an internal locus of control. This fosters a profound sense of personal empowerment, reduces reliance on external validation or approval, and liberates one from the opinions of others. This part highlights the enriching journey of self-discovery, the cultivation of an independent, confident mindset, and the understanding that one possesses all the necessary resources within to navigate life's complexities. He stresses that true genius and extraordinary accomplishment are often developed by systematically learning to trust and act upon one's innate inner wisdom and guidance.
Part 20. The Conscious Use of Power. Haenel brilliantly synthesizes all the previous concepts, emphasizing the paramount importance of consciously, deliberately, and consistently using the inherent power of thought. He explains that merely knowing these profound principles, while a good start, is absolutely not enough. They must be actively, diligently, and systematically applied in daily life, transforming knowledge into wisdom through action. This involves consistently choosing positive, constructive thoughts, practicing vivid and regular visualization, consistently using powerful affirmations, and maintaining a pervasive mental attitude of enthusiastic expectation, profound gratitude, and unwavering faith. This part serves as a powerful call to action, urging readers to transition from being passive observers of life to becoming active, intentional creators of their own reality, masters of their destiny. He reiterates with conviction that consistent effort, disciplined practice, and conscious, deliberate application of these universal laws are the non-negotiable keys to achieving and sustaining lasting success, well-being, and personal fulfillment in all areas of life.
Part 21. The Rhythmic Breath. This section introduces a specific yet powerful technique, the rhythmic breath. Haenel explains that controlled, conscious, and rhythmic breathing not only offers significant physical benefits, such as improved circulation and reduced stress, but also profoundly helps to calm the often turbulent conscious mind, sharpen mental focus, and enhance overall mental clarity and receptivity. He suggests that deep, slow, and rhythmic breathing can help to harmonize the conscious and subconscious minds, creating an optimal state for impressing desired thoughts, images, and beliefs onto the subconscious with greater efficacy and ease. This technique is presented as a practical, accessible tool for systematically improving concentration, fostering inner peace, and enhancing overall mental and emotional well-being, thereby further aiding and accelerating the manifestation process. He provides clear step-by-step instructions for practicing this specific rhythmic breathing exercise, emphasizing its role in mental and energetic alignment.
Part 22. The Law of Reciprocity. Haenel further explores the profound and interconnected law of reciprocity, which is closely related to the law of compensation, but with an added nuance of mutual exchange. He explains that by giving freely, generously, and without expectation of immediate return, we effectively create a dynamic vacuum, a space that the universe, in its infinite wisdom and abundance, then invariably fills with even greater good, blessings, and prosperity. This reciprocal exchange is presented as a fundamental, inherent principle of the universe, a natural flow of energy. He strongly encourages readers to find proactive ways to serve others, to contribute their unique talents and gifts, to share their resources, and to spread positivity and goodwill, knowing with absolute certainty that these actions of generous giving will inevitably bring positive returns, often in unexpected and multiplied forms. This part reinforces the profound idea that true and sustainable prosperity, deep satisfaction, and genuine happiness are inextricably linked to an attitude of selfless giving, heartfelt contribution, and reciprocal exchange.
Part 23. The All-Encompassing Mind. This section delves into the profound concept of the all-encompassing mind, or the universal mind, suggesting that there is a single, infinite, omnipresent intelligence that permeates all of existence, the very fabric of the cosmos. Our individual minds, Hahnel explains, are not isolated entities, but are integral parts of this greater, infinite mind. And by consciously aligning and harmonizing with it, we gain direct access to unlimited wisdom, boundless creativity, infinite power, and profound insight. He explains that this fundamental connection is the ultimate source of our intuition, our flashes of inspiration, and our inherent creative abilities. This part powerfully encourages readers to recognize their profound interconnectedness with this universal intelligence, to cultivate a conscious relationship with it, and to confidently draw upon its vast, inexhaustible resources for guidance, inspiration, and empowerment. He emphasizes that the individual mind is not separate, but is a living, dynamic manifestation of the universal mind, capable of tapping into its infinite potential.
Part 24. The Grand Conclusion. In the final, culminating part, Hahnel masterfully summarizes the entire Master Key system, powerfully reiterating the profound interconnectedness and synergistic interplay of all the principles he has meticulously presented. He emphasizes with great conviction that true mastery, lasting success, and profound personal fulfillment emanate not merely from intellectual understanding, but from consistently and diligently applying these universal laws in a conscious, deliberate, and disciplined manner in daily life. He strongly encourages readers to continue their ongoing journey of self-discovery, personal growth, and self-mastery, and to bravely embrace their inherent power as conscious creators of their own reality, recognizing their role in shaping their destiny. This concluding section serves as a potent and inspiring call to action, a powerful reminder that the journey to personal mastery is an ongoing, evolving process, requiring continuous practice, diligent self-reflection, unwavering belief in one's boundless potential, and persistent application of these timeless truths. He leaves the reader with a profound sense of empowerment, encouraging them to confidently step forward, armed with this knowledge, and claim the vibrant, abundant, and fulfilling life they truly desire and deserve. The Master Key system, in its entirety, is not just a book, but a transformative blueprint for living a life of purpose, power, and ultimate achievement. It offers a systematic pathway to manifesting one's highest ideals and realizing true self-mastery.
Welcome to Vibe Audiobook, where we distill powerful ideas into actionable insights. Today, we're diving deep into a book that promises to revolutionize your approach to success. Grant Cardone's The 10X Rule, the only difference between success and failure. If you've ever felt stuck, overwhelmed, or simply not achieving the results you desire, this book offers a radical, yet incredibly simple solution. Cardone argues that the biggest mistake most people make is setting their targets too low and then underestimating the effort required to achieve even those modest goals. The 10x rule isn't just about working harder, it's about thinking bigger, acting bolder, and committing to a level of effort that most people wouldn't even consider. It's a philosophy that permeates every aspect of your life, from your personal aspirations to your professional endeavors, and it promises to transform your understanding of what's truly possible.
Part 1. What is the 10x rule? At its core, the 10x rule is remarkably straightforward. You must set targets that are 10 times greater than what you think you want to achieve, and then you must take action that is 10 times greater than what you think is necessary to achieve those targets. Cardone argues that most people operate with a flawed understanding of effort and success. They aim for what they perceive as realistic goals, and then they apply an average amount of effort, leading to average or often disappointing results. The first principle of the 10x rule is massive action. This isn't just about working hard. It's about taking an overwhelming, consistent, and relentless amount of action. Cardone explains that success is not a linear progression. It requires bursts of intense effort to break through plateaus and overcome inertia. Most people underestimate the sheer volume of action required to make a significant impact. They take normal action and then wonder why they get normal results. The 10x rule demands that you do not just meet expectations, but consistently exceed them by an order of magnitude. Imagine if you wanted to make 10 sales calls a day, and instead you committed to 100. That's the essence of 10x action. The second principle is massive thinking. Before you even consider action, you must expand your thought process. Cardone challenges us to think big, not just incrementally. If you want to earn $100,000, he suggests setting a goal of $1 million. This isn't about wishful thinking, it's about recalibrating your mental framework. When you set 10x goals, your perspective shifts. Problems that once seemed insurmountable become mere hurdles, and opportunities that were invisible suddenly appear. Thinking 10x forces you to escape the confines of average thinking and embrace a mindset of abundance and unlimited potential. It pushes you to innovate, to seek out new strategies, and to challenge conventional wisdom. Cardone emphasizes that the 10x rule is not about being unrealistic, it's about being practical. He argues that it's often easier to achieve massive goals than moderate ones, because massive goals inspire greater effort, attract more resources, and create more momentum. When you aim small, you often get small. When you aim big, even if you fall short of your 10x target, you will likely achieve far more than you ever would have with a modest goal. It creates a buffer against the inevitable setbacks and challenges that arise. One critical aspect Cardone highlights is the concept of taking control. The 10x rule is fundamentally about taking absolute responsibility for your outcomes. It rejects the victim mentality and external blame. If things aren't going your way, it's not because of the economy, your boss, your colleagues, or your circumstances. It's because you haven't applied enough 10x thinking and 10x action. This can be a tough pill to swallow for some, but it's incredibly empowering. It means you always have the power to change your situation by adjusting your effort and expanding your vision. The 10x rule also addresses the pervasive issue of fear. Cardone argues that fear is often a result of insufficient action and inadequate preparation. When you commit to massive action, you leave less room for fear and doubt. The act of doing, of relentlessly pursuing your goals, builds confidence and diminishes anxiety. It shifts your focus from what could go wrong to what you can make happen. In essence, the 10x rule is a philosophy that demands an unconventional approach to life. It challenges the conventional wisdom of moderation and balance, arguing that true success requires an obsession with growth and an unwavering commitment to extraordinary effort.
It's about building a momentum so powerful that it becomes unstoppable.
Part 2. Why the 10x rule works, common mistakes, and how to avoid them. Cardone dedicates a significant portion of the 10x rule to explaining why this approach is so effective, primarily by contrasting it with the common mistakes and misguided philosophies that prevent most people from achieving their full potential. One of the most prevalent errors people make is underestimating the amount of effort required. We often hear advice about working smarter, not harder. While efficiency is important, Cardone argues that this advice is often misinterpreted to mean less effort. He contends that in today's competitive world, you need to work both smarter and harder, and usually much, much harder than you think. Success isn't a gentle stroll, it's a relentless climb that demands consistent, intense exertion. People often make the mistake of applying average effort, expecting exceptional results, which is a recipe for frustration. Another critical mistake is setting unrealistic or undefined goals. While the 10x rule advocates for massive goals, it also stresses the importance of clarity. Many people have vague aspirations. I want to be rich, I want to be happy, but lack concrete, measurable targets. Even those who set specific goals often set them too low, preventing them from ever truly pushing their boundaries. The 10x rule provides a framework for setting goals that are both ambitious and actionable. Cardone also dissects the problem of competition. Most people aim to compete, to be as good as or better than their rivals. The 10x rule flips this script. Instead of competing, you should aim to dominate. The goal isn't just to win, it's to win so overwhelmingly that competition becomes irrelevant. This isn't about being cutthroat, it's about providing such immense value, taking such massive action, and creating such an undeniable presence that you become the only viable option. When you are operating at 10x levels, others simply cannot keep up. The book also addresses the pervasive issue of average thinking. Cardone argues that society often encourages mediocrity. We are taught to be realistic, to not get ahead of ourselves, and to manage expectations. This ingrained average thinking is a direct impediment to 10x success. It creates a mental ceiling that prevents individuals from even conceiving of massive possibilities, let alone pursuing them. The 10x rule is a direct assault on this average mindset, forcing you to break free from conventional limitations. Furthermore, Cardone highlights the danger of lack of commitment and quitting too soon. Many people start with enthusiasm but lose momentum at the first sign of difficulty. They operate on a whim rather than a deep, unwavering commitment to their goals. The 10x rule demands an almost fanatical dedication. It understands that setbacks are inevitable, but it insists on pushing through them with even greater action. Quitting is simply not an option when you are operating at a 10x level of commitment. A significant psychological barrier Cardone identifies is the tendency to play it safe or avoid risk. While calculated risk is part of any venture, many people are paralyzed by the fear of failure, leading to inaction or timid efforts. The 10x rule encourages a mindset where failure is just another data point, another opportunity to learn and adjust your massive actions. It shifts the focus from avoiding failure to achieving success at all costs. Cardone also critiques the idea of work-life balance as it's often understood. He argues that during periods of massive growth and goal attainment, balance might not be the immediate priority. Instead, intense focus and dedication are required. This isn't to say balance isn't important long-term, but rather that a temporary imbalance, fueled by 10x action, is often necessary to break through to new levels of success that then allow for greater balance later. He emphasizes that if your life is out of balance in the pursuit of greatness,
it's a sign you are doing something right, at least for a period. Finally, Cardone discusses the problem of not being obsessed. He asserts that truly successful people are obsessed with their goals and their craft. This isn't a negative obsession, it's a consuming passion that drives them to take extraordinary action. Without this level of obsession, it's difficult to maintain the relentless effort required by the 10x rule. He encourages readers to embrace their desires and become fully immersed in the pursuit of their dreams.
Part 3. Implementing the 10x rule. Actionable strategies. The 10x rule is not just a theoretical concept, it's a practical guide to action. Cardone provides clear strategies for integrating this philosophy into your daily life and work. The first step is to clarify your goals and apply the 10x multiplier. As discussed, this means taking your existing goals and multiplying them by 10. Don't just wish for a new car, aim for a fleet of luxury vehicles. Don't just want to lose 10 pounds, aim to transform your entire health and fitness. This initial mental shift is crucial because it immediately expands your perspective and forces you to think outside your current limitations. Write these goals down, make them visible. Next, you must identify the actions required to achieve those 10x goals. This is where the second part of the rule comes in, 10x action. If your goal is 10x bigger, the actions you need to take must also be 10x bigger. Cardone suggests brainstorming every possible action you could take, no matter how outlandish it seems. Don't filter or judge at this stage. Think about reaching out to 10 times more people, making 10 times more calls, creating 10 times more content, or learning 10 times more skills. The sheer volume of potential actions should be overwhelming initially, which is a good sign you're thinking big enough. Once you have your list of actions, the next crucial step is to take massive, immediate action. This isn't about planning for months, it's about starting now. Cardone emphasizes that momentum is everything. The sooner you start taking action, the sooner you'll begin to build the inertia needed to propel you forward. Don't wait for perfect conditions or all the answers. Just start doing. Even small initial actions, when taken consistently and massively, can create significant results. Cardone introduces 4 degrees of action. Do nothing, this is self-explanatory and leads to no results. Retreat, taking action that moves you backward. Normal action, this is what most people do, leading to average results. Massive action, this is the 10x level, where you overwhelm problems and achieve extraordinary success. He urges readers to operate almost exclusively in the realm of massive action. This means consistently pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone and doing things that others wouldn't dare. Another key strategy is to embrace obsession. Cardone argues that success isn't built on casual interest. It's built on a deep, almost fanatical obsession with your goals. This obsession isn't a negative trait. It's a powerful driving force that fuels your relentless action and keeps you focused amidst distractions. It means thinking about your goals constantly, strategizing, learning, and never truly turning off your drive. Surrounding yourself with the right people is also critical. Cardone suggests that your environment significantly impacts your ability to think and act at a 10x level. Seek out individuals who inspire you, challenge you, and operate at high levels of ambition. Avoid those who are negative, complacent, or try to pull you back to average. Your peer group is a powerful determinant of your potential. Continuously learning and improving is non-negotiable. The world is constantly changing, and to maintain a 10x advantage, you must always be acquiring new knowledge, skills, and strategies. This involves reading, attending seminars, seeking mentors, and staying abreast of industry trends. The pursuit of excellence is an ongoing journey, not a destination. Cardone also stresses the importance of tracking your progress and adjusting your actions. The 10x rule is not about blind action, it's about informed, strategic action. Regularly review your goals, assess your actions, and analyze your results. If something isn't working, don't give up. Pivot, adjust your strategy, and take even more massive action in a different direction. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a stepping stone on the path to 10x achievements. Finally,
Cardone emphasizes the need to dominate your field. The goal isn't just to succeed, but to become so prominent and essential in your chosen area that competition becomes irrelevant. This means always striving to be the best, to provide the most value, and to have the most comprehensive presence. It's about becoming the undisputed leader, not just another player.
Part 4. The mindset of a 10x achiever. Beyond actions and strategies, the 10x rule delves deeply into the psychological and emotional attributes that define a 10x achiever. Cardone argues that your mindset is the bedrock upon which all 10x success is built. One of the most crucial elements is taking complete responsibility for everything. A 10x achiever never blames external factors, circumstances, or other people for their failures or lack of results. If something isn't working, they immediately look inward and ask, "What massive action can I take to change this?" This radical personal accountability is incredibly empowering because it means you always have control over your destiny. It eliminates the victim mentality and fosters a proactive, solution-oriented approach. Related to this is the concept of owning everything. This means not just your successes and failures, but also your thoughts, emotions, and responses. A 10x achiever understands that they are the architect of their own reality and that their internal state directly influences their external results. They cultivate a positive, driven, and resilient mental attitude. Cardone highlights the importance of courage and overcoming fear. Fear is a natural human emotion, but a 10x achiever learns to act in spite of it. They understand that most fears are exaggerated or irrational, and that the only way to conquer them is through action. When you take massive action, fear often dissipates because you're too busy doing to be afraid. The feeling of taking bold, decisive steps becomes its own reward and a powerful antidote to anxiety. A 10x mindset is also characterized by a relentless belief in abundance. Most people operate from a scarcity mindset, believing there isn't enough success, money, or opportunity to go around. A 10x achiever believes in limitless potential and an abundance of resources. They see opportunities where others see obstacles and understand that success is not a zero-sum game. This mindset encourages collaboration, innovation, and a willingness to share success rather than hoarding it.
Part 5. Sustaining 10x, overcoming obstacles and maintaining momentum. Achieving 10x results is one thing. Sustaining them and continuing to grow is another. Cardone provides insights into how to maintain the 10x mindset and momentum over the long term. One of the biggest challenges is complacency. Once you achieve significant success, it's easy to relax and reduce your effort. Cardone warns against this arrival fallacy. He argues that success is not a destination, but a continuous process of growth and expansion. The moment you become complacent, you risk losing your edge and falling back into average. To combat this, he suggests constantly setting new, even higher 10x goals. The game never ends. You simply level up. Dealing with setbacks and failures is crucial for long-term 10x success. Cardone reiterates that failure is not the opposite of success. It's an integral part of the learning process. A 10x achiever doesn't shy away from failure, but embraces it as feedback. When things go wrong, they don't get discouraged. They analyze what happened, adjust their massive actions, and push forward with renewed vigor. The key is to never let a setback become a reason to quit. Maintaining your energy and focus is paramount. Operating at 10x levels of action can be incredibly demanding. Cardone emphasizes the need for routines and habits that support this high-performance lifestyle. This includes managing your time effectively,
prioritizing tasks, delegating when possible, and ensuring you have systems in place to support your efforts. While he advocates for extreme effort, he also indirectly implies the need for smart energy management to avoid burnout. Building a powerful team is essential for scaling 10x efforts. As you grow, you cannot do everything yourself. Cardone encourages readers to surround themselves with highly motivated, capable individuals who share the 10x vision. Delegating tasks and empowering others allows you to multiply your efforts and focus on the highest impact activities. Your team becomes an extension of your 10x capabilities. Consistently promoting your achievements and yourself is also important. Cardone is a big proponent of self-promotion, not out of ego, but out of a belief that if you don't make noise about your successes, no one else will. This means actively sharing your wins, building your brand, and positioning yourself as an authority in your field. It's about ensuring your massive actions get the recognition they deserve, which in turn creates more opportunities for growth. Embracing change and innovation is non-negotiable in a rapidly evolving world. The strategies that worked yesterday might not work tomorrow. A 10x achiever is agile, adaptable, and constantly seeking new ways to improve, innovate, and stay ahead of the curve. This involves continuous learning, experimenting with new approaches, and being willing to abandon old methods that are no longer effective. Finally, Cardone emphasizes the importance of giving back and contributing to others. While the 10x rule is about personal and professional achievement, he argues that true fulfillment and sustained success often comes from making a positive impact on the world. As you achieve greater levels of success, your capacity to contribute also increases. This creates a virtuous cycle where giving back fuels further success, reinforcing the abundance mindset and providing a deeper sense of purpose.
Conclusion. The 10x Rule, The Only Difference Between Success and Failure by Grant Cardone is more than just a self-help book. It's a manifesto for radical achievement. It challenges conventional wisdom, shatters limiting beliefs, and provides a powerful framework for anyone willing to commit to extraordinary levels of thinking and action. Cardone's message is clear. If you want to achieve results far beyond the average, you must stop thinking and acting like the average. You must set goals that are 10 times greater than what you initially envision, and then take actions that are 10 times more intense than what you think is necessary. This isn't about working harder for the sake of it. It's about strategically overwhelming your challenges, dominating your field, and creating a momentum that is unstoppable. The 10x Rule demands personal accountability, relentless persistence, an obsession with your goals, and a complete rejection of mediocrity. It teaches you to embrace fear as a motivator, to learn from every setback, and to constantly push the boundaries of what you believe is possible. Whether you're an entrepreneur, a student, an artist, or simply someone striving for more in life, the principles laid out in this book offer a powerful roadmap. By adopting the 10x mindset, you don't just increase your chances of success, you redefine what success means to you and unlock a level of potential you might never have imagined. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook. We hope this summary inspires you to embrace the 10x Rule and unleash your full potential. Until next time, keep vibing and keep achieving.
Welcome, discerning listeners, to Vibe Audiobook, your sanctuary for profound insights and transformative knowledge. Today, we embark on an illuminating journey through the pages of a truly essential guide for navigating the complexities of human interaction. Virender Kapoor's
the art of influencing people. In a world increasingly interconnected, yet paradoxically often feeling disconnected, the ability to influence others, not through manipulation, but through genuine understanding, effective communication, and ethical persuasion is an invaluable skill. Kapoor, a distinguished author, motivational speaker, and former director of a prestigious management institute, distills decades of wisdom into a practical framework, offering us a roadmap to build stronger relationships, achieve our goals, and make a positive impact in both our personal and professional lives. This isn't merely about getting what you want. It's about fostering collaboration, inspiring action, and becoming a more respected and effective individual. So, settle in as we delve deep into the core tenets of this influential work.
Chapter 1. Understanding the Landscape of Influence, the Foundation. Kapoor begins by demystifying influence. He emphasizes that influence is not an inherent trait possessed by a select few, but rather a learnable skill, a cultivated art. It's about subtly guiding thoughts, actions, and decisions without resorting to coercion or authority. The author stresses that true influence stems from credibility, trust, and a deep understanding of human psychology. It's about creating a resonance between your ideas and the needs and desires of others. He introduces the crucial distinction between manipulation and genuine influence. Manipulation is often self-serving, short-sighted, and ultimately damages relationships. Genuine influence, on the other hand, is built on mutual benefit, respect, and a long-term vision. It seeks to create win-win scenarios where all parties feel heard, valued, and empowered. Kapoor argues that ethical influence is not only more effective, but also more sustainable. It fosters loyalty and builds a reputation of integrity. The very first step, according to Kapoor, is self-awareness. How do you perceive yourself? What are your strengths and weaknesses? How do you currently impact others? Understanding your own communication style, your emotional triggers, and your biases is fundamental before you can effectively understand and influence others. He encourages listeners to conduct an honest self-assessment, perhaps even seeking feedback from trusted peers, to gain a clearer picture of their current influence footprint. Without this foundational self-knowledge, attempts to influence others can often feel inauthentic or misguided. Kapoor also highlights the pervasive nature of influence. We are constantly being influenced, and we are constantly influencing others, often unconsciously. From the advertising we consume to the opinions of our friends, influence is an ever-present force. Recognizing this constant interplay allows us to become more intentional about how we engage with it, both as recipients and as initiators. The author sets the stage for a journey where we transform from passive participants to active architects of influence. Chapter 2. The Power of Perception and First Impressions. One of the most powerful initial levers of influence, as Kapoor articulates, lies in the realm of perception and first impressions. The human mind is incredibly adept at forming rapid judgments, often within seconds of an encounter. These initial judgments, however superficial, significantly color subsequent interactions and can be remarkably difficult to dislodge. Therefore, making a positive and impactful first impression is not merely about politeness, it's a strategic imperative. Kapoor meticulously breaks down the components of a strong first impression. He starts with appearance. While superficial, how we present ourselves physically sends powerful nonverbal cues. This isn't about conforming to unrealistic beauty standards, but about demonstrating professionalism, respect for the situation, and attention to detail. Appropriate attire, good grooming, and a general sense of tidiness signal care and competence. Beyond appearance, body language plays an even more profound role. An open posture, maintaining appropriate eye contact without staring, a genuine smile, and confident hand gestures communicate warmth, approachability, and self-assurance. Conversely, slumped shoulders, crossed arms, or fidgeting can convey disinterest, defensiveness, or nervousness, all of which detract from one's influencing potential. Kapoor provides practical advice on how to cultivate body language that exudes confidence and trustworthiness. He also delves into the critical importance of verbal presentation in those initial moments. The tone of voice, clarity of articulation, and choice of words contribute significantly. A confident, calm, and articulate voice commands attention and respect. Avoiding jargon, speaking clearly, and demonstrating enthusiasm can make a significant difference. Kapoor introduces the concept of the halo effect, where an initial positive trait, like attractiveness or confidence, leads us to infer other positive traits, like intelligence or honesty, even without evidence. Understanding this psychological shortcut allows us to intentionally cultivate positive first impressions to benefit from this cognitive bias. However, he cautions against relying solely on initial impressions. While they open doors, sustained influence requires substance. The chapter concludes by emphasizing that first impressions are not merely about looking good, they are about communicating intent and attitude. A positive first impression conveys respect, enthusiasm, and a willingness to engage, laying fertile ground for influence to take root. It's about proactively shaping how others perceive you from the very beginning.
Chapter 3. Building Rapport and Trust, the cornerstone of lasting influence. While first impressions open the door, rapport and trust are the mortar that binds relationships and makes lasting influence possible. Kapoor dedicates significant attention to this area, asserting that without trust, any attempt at influence will be met with skepticism, resistance, or outright rejection. Trust isn't built overnight. It's a gradual process, cultivated through consistent, ethical behavior. Empathy is presented as the bedrock of rapport. The ability to understand and share the feelings of another is paramount. This goes beyond simply hearing words. It's about truly listening to understand their perspective, their motivations, their concerns, and their aspirations. Kapoor suggests techniques like active listening, paraphrasing what others have said to confirm understanding, and asking open-ended questions that encourage them to elaborate. When people feel truly understood, a powerful connection is formed. Finding common ground is another key strategy. Identifying shared interests, values, experiences, or even challenges can create an immediate sense of connection and camaraderie. This could be anything from a mutual hobby to a shared professional goal. These commonalities help bridge gaps and foster a sense of us rather than us versus them. Authenticity and genuineness are non-negotiable. People have an innate radar for detecting insincerity. Attempts to build rapport that feel forced or manipulative will backfire spectacularly. Kapoor stresses the true influence comes from genuinely caring about the other person and their well-being, not just about what you can get from them. This authenticity builds credibility over time. Consistency in behavior is also vital for trust. If your words and actions align, and if your behavior is predictable and reliable, people will learn to trust you. Inconsistency, on the other hand, erodes trust and makes influence impossible. Kapoor emphasizes the importance of following through on commitments, being punctual, and maintaining a high standard of integrity. Reciprocity, a powerful psychological principle, is also explored here. When you do favors for others, help them, or show them kindness, they are more likely to want to reciprocate. This isn't about keeping score, but about understanding that goodwill is a powerful currency in the realm of influence. Giving value without expecting immediate returns often leads to a greater return in the long run. Ultimately,
Kapoor concludes that rapport and trust create an environment where influence is welcomed rather than resisted. They transform interactions from transactional to relational, allowing for deeper engagement and more meaningful impact.
Chapter 4. The Art of Effective Communication. Speaking to be heard, listening to understand. Influence is inextricably linked to communication. Kapoor dedicates a significant portion of his book to dissecting the nuances of effective communication, asserting that it's not just about what you say, but how you say it and, crucially, how well you listen. He begins by reiterating the importance of active listening. This isn't merely waiting for your turn to speak, it's fully concentrating on what the other person is saying, both verbally and non-verbally. It involves putting aside your own thoughts and agendas, making eye contact, nodding, offering verbal affirmations, I see, go on, and asking clarifying questions. Active listening demonstrates respect, builds rapport, and provides invaluable information about the other person's perspective, which is crucial for tailoring your message. When it comes to speaking, Kapoor emphasizes clarity, conciseness, and conviction. Clarity. Use simple, direct language. Avoid jargon or overly complex sentences that might confuse your audience. Tailor your language to the listener's understanding. Conciseness. Get to the point efficiently. Respect the listener's time. Long, rambling explanations can lead to disengagement. Conviction. Speak with belief in your message. Enthusiasm and passion are contagious. However, conviction must be balanced with humility and an openness to other viewpoints. Nonverbal communication receives significant attention. Your body language, facial expressions, gestures, and tone of voice often communicate more powerfully than your words. Kapoor provides practical tips. Eye contact maintains connection and conveys sincerity. Facial expressions. A genuine smile disarms and invites. Expressions that match your words reinforce your message. Gestures. Used appropriately, gestures can emphasize points and convey enthusiasm. Overly dramatic or distracting gestures should be avoided. Tone and volume. A modulated tone that varies in pitch and volume keeps listeners engaged. A monotonous tone can lull them. Speaking too softly suggests timidity, while speaking too loudly can be aggressive. Kapoor also highlights the importance of framing your message. How you present an idea can dramatically alter its reception. Instead of focusing on problems, frame solutions. Instead of focusing on losses, highlight gains. Understanding the audience's perspective allows you to frame your message in a way that resonates with their needs and values. He introduces the concept of you language versus I language. While I statements are important for expressing feelings, when influencing, shifting the focus to you, that is, how your ideas benefit them, is far more effective. People are primarily interested in what's in it for them. Finally, feedback is presented as a two-way street. Being open to receiving feedback, even critical feedback, shows maturity and a willingness to improve. Giving constructive feedback, delivered with empathy and focused on behavior rather than personality, is also a vital communication skill for influence. Effective communication is a continuous loop of sending, receiving, and adjusting. Chapter 5. Understanding Motivation, Tapping into What Drives People. At the heart of influencing others lies a profound understanding of human motivation. Kapoor asserts that you cannot effectively persuade someone until you grasp what truly drives them, their desires, fears, values, and aspirations. This chapter delves into various motivational theories and practical approaches to uncover these drivers. He discusses Maslow's hierarchy of needs, explaining how individuals are motivated to fulfill basic physiological needs, food, water, and shelter, before moving on to safety, belonging, esteem, and finally, self-actualization. Understanding where an individual sits on this hierarchy can provide critical insights into their current priorities and what will most effectively influence them. For someone worried about job security, an argument framed around stability will be more compelling than one focused on personal growth, for instance. Kapoor also explores extrinsic versus intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivators are external rewards, like money, promotions, recognition, or avoiding punishment. While effective in the short term, their impact can wane. Intrinsic motivators come from within: the joy of accomplishment, the desire for learning, a sense of purpose or personal growth. These are often more powerful and sustainable drivers. True influence often involves tapping into these deeper intrinsic motivations. The chapter emphasizes the importance of identifying individual values. What is most important to a person? Is it security, freedom, creativity, community, power, or achievement? By aligning your proposal with their core values, you create a powerful resonance that makes your message far more persuasive. Kapoor suggests actively listening for clues about a person's values during conversations and observing their choices. He also highlights the influence of emotions. While rational arguments are important, emotions often drive decisions. Influencing effectively means understanding the emotional landscape of the person you're trying to persuade. Appealing to their hopes, alleviating their fears, or inspiring their aspirations can be incredibly effective. However, Kapoor cautions against manipulating emotions. Instead, it's about connecting with genuine emotional needs. The pain-pleasure principle is another significant driver. People are fundamentally motivated to seek pleasure and avoid pain. Framing your message in terms of how it helps them gain something desirable or avoid something undesirable can be highly persuasive. For example, rather than just stating the features of a product, explain how it solves a specific problem, avoids pain, or gains a desired benefit, gains pleasure. Kapoor advises against a one-size-fits-all approach to motivation. Each individual is unique, and what motivates one person may not motivate another. The key is to be a keen observer and an active listener, constantly seeking to understand the unique motivational triggers of the person you wish to influence. This understanding allows for highly targeted and effective influencing strategies.
Chapter 6: The Psychology of Persuasion, Principles and Techniques. Building upon the foundation of trust, communication, and understanding motivation, Kapoor delves into specific psychological principles that underpin effective persuasion. He draws heavily from established research, making these complex concepts accessible and actionable. One of the most powerful principles discussed is reciprocity. As mentioned earlier, people feel indebted and are more likely to comply with the request from someone who has previously done something for them. This isn't about transactional exchanges, but about building goodwill. Offering help, sharing knowledge, or doing a favor creates a psychological obligation that can be leveraged ethically. Kapoor advises giving genuinely and without expectation, but understanding that this act builds a reservoir of goodwill. Commitment and consistency is another potent principle. Once people commit to something, even a small commitment, they are more likely to follow through on larger, related commitments to maintain a sense of consistency in their behavior and self-image. This is why foot-in-the-door techniques, asking for a small favor first, can be so effective. Getting someone to agree to a minor point can pave the way for agreement on a larger issue.
Social proof refers to the tendency for people to look to others for guidance on how to think, feel, and act, especially in uncertain situations. If many people are doing something, we assume it's the correct thing to do. Kapoor illustrates how testimonials, case studies, endorsements from respected figures, and showcasing popularity can be powerful tools of influence. Join the Millions Who is a classic example. Authority is another significant lever. People are more likely to be persuaded by someone they perceive as an expert or a legitimate authority figure. This isn't just about formal titles. It's also about demonstrating knowledge, competence, and experience. Dressing professionally, speaking confidently, citing credible sources, and showcasing your credentials can enhance your perceived authority. Kapoor emphasizes that this authority must be earned and used responsibly. Liking is a remarkably simple yet profound principle. We are more likely to be influenced by people we like. This reinforces the earlier chapters on building rapport and trust. Factors that contribute to liking include physical attractiveness, similarity, compliments, cooperation, and familiarity. Kapoor urges readers to cultivate genuine connections, find common ground, and be authentically friendly. Finally, scarcity is presented as a powerful motivator. Opportunities seem more valuable when their availability is limited. Limited time offer, exclusive access, or while supplies last are common applications of this principle. Creating a sense of urgency or unique opportunity can prompt quicker decision-making. However, Kapoor cautions against manufacturing false scarcity, as this can damage credibility.
Chapter 7. Navigating Conflict and Resistance, Turning Obstacles into Opportunities. Influence is rarely a straight path. Kapoor acknowledges that resistance and conflict are inevitable parts of human interaction, but he reframes them not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for deeper understanding and stronger influence. This chapter equips readers with strategies to navigate these challenging situations constructively. The first step, according to Kapoor, is to understand the root cause of resistance. Is it a lack of information, a differing perspective, a fear of change, a past negative experience, or perhaps a personal attack? Until you understand the underlying reason, you cannot effectively address it. He advises against immediately countering resistance with arguments. Instead, pause and seek to understand. Ask open-ended questions like, "Can you tell me more about your concerns?" or "What makes you feel that way?" Empathy and validation are crucial here. Even if you disagree with someone's point of view, acknowledge their feelings and validate their perspective. Phrases like, "I understand why you might feel that way," or "That's a valid concern," can disarm defensiveness and open the door for dialogue. This doesn't mean agreeing with them, but showing that you've heard and respected their position. Kapoor advocates for finding common ground even in conflict. What shared goals or values might exist? Focusing on these commonalities can shift the dynamic from adversarial to collaborative. When both parties realize they are working towards a similar outcome, even if their approaches differ, resolution becomes more likely. The importance of remaining calm and composed is stressed. When confronted with anger or aggression, responding in kind only escalates the situation. Maintaining your composure, speaking calmly, and avoiding personal attacks helps de-escalate tension and allows for rational discussion. Kapoor suggests taking a deep breath and consciously choosing your response rather than reacting impulsively. He introduces the concept of reframing objections. Instead of viewing an objection as a rejection, see it as an opportunity to provide more information or address a specific concern. For example, if someone says, "That's too expensive," you can reframe it as, "I understand cost is a concern.
let me show you the long-term value and return on investment. Focusing on solutions, not problems, is another key strategy. Once the root cause of resistance is understood, shift the conversation towards collaborative problem solving. Ask, how can we work together to overcome this? Or, what solutions do you propose? This empowers the other person and makes them a partner in the resolution. Finally, Kapoor highlights the power of knowing when to concede. Influence is not about winning every argument, but about achieving desired outcomes while preserving relationships. Sometimes giving away on a minor point can build goodwill and pave the way for agreement on a more significant issue. It demonstrates flexibility and a willingness to compromise, both essential for long-term influence. Navigating conflict skillfully transforms potential breakdowns into breakthroughs.
Chapter 8. Ethical Influence and Personal Integrity, the Long Game. Throughout the book, Kapoor subtly weaves in the theme of ethics, but in this chapter he brings it to the forefront, emphasizing that true and lasting influence is inextricably linked to personal integrity and ethical conduct. Any attempt to influence that compromises these principles is ultimately self-defeating and unsustainable. He reiterates that manipulation, which seeks to control or exploit others for personal gain, is distinct from ethical influence. Manipulation might yield short-term results, but it erodes trust, damages reputation, and poisons relationships. Once someone feels manipulated, they will be highly resistant to any future attempts at influence from that source. Transparency and honesty are fundamental. While not every piece of information needs to be shared, what is shared must be truthful. Hiding facts, exaggerating claims, or outright lying will inevitably be discovered and will destroy credibility instantly. Kapoor stresses that honesty builds a reputation for trustworthiness, which is a key currency in influence. Respect for autonomy is another cornerstone. Ethical influence respects the other person's right to make their own decisions. It's about presenting your case persuasively, providing information, and highlighting benefits, but ultimately allowing them to choose. Coercion or undue pressure removes autonomy and thus moves into the realm of manipulation. Kapoor emphasizes the importance of considering the impact of your influence. Are your actions beneficial to all parties involved, or do they solely serve your interests at the expense of others? Ethical influence seeks win-win solutions where possible, or at least aims to minimize harm. This involves a sense of social responsibility. Building a reputation for integrity takes time and consistent effort. It's about aligning your words with your actions, following through on commitments, being fair, and always striving to do the right thing, even when no one is watching. This reputation becomes a powerful force multiplier for influence, as people are naturally drawn to and trust those with strong moral compasses. He discusses the concept of moral courage, the willingness to stand by your principles even when it's difficult or unpopular. This demonstrates strength of character and earns deep respect, which is a powerful form of influence. Kapoor concludes that ethical influence is not just about being nice, it's about being strategically smart in the long run. Relationships built on trust and respect are robust and resilient. They lead to genuine collaboration, sustained loyalty, and a positive ripple effect. In a world where information spreads rapidly, a reputation for integrity is one of the most valuable assets an individual or organization can possess. It is the foundation upon which enduring influence is built. Chapter 9. Developing your personal brand of influence. Having laid out the principles, Kapoor now shifts to the practical application of developing one's unique brand of influence. This isn't about creating a persona, but about intentionally cultivating and leveraging your inherent strengths and values. He encourages listeners to identify their unique strengths and expertise. What are you naturally good at? What do you know deeply? What problems do you excel at solving?
Authentically showcasing these strengths builds confidence and credibility, making your influence more natural and powerful. Your unique perspective is a valuable asset. Consistency in behavior and communication is vital for branding. Just as a strong brand has a consistent message and identity, your personal brand of influence should reflect a consistent set of values, principles, and communication style. This consistency makes you predictable in a positive way and reinforces trust. Kapoor emphasizes the importance of continuous learning and self-improvement. The world is constantly changing, and effective influencers are those who adapt, learn new skills, and stay informed. This commitment to growth not only keeps your knowledge current, but also signals to others that you are forward-thinking and dedicated. Networking and building your circle of influence is another key aspect. Influence is rarely exerted in isolation. Building a diverse network of connections, nurturing those relationships, and offering value to others within your network expands your reach and opportunities for influence. This includes both formal and informal networks. He also talks about the power of storytelling. Humans are wired for stories. Instead of just presenting facts and figures, framing your message within a compelling narrative can make it far more memorable, relatable, and persuasive. Stories engage emotions and create a deeper connection. Mentorship and seeking feedback are presented as powerful tools for personal development. Learning from experienced mentors can accelerate your growth, while actively soliciting feedback and acting on it provides critical insights into how you are perceived and where you can improve your influencing skills. Finally, Kapoor underscores that developing your personal brand of influence is an ongoing journey, not a destination. It requires reflection, intentional practice, and a commitment to personal growth. It's about becoming the kind of person others naturally want to follow, trust, and collaborate with. Your influence grows organically as you grow as an individual.
Chapter 10. Practical Applications and Real-World Scenarios. To solidify the theoretical concepts, Kapoor dedicates a chapter to illustrating how the art of influencing people plays out in various real-world scenarios, making the principles tangible and actionable. He explores influence in the workplace, leading a team, influencing team members to embrace a new project, motivate them through challenges, and inspire them to achieve collective goals. This involves clear communication, empathy for their concerns, and recognizing their contributions. Negotiating a raise or promotion, presenting your value proposition clearly, highlighting achievements, demonstrating commitment, and understanding the company's needs. Collaborating with peers, building alliances, resolving conflicts, and guiding discussions toward productive outcomes through active listening and finding common ground. Influencing superiors, clearly articulating ideas, providing data-driven insights, understanding their priorities, and framing proposals in terms of benefits to the organization. Kapoor also delves into personal life scenarios, parenting, guiding children to make positive choices, instilling values, and fostering cooperation through patient communication, setting clear expectations, and being a role model. Relationships with friends and family, resolving disagreements, offering support, and gently guiding loved ones through difficult decisions, always rooted in empathy and respect. Community involvement, mobilizing volunteers for a cause, persuading others to adopt new habits, for example, recycling, or advocating for change in local governance. He emphasizes that in all these scenarios, the underlying principles remain constant. Start with understanding the other person's perspective. Build rapport and trust. Communicate clearly and persuasively. Tap into their motivations. Use ethical persuasion techniques. Navigate resistance constructively.
Kapoor provides many case studies and thought experiments, urging the reader to apply the concepts to their own experiences. He challenges listeners to reflect on past interactions, both successful and unsuccessful, and analyze them through the lens of the principles discussed. This reflective practice is crucial for internalizing the learning and developing intuitive influencing skills. The chapter reinforces that influence isn't a grand gesture, but a series of small, consistent, and intentional actions that build up over time. It's about mastering the everyday interactions, understanding the subtle cues, and always operating from a place of integrity. The true measure of influence lies not in how many people you can command, but in how many people you can inspire and positively impact.
Conclusion: the journey of lifelong influence. As we draw to a close on our extensive exploration of Virender Kapoor's The Art of Influencing People, it becomes abundantly clear that influence is far more than a mere tactic or a trick. It is a profound skill, an ethical responsibility, and an ongoing journey of self-awareness and interpersonal understanding. Kapoor has meticulously guided us through the essential pillars, from the critical importance of self-awareness and impactful first impressions to the fundamental necessity of building genuine rapport and trust. We've dissected the nuances of effective communication, learning to speak clearly and listen deeply, and we've unlocked the secrets to understanding human motivation, tapping into the desires and values that truly drive people. The psychological principles of persuasion, reciprocity, commitment, social proof, authority, liking, and scarcity were presented not as manipulative tools, but as ethical insights into human decision-making. We've learned to navigate conflict not as an adversary, but as an opportunity for deeper connection. And consistently throughout every chapter, the unwavering beacon of personal integrity and ethical conduct has shone brightly as the non-negotiable foundation for any lasting and positive influence. The true art of influencing people, as Kapoor beautifully illustrates, is not about forcing your will upon others. It is about understanding, connecting, inspiring, and empowering. It's about creating an environment where mutual respect flourishes, where ideas are heard, and where collaborative action leads to shared success. It's about becoming a leader, a mentor, a trusted friend, and a respected colleague, a person who genuinely adds value to the lives of others. This book is a call to action, an invitation to cultivate a more conscious and constructive approach to all your interactions. It challenges you to look beyond superficial exchanges and to engage with empathy, authenticity, and a long-term vision. The skills outlined here are not just for boardrooms or sales pitches. They are for every aspect of your life, enabling you to build stronger relationships, resolve disagreements with grace, and inspire those around you to achieve their highest potential alongside your own. Remember, influence is a muscle that strengthens with consistent ethical practice. Embrace the journey, apply these profound insights, and watch as your ability to connect, persuade, and positively impact the world around you blossoms. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening summary of The Art of Influencing People by Virender Kapoor. This has been Vibe Audiobook, inspiring your mind one chapter at a time. Until next time, keep influencing, keep growing, and keep vibrating with knowledge. Hello, and welcome to Vibe Audiobook. Today, we delve into a profound work of self-mastery and spiritual insight, James Allen's Mastery of Destiny. Written by the same author who penned the timeless classic, As a Man Thinketh, this book offers a deeper exploration into the principles that govern human experience, providing a roadmap for taking charge of our lives and shaping our destinies. Allen, a pioneer in the self-help movement, distills complex philosophical and spiritual truths
into practical, actionable wisdom, guiding us toward a life of purpose, power, and peace. The core message of Mastery of Destiny resonates with profound simplicity. We are the architects of our own lives. Every thought we entertain, every choice we make, every action we take contributes to the edifice of our existence. This isn't a passive acceptance of fate, but an active declaration of our inherent ability to create, to transform, and to transcend. Allen meticulously unpacks this truth, revealing how our inner world directly manifests as our outer reality. The book is structured into several powerful chapters, each building upon the last to create a comprehensive understanding of true self-mastery. Let's embark on this journey of discovery together.
Chapter 1. The Science of Self-Control. Allen begins by establishing that self-control is not merely a virtue, but a science. It operates with the same precision and predictability as any natural law. Just as gravity dictates the fall of an apple, our thoughts and actions dictate the trajectory of our lives. To master destiny, we must first master ourselves, and the cornerstone of this mastery is self-control. Many believe that control is about suppressing desires or forcing oneself into uncomfortable situations. Allen clarifies that true self-control is far more nuanced. It is about understanding the mechanisms of thought and emotion, and then directing them consciously. It's not about eradicating desires, but about aligning them with our highest good and purpose. An uncontrolled mind, Allen argues, is like a ship without a rudder, tossed about by every gust of impulse and emotion. It drifts aimlessly, subject to the whims of external circumstances. A controlled mind, however, is a vessel steered with precision, charting a deliberate course toward its desired destination. The first step in this science is observation. We must become diligent observers of our own inner workings. What thoughts habitually occupy our minds? What emotions dominate our days? What are the underlying motives behind our actions? This self-examination, devoid of judgment, is crucial. It allows us to identify the patterns that are either serving us or hindering us. For instance, do we constantly dwell on past failures or future anxieties? Do we react impulsively to minor annoyances? Recognizing these patterns is the beginning of intelligent self-direction. Allen emphasizes that emotions are not inherently good or bad. They are energies. When uncontrolled, they can be destructive. When controlled, they can be powerful forces for good. Imagine anger. Uncontrolled, it can lead to destructive words and actions. Controlled, the same intense energy can be transmuted into passionate advocacy for justice or determined effort to overcome an obstacle. The key is not to deny these energies, but to guide them with wisdom. The practice of self-control requires patience and persistence. It is not a skill acquired overnight, but a habit cultivated through consistent effort. Every time we choose a calm response over an angry outburst, a thoughtful pause over an impulsive decision, we strengthen the muscles of our self-control. This progressive mastery leads to a profound sense of inner peace and external effectiveness. We cease to be victims of our circumstances and become masters of our responses. We begin to realize that true power lies not in controlling the external world, but in controlling our internal landscape. The journey of self-control is ultimately a journey towards self-knowledge. As we understand ourselves better, our strengths, our weaknesses,
our true desires, we gain the capacity to align our inner and outer worlds, leading to a life of authenticity and power.
Chapter 2. The Training of the Will. Following self-control, Alan introduces the will as the driving force behind all accomplishment. The will is not mere desire, it is concentrated desire, focused intention, and unwavering determination. It is the spiritual muscle that enables us to translate our thoughts and visions into tangible realities. A strong will is indispensable for anyone seeking to master their destiny. Many people confuse wishful thinking with willing. We may wish for success, but without the trained will to act, to persevere, and to overcome obstacles, wishes remain just that, wishes. The will, Alan explains, must be trained and disciplined, much like an athlete trains their body. This training involves several key components. Firstly, defining purpose. A weak will often stems from a lack of clear purpose. If we don't know where we're going, our will becomes scattered and ineffective. Alan urges us to clarify our deepest desires and to formulate a clear, compelling vision for our lives. What do we truly want to achieve? What kind of person do we want to become? This clarity provides the direction for the will. Secondly, focus and concentration. A trained will is a focused will. It can hold a vision steadfastly in mind, undisturbed by distractions or doubts. In a world full of constant interruptions, the ability to concentrate our mental energies is a powerful asset. Alan suggests practices that enhance focus, such as setting small, achievable goals and dedicating ourselves completely to their completion. Each small victory in focus strengthens the will for larger endeavors. Thirdly, perseverance in the face of difficulty. The will is tested and strengthened through adversity. When obstacles arise, as they inevitably will, the untrained will falters and retreats. The trained will, however, sees challenges not as roadblocks, but as opportunities for growth and refinement. It persists, finding new ways around difficulties, learning from setbacks, and remaining committed to the ultimate goal. Alan assures us that every time we push through discomfort or resistance, we are building indomitable mental and spiritual strength. Finally, the training of the will involves courage. It takes courage to pursue our dreams, to face our fears, and to stand firm in our convictions, especially when others doubt us. A strong will imbues us with this courage, allowing us to move forward with confidence and resolve. The will, when properly trained, becomes an unstoppable force. It transforms desires into realities, obstacles into stepping stones, and dreams into destiny. It empowers us to not just react to life, but to actively create it. Chapter 3. The Power of Purpose. Building upon the training of the will, Alan dedicates a chapter to the power of purpose. Purpose, he states, is the foundational principle of all true achievement. Without purpose, life is a series of disconnected events, lacking direction and ultimate meaning. With purpose, every action,
every thought, every moment gains significance and moves us closer to our intended destiny. Allen argues that many people drift through life without a clearly defined purpose, leaving their fates to chance or the dictates of others. This lack of purpose is a primary cause of unhappiness, frustration, and a sense of unfulfillment. To master destiny, we must not only identify, but also embrace and commit to a noble purpose. What constitutes a noble purpose? It is not merely about personal gain, but about contributing to something larger than oneself. It could be dedicated to artistic creation, scientific discovery, serving humanity, or striving for personal excellence that inspires others. A noble purpose is one that elevates us, challenges us, and allows us to express our highest potential. Once a purpose is chosen, it becomes the organizing principle of our lives. Every decision can then be evaluated against this purpose. Does this choice align with my purpose? Does this action move me closer to my goal? This clarity simplifies decision-making and eliminates much of the mental clutter and indecision that plague purposeless lives. The power of purpose also lies in its ability to magnetize opportunities and resources. When we are clearly focused on a specific goal, our minds become attuned to perceive opportunities that we would otherwise miss. We attract the people, the knowledge, and the circumstances necessary for our purpose to manifest. This isn't mysticism, but a psychological and energetic truth. What we focus on expands, and what we genuinely seek, we tend to find. Furthermore, purpose provides an inexhaustible source of motivation and resilience. When faced with setbacks, it is our deep commitment to purpose that allows us to persevere. It reminds us why we started and what we are striving for, galvanizing our will when discouragement threatens to set in. Allen calls us to actively seek and define our purpose, to write it down, to meditate upon it, and to allow it to permeate every aspect of our being. A life lived with purpose is a life lived with power, meaning, and ultimate satisfaction. It is the conscious creation of a magnificent destiny.
Chapter 4. The Practice of Concentration. In a world filled with distractions, the practice of concentration is more vital than ever, and Allen dedicates a significant portion of Mastery of Destiny to its cultivation. Concentration is the art of focusing the mind entirely on a single subject, thought, or task, excluding all other intrusive thoughts. It is the cornerstone of intellectual achievement, effective action, and profound understanding. Allen laments the modern tendency towards fragmented attention, where minds flit from one stimulus to another without truly engaging with anything. This mental scattering, he argues, weakens the mind and diminishes our capacity for sustained effort and deep insight. To master destiny, we must master our attention. The practice of concentration begins with deliberate effort. It's like training a wild horse. Initially, the mind will resist, wandering off into tangents. But with consistent, gentle redirection, it can be brought under control. Allen suggests starting with simple exercises, focusing on a single object, a sound, or even a single breath for a short period, gradually increasing the duration. The benefits of concentration are immense. Firstly, it leads to efficiency and effectiveness. When we concentrate fully on a task, we accomplish it more quickly
and with greater quality. Our work becomes more precise, our understanding deeper, and our problem-solving abilities enhanced. This is why great scientists, artists, and leaders are often characterized by their intense powers of concentration. Secondly, concentration brings clarity of thought. When the mind is focused, it is less cluttered by irrelevant thoughts and emotional noise. This clarity allows us to perceive situations more accurately, to make better decisions, and to understand complex ideas with greater ease. It's like bringing a blurry image into sharp focus. Thirdly, concentration is essential for problem-solving and innovation. Breakthroughs often occur when the mind is intensely focused on a particular problem, allowing solutions to emerge from deeper levels of consciousness. By channeling our mental energy into a single stream, we unleash its creative potential. Allen stresses that concentration is not about tension or strain, but about relaxed yet absorbed attention. It is a state of flow where the mind is fully engaged but without undue effort. This state of flow is often associated with enjoyment and a sense of timelessness. Cultivating concentration requires a conscious effort to minimize external distractions and, more importantly, to manage internal ones. It involves consciously bringing the mind back to the task at hand whenever it wanders. Through this consistent practice, we develop a powerful mental tool that serves us in every endeavor, enabling us to penetrate the surface of things and grasp their deeper truths, thereby accelerating our journey toward destiny mastery.
Chapter 5. The Acquisition of Wisdom. For James Allen, true mastery is not merely about accumulating knowledge or achieving external success. It is ultimately about the acquisition of wisdom. Wisdom, he explains, is the intelligent application of knowledge, tempered by understanding and infused with moral insight. It is the ability to see things as they truly are, to discern cause and effect, and to act in harmony with universal laws. Knowledge can be acquired through books, education, and experience, but wisdom goes deeper. It is an internal transformation, a refinement of character that allows us to navigate life's complexities with grace and effectiveness. Allen distinguishes between mere cleverness or intellectual prowess and genuine wisdom. Cleverness might help us win an argument, but wisdom helps us build a life. The path to wisdom involves several key elements. Firstly, self-knowledge. As we understand our own thoughts, emotions, and motives, we gain insight into human nature itself. Wisdom is often a profound understanding of the self in relation to the universe. Secondly, observation and reflection. Wisdom is not just about observing external events, but reflecting deeply on their meaning and implications. Why did this happen? What can I learn from it? How does this connect to broader principles? This reflective process allows us to extract lessons from every experience, transforming raw information into refined understanding. Thirdly, moral purity and integrity. Allen firmly believed that true wisdom cannot exist in a mind clouded by malice, deceit, or selfishness. Wisdom is inherently ethical. It is about understanding the interconnectedness of all things and acting in a way that promotes harmony and well-being, not just for oneself, but for all. A wise person acts with justice, compassion, and truthfulness. Fourthly, humility. The truly wise person recognizes the vastness of what they do not know. They are open to learning, willing to admit mistakes, and eager to grow.
Arrogance, Allen suggests, is a significant barrier to wisdom, as it closes the mind to new perspectives and essential truths. The acquisition of wisdom brings profound benefits. It leads to inner peace, as we understand the immutable laws that govern life and cease to struggle against them. It brings clarity of judgment, enabling us to make sound decisions even in challenging circumstances. And it fosters compassion and understanding, allowing us to relate to others with empathy and kindness. Wisdom is the crowning glory of self-mastery. It elevates us beyond fleeting desires and superficial achievements, guiding us toward a life of enduring purpose and spiritual fulfillment. To master destiny, then, is to become wise, to live in conscious alignment with the highest truths of existence.
Chapter 6. The Law of Cause and Effect. Perhaps one of the most fundamental principles in Allen's philosophy, reiterated across many of his works, is the law of cause and effect. In Mastery of Destiny, he presents it not as a philosophical concept, but as an undeniable, ever-present force governing every aspect of existence. He calls it the law of karma, or the law of retribution, though he uses these terms in a broader sense than solely spiritual reincarnation, emphasizing its immediate applicability in our daily lives. This law simply states that for every effect there is a cause, and for every cause there will be a corresponding effect. There is no such thing as chance or luck in Allen's universe. Everything that happens to us, everything we experience, is the direct or indirect result of causes we have set in motion, whether consciously or unconsciously. This applies most powerfully to our thoughts. Our thoughts are causes, and our circumstances are the effects. If we habitually entertain thoughts of fear, lack, and resentment, we will inevitably create circumstances that reflect these internal states. Conversely, if our minds are filled with thoughts of courage, abundance, and goodwill, our external world will gradually transform to reflect these positive internal conditions. Allen provides numerous examples. A person who is habitually dishonest will eventually face distrust and loss. A person who diligently works with integrity will build a reputation of reliability and attract opportunities. The law is impartial, operating without judgment, simply reflecting back to us what we have sent out. Understanding this law brings immense empowerment. It removes the sense of victimhood and places the power of creation squarely in our own hands. If we don't like the effects we are experiencing, we have the power to change the causes. This means consciously choosing our thoughts, words, and actions with a clear understanding of the consequences they will inevitably bring. This also implies personal responsibility. We cannot blame others, fate, or external circumstances for our misfortunes. While external factors exist, our response to them and our internal state preceding them often play a far greater role than we realize. Accepting full responsibility for our lives is the first step toward genuine self-mastery. The law of cause and effect also encourages patience and perseverance. Good causes may not always yield immediate good effects, and negative effects may linger from past causes. But Allen assures us that the law is unfailing. Every seed planted, whether good or ill, will eventually bear fruit. Therefore, we must continue to sow seeds of positive thought and action, trusting that the harvest will come in due season. By deeply understanding and consciously aligning with the law of cause and effect, we gain a profound tool for shaping our destiny. We move from being reactive participants in life to proactive creators, designing our future with wisdom and intent.
Chapter 7. Individuality and Emancipation.
In this chapter, Allen explores the profound concept of individuality and how its true expression leads to emancipation from the limitations imposed by others and by our own unexamined beliefs. He argues that true mastery involves discovering and living from our authentic self, rather than conforming to external pressures or societal expectations. Many people, Allen observes, live lives that are not truly their own. They are echoes of others' opinions, followers of popular trends, or prisoners of inherited beliefs. This suppression of genuine individuality leads to a sense of unfulfillment and a lack of true purpose. To master destiny, we must dare to be ourselves, to uncover our unique gifts and express them fully. Emancipation, in this context, is not about breaking laws or rejecting all societal norms. It is about mental and spiritual liberation. It is freedom from the tyranny of fear, from the need for external validation, and from the limitations of conventional thinking. It is the freedom to think for ourselves, to choose our own path, and to define our own values. The journey to individuality and emancipation involves several steps. Firstly, introspection and self-discovery. We must regularly ask ourselves, who am I truly? What are my deepest values? What is my unique contribution to the world? This honest self-inquiry helps us peel away the layers of conditioning and reveal our authentic core. Secondly, courage to be different. To live authentically often means going against the current, embracing ideas that may be unpopular, or pursuing a path that others don't understand. This requires immense courage and a strong sense of self-belief. Allen reassures us that true strength lies not in conformity, but in integrity to one's own truth. Thirdly, independence of thought. We must learn to critically evaluate information, to question assumptions, and to form our own conclusions, rather than passively accepting what we are told. This intellectual independence is vital for navigating a complex world and for forging our unique destiny. Fourthly, living from principle, not personality. Emancipation comes when we base our lives on timeless principles of truth, justice, and compassion, rather than being swayed by personal whims, emotional reactions, or the transient opinions of others. Principles provide an unwavering compass for our lives. Ultimately, individuality, when rooted in wisdom and ethical conduct, leads to creative power. When we are truly ourselves, we unleash our unique creative potential, contributing something fresh and original to the world. We become channels for new ideas, new solutions, and new expressions of beauty. Emancipation is the freedom to become everything we are meant to be, unhindered by internal or external constraints. It is the joyous realization of our inherent sovereignty, leading us to a destiny that is truly our own creation.
Chapter 8. The Divine Center. In his concluding chapter, Allen takes us to the deepest level of mastery, connecting with what he calls the divine center within each of us. This is the spiritual core, the source of all wisdom, power, and peace. It is the timeless, unchanging essence that underlies our transient personality and experiences. Throughout the book, Allen has guided us through the practical steps of self-control, will training, purpose, concentration, and wisdom.
Now he reveals that these external practices are ultimately meant to lead us inward, to the profound realization of our spiritual nature. The mastery of destiny is not just about shaping external events, but about realizing our true identity as spiritual beings. The divine center is not something we acquire, it is something we uncover. It is already present, waiting to be recognized. It is the stillness within the storm, the wisdom behind the intellect, and the love beneath all emotions. Connecting with this center involves several aspects. Firstly, stillness and meditation. Allen encourages practices that quiet the restless mind and allow us to access deeper levels of consciousness. In silence, we can hear the promptings of our inner wisdom and feel the presence of our spiritual core. Secondly, detachment from external outcomes. While we set goals and work diligently, true mastery also involves a certain detachment from the absolute necessity of external results. Our ultimate peace and fulfillment come not from achieving specific outcomes, but from living in alignment with our highest principles and expressing our true selves. When we are centered, external circumstances have less power to disturb our inner peace. Thirdly, unwavering faith in the good. The divine center is inherently good, pure, and powerful. To connect with it means cultivating an abiding faith in the benevolent nature of the universe and in our own inherent goodness. This faith banishes fear and doubt, replacing them with confidence and serenity. Fourthly, self-transcendence. While previous chapters focused on the self, this final chapter points beyond the egoic self to the higher self. It's about recognizing that our individual existence is part of a larger, interconnected whole. This realization fosters compassion, selfless service, and a profound sense of unity. The fruits of connecting with the divine center are immeasurable. It brings unshakable peace, a serenity that external conditions cannot touch. It brings intuitive wisdom, allowing us to know what is right and true without laborious reasoning. It brings limitless power, a spiritual strength that enables us to overcome any challenge and to manifest our highest visions. To master destiny, then, is to realize that our destiny is not separate from us. It flows from the very core of our being. By aligning ourselves with the divine center, we become co-creators with the universal intelligence, shaping our lives not through struggle, but through conscious co-creation and spiritual surrender to the highest good. We become channels for divine purpose, living lives of profound meaning, joy, and lasting impact.
Conclusion: living a mastered life. James Allen's Mastery of Destiny is more than a book. It is a manual for conscious living. It calls us to awaken to our inherent power, to stop being victims of circumstance, and to become deliberate architects of our lives. From the practical disciplines of self-control and concentration to the profound insights of purpose, cause and effect, individuality, and ultimately our divine connection, Allen provides a comprehensive framework for transformation. The journey to mastery is not always easy. It requires discipline, introspection, courage, and unwavering commitment. But the rewards are immeasurable. A life of inner peace, clarity of purpose, unwavering strength, and the profound satisfaction of knowing that you are living a life truly of your own making, aligned
with your highest potential. As you integrate these timeless principles into your daily life, you will begin to see profound changes. Your thoughts will become clearer, your actions more intentional, and your life will increasingly reflect the beauty and power of the Master within you. Thank you for joining us on Vibe Audiobook for this exploration of Mastery of Destiny. May these insights inspire you to embark on your own journey of self-mastery and to consciously shape the magnificent destiny that awaits you.
Hello and welcome back to Vibe Audiobook, where we delve into the most impactful ideas that shape our lives and businesses. Today, we're exploring a book that has profoundly changed how we understand human behavior and organizational success. Charles Duhigg's The Power of Habit: Why We Do What We Do in Life and Business. This isn't just a book about personal improvement. It's an exploration of the fundamental mechanisms that drive our daily actions, influence our choices, and ultimately determine our destinies. It's about the invisible architecture of habits that underpins everything from our morning routines to the success of global corporations and even social movements. Duhigg, a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter for the New York Times, takes us on a captivating journey, weaving together scientific research, compelling real-world stories, and practical insights. He demystifies the complex world of neuroscience and psychology, presenting a clear, actionable framework for understanding and, more importantly, changing habits. If you've ever wondered why some people effortlessly achieve their goals while others struggle, or why some organizations thrive while others falter, the answers often lie in the subtle yet powerful force of habit. At its core, The Power of Habit argues that habits are not just automatic behaviors. They are deeply ingrained neurological loops. These loops consist of three key components: a cue, a routine, and a reward. Understanding this habit loop is the first step toward gaining control over our actions and shaping our lives with intention rather than just reacting to circumstances. Throughout this extensive summary, we will break down these concepts, illustrate them with Duhigg's vivid examples, and provide you with actionable takeaways that you can apply immediately, whether you're looking to quit smoking, exercise more, boost your productivity, or transform your business. Get ready to uncover the hidden forces that drive you and learn how to harness them for profound, lasting change.
Part 1. The Habits of Individuals. The Habit Loop. The first section of The Power of Habit dives deep into the neurological science behind individual habits. Duhigg introduces us to the fundamental concept of the habit loop, a three-step process that governs every habit, good or bad. Chapter 1. The Habit Loop: How Habits Work. Duhigg begins by introducing us to the story of Eugene Pauly, a man who, due to viral encephalitis, lost the ability to form new memories. Despite his severe amnesia, Eugene could still go for walks, find his way around his neighborhood, and even make himself a snack. Scientists discovered that while his conscious memory was severely damaged, a part of his brain called the basal ganglia remained intact. This area is crucial for storing habits. Eugene's story powerfully illustrates that habits operate largely outside our conscious awareness, residing in a different part of the brain than memory or reasoning. The core of Duhigg's theory is the habit loop, the cue. This is the trigger that tells your brain to go into automatic mode and which habit to use. It could be a time of day, a particular emotion, a specific location, the presence of certain people, or a preceding action. For example, seeing a cigarette might be a cue for a smoker. The routine. This is the habit itself, the physical, mental, or emotional behavior that follows the cue. It could be lighting the cigarette, going for a run, checking your phone, or biting your nails. The reward. This is the positive reinforcement that helps your brain decide if this particular loop is worth remembering for the future. The reward fulfills a craving. For the smoker, it might be the nicotine rush or the social connection. For someone checking their phone, it could be the distraction or the feeling of being connected. This loop isn't a suggestion, it's a powerful neurological pathway. When we experience a cue, our brain automatically triggers the routine, anticipating the reward. The more often this loop is repeated, the stronger it becomes, eventually operating almost entirely subconsciously. Duhigg uses the famous example of P&G's Swiffer. Before Swiffer, cleaning floors was a multi-step process. The Swiffer created a new habit loop. Cue, dirty floor. Routine, one-step Swiffer clean. Reward, fast, easy clean. This simple, effective loop transformed an industry. The key takeaway from this chapter is that to change a habit, you must first identify its components. You can't eliminate a habit, you can only change it. By understanding the cue and the reward, you can consciously insert a new routine.
Chapter 2. The Craving Brain. How to Create New Habits. This chapter introduces a crucial refinement to the habit loop, the concept of craving. Duhigg highlights the work of researchers like Wolfgang Strobe and his experiments with rats, which demonstrated that habits are formed and maintained because of a deep neurological craving for the reward. The most famous example here is that of Pepsodent toothpaste and its role in establishing daily toothbrushing as a universal habit. Claude Hopkins, an advertising genius, was hired to promote Pepsodent. He identified a cue, the film or mucus on teeth, and offered a clear reward, a beautiful smile, a fresh mouth. But crucially, he also inadvertently created a craving. Pepsodent contained citric acid, peppermint oil, and other chemicals that caused a slight tingling sensation. While these ingredients didn't actually make the toothpaste more effective, they created a sensation that people began to associate with cleanliness. The absence of this tingling became a cue that their mouth wasn't clean, driving them to brush again. People began to crave that tingling sensation, which became synonymous with the feeling of a clean mouth. This illustrates a powerful insight. A habit endures if it's fueled by a craving. The craving is what makes the reward so satisfying that the brain reinforces the loop. For instance, the reward for jogging might not just be physical fitness, but the runner's high, an endorphin rush that becomes a potent craving. This craving for the endorphins is what pulls someone out of bed for their morning run, even when they're tired. To create new habits, Duhigg explains, you must build a strong craving. This involves identifying a clear, simple cue, something that consistently triggers the routine. Defining a clear reward, something truly desirable that satisfies a deep longing. Engineering a craving. This is often the hardest part. It means associating the routine with the reward so strongly that the brain anticipates and desires the reward when it sees the cue. This anticipation itself becomes part of the reward system. This chapter underscores that willpower alone is often not enough. Habits are about creating a new neurological pathway, and craving is the engine that drives that creation and sustains it.
Chapter 3. The Golden Rule of Habit Change. Why Transformation Occurs. This is perhaps one of the most practical and hopeful chapters in the book, providing the core strategy for habit change. Duhigg presents the Golden Rule of Habit Change. You cannot extinguish a bad habit. You can only change it. And the most effective way to change a habit is to keep the old cue, deliver the old reward, but insert a new routine. Duhigg illustrates this rule with several powerful examples.
Bill Wilson and Alcoholics Anonymous, AA. Bill W., a struggling alcoholic, found sobriety through a transformative spiritual experience and the support of other recovering alcoholics. AA's success, Duhigg argues, lies in its brilliant application of the Golden Rule. The Q, stress, anxiety, loneliness, for drinking is still present, but AA provides a new routine, attending meetings, sharing stories, supporting others, and relying on a higher power. This new routine offers similar psychological and emotional rewards to drinking, but without the destructive consequences. The belief in something larger than oneself, a higher power, is crucial, as it provides the self-belief needed to overcome the cravings. This belief doesn't have to be spiritual. It can be a belief in oneself, in a system, or in the support of others. The chapter offers immense hope. No matter how deeply ingrained a habit, it can be changed. By consciously identifying the cue and the reward, we can experiment with different routines until we find one that satisfies the craving in a healthier way. This requires self-awareness, deliberate effort, and often a supportive environment. Part 2. The Habits of Successful Organizations, Keystone Habits. The second section shifts focus from individuals to organizations, exploring how habits drive success and failure in businesses, institutions, and even social movements. Here, Duhigg introduces the concept of keystone habits.
Chapter 4. Keystone Habits, The Ballad of Paul O'Neill. This chapter introduces one of the book's most compelling ideas, keystone habits. A keystone habit is a single habit that, when changed, cascades through an individual's or organization's life, leading to numerous other positive changes. It's like the keystone in an arch. Remove it, and the entire structure crumbles. Place it correctly, and the entire structure is strengthened. Duhigg tells the story of Paul O'Neill, who became CEO of Alcoa, a struggling aluminum giant, in 1987. On his first day, he shocked investors by declaring that his primary focus would be worker safety. Wall Street analysts were perplexed. They expected talk of profits and market share. However, O'Neill understood that safety was a keystone habit. Here's why. To improve worker safety, Alcoa had to change how it operated at every level. Communication. To report on safety incidents and prevent future ones, Alcoa had to improve communication channels, ensuring information flowed freely from the factory floor to upper management. Quality control. To make machinery safer, engineers had to redesign processes, leading to better quality products. Efficiency. Safer operations often meant more streamlined, efficient production. Employee empowerment. Workers had to feel empowered to speak up about hazards, leading to increased engagement and morale. Focusing on safety created new habits throughout the organization. New reporting routines, new communication channels, new ways of analyzing problems, and new ways for managers and workers to interact. These changes, initially driven by safety, spilled over into every other aspect of the business. Within a year of O'Neill's tenure, Alcoa's profits hit a record high, and its market capitalization soared. By the time he retired in 2000, Alcoa's annual net income was 5 times higher than when he started. The lessons from Alcoa are profound. Small wins create momentum. Focusing on a single, seemingly minor change like safety can create a ripple effect, building confidence and demonstrating that change is possible. Keystone habits teach other good habits. They foster a culture where excellence becomes the norm. They create structures that make it easier for other good habits to flourish. Duhigg suggests that identifying your own keystone habits, whether personal, e.g., regular exercise or making your bed, or organizational, e.g., efficient meeting structure or transparent communication, is a powerful way to initiate broad, positive transformation.
Chapter 5. Starbucks and the Habit of Success. How to Instill Willpower. This chapter delves into how organizations like Starbucks successfully instill willpower as a habit, particularly in employees who might not have strong self-discipline in other areas of their lives. Duhigg argues that willpower isn't just a virtue, it's like a muscle that can be strengthened through practice and, crucially, through the development of specific habits. Starbucks, Duhigg explains, hires many young people with little work experience. They face demanding customers and stressful situations. How does Starbucks turn them into effective, customer-focused employees? Through an elaborate training program that focuses on developing willpower habits. Starbucks training includes identifying tipping points. Employees are taught to recognize specific cues, such as a customer raising their voice or a long queue forming, that typically lead to a loss of control or poor performance. Prescripted responses. For these tipping points, employees are given specific, practiced routines. This might involve a memorized phrase for de-escalating a difficult customer or a sequence of actions for handling a sudden rush. This is known as planning for points of pain. Rewarding the routine. Successfully executing these routines, even when challenging, provides a sense of accomplishment and reinforces the new habit loop. The key insight is that willpower can be exhausted. When we're under stress or faced with too many decisions, our self-control diminishes. Starbucks' system works by automating willpower. By rehearsing specific responses to specific cues, employees don't have to consciously decide to be disciplined in a stressful moment. Their trained habits take over. This frees up mental energy and makes it easier to maintain composure and performance. Duhigg also links this to a broader idea. Practicing willpower in one area of life can have spillover effects into other areas. For instance, studies have shown that people who consistently make their bed in the morning, a small act of self-discipline, tend to have better financial management and be more productive at work. This reinforces the keystone habit idea. Willpower itself can be a keystone habit. By consistently executing small, deliberate acts of self-control, we build our willpower muscle and develop a belief in our ability to manage ourselves effectively.
Chapter 6. The Crisis and the Opportunity. When companies see a habit change coming. This chapter explores how organizations often fail to adapt to changing market habits, and how some, like Target, have become incredibly adept at predicting and influencing customer behavior. Duhigg uses the example of Target's incredible ability to predict customer pregnancy. Target uses sophisticated data analytics to identify specific purchasing patterns that correlate with pregnancy, like buying unscented lotion, supplements, and certain types of soap. By analyzing these keystone purchasing habits, they can predict a customer's pregnancy even before the customer herself has publicly announced it, sometimes even before she's told her family. This ability to foresee habit changes allows companies to target marketing effectively, innovate products and services that align with emerging habits, and gain competitive advantage, be the first to capture new market segments. However, Duhigg also highlights the ethical dilemmas and consumer discomfort that can arise when companies know too much. Target learned they had to mask their predictive abilities, interspersing pregnancy-related coupons with unrelated ones, so customers didn't feel spied upon. The chapter also examines why some established companies, like General Motors, struggled when consumers' car buying habits shifted. GM was structured around internal divisions that competed against each other, leading to a culture of complacency and an inability to respond quickly to new market demands, like smaller, more fuel-efficient cars. Their internal habits, ingrained ways of making decisions, developing products, and communicating, became liabilities. The core lesson is that successful organizations must be constantly aware of the habits of their customers and their own internal organizational habits. They must be agile enough to recognize when habits are shifting and courageous enough to proactively change their own routines to meet new demands. Companies that are too rigid or too comfortable with their existing habits risk becoming obsolete. Understanding habit change isn't just about manipulating consumers. It's about anticipating their needs and adapting to a dynamic world. Part 3. The habits of societies. The habits that transform. The final section expands the scope even further, looking at how habits shape communities, social movements, and even our most profound moral decisions.
Chapter 7. The Memphis Sanitation Strike. How Movements Happen. This chapter is a powerful exploration of how social movements gain momentum and ignite change, often through the strategic manipulation of habits within a community. Duhigg uses the example of the Memphis Sanitation Strike in 1968, which brought Martin Luther King Jr. to Memphis just before his assassination. Duhigg identifies 3 key stages in the development of a social movement. The habits of friendship, strong ties. Movements often begin among close friends and family, leveraging existing social habits and strong ties. In Memphis, the sanitation workers already had strong bonds forged through shared hardships and communal life. These close relationships fostered trust and solidarity, making it easier for them to initially organize. When one worker went on strike, his friends and family were more likely to join in, not just out of conviction, but out of loyalty and existing social habits. Weak ties and peer pressure. As a movement grows, it needs to expand beyond strong ties. This is where weak ties become crucial. Weak ties are acquaintances, colleagues, or people you know peripherally. They don't provide the same deep emotional support as strong ties, but they are vital for spreading information and influencing a wider circle. Peer pressure plays a significant role here. As more people join, the social norm shifts, making it harder for others not to participate. If your neighbor, your colleague, or even a casual acquaintance is striking, it exerts a subtle pressure on you to conform to the new social habit. New habits of identity. For a movement to truly succeed and become sustainable, it must create new habits of identity and meaning. It must offer participants a new way of seeing themselves and their role in the world. For the Memphis sanitation workers, the strike wasn't just about wages. It became a fight for dignity, respect, and civil rights. The phrase, "I am a man," became a powerful symbol, instilling a new collective identity and a sense of shared purpose. This new identity became a powerful habit, driving continued participation and resilience. The Memphis strike demonstrated that when ordinary people are given new habits that create a sense of belonging, purpose, and self-worth, they can collectively overcome immense obstacles and force profound societal change. Understanding these stages allows us to see how habits, both individual and collective, are crucial for mobilizing large groups and transforming social norms.
Chapter 9. The Neurology of Free Will. Are we responsible for our habits? This concluding chapter grapples with the profound philosophical question of free will in the context of habit. If our lives are so profoundly shaped by automatic neurological loops, how much control do we truly have? Are we simply slaves to our habits, or do we retain the power to choose? Duhigg presents several compelling cases to explore this tension. Brian Thomas and the sleepwalking murder. Brian Thomas was acquitted of murder after strangling his wife in his sleep. His defense argued that he was suffering from a rare sleep disorder, acting purely automatically, without conscious intent or control. This case highlights the extreme end of automatic behavior, where habits can operate completely outside conscious awareness. Angie Bachman and the gambling addiction. Angie Bachman lost her family fortune due to a severe gambling addiction.
She sued the casino, arguing that her addiction was a disease that diminished her free will. The court, however, ruled against her, stating that even with an addiction, she retained a degree of responsibility for her choices. This case illustrates the legal and ethical complexities of habit and responsibility. Duhigg synthesizes scientific research and philosophical arguments to conclude that while habits are incredibly powerful and often operate subconsciously, we are ultimately responsible for identifying and changing them. We may not choose our initial cues or the cravings they generate, but we do have the capacity to choose our routines. The key insight is that once we understand the habit loop, the cue, routine, and reward, we gain the power to intervene. The moment of conscious awareness, the realization that we are responding to a cue and craving a reward, is where free will re-enters the picture. We might feel the urge to eat that cookie, cue, crave the sugar, reward, but we can consciously choose not to follow the routine of eating it. This is where the golden rule of habit change becomes paramount. The chapter suggests that true freedom comes not from the absence of habits, but from the conscious creation of habits that serve our best interests. We are not prisoners of our biology or our past. We have the capacity to choose which habits we cultivate and which ones we abandon. This requires self-awareness, effort, and often the support of others or a belief system. Duhigg leaves us with an empowering message. Our habits are not our destiny. While they are deeply ingrained, they are mutable. By understanding the science of habit, we gain the tools to redesign our lives, one intentional routine at a time. This understanding shifts us from being passive participants in our lives to active architects of our future.
Chapter 8: Saddleback Church and the Boycott Bus. How to Create Willpower with Belief. This chapter revisits the theme of willpower, but specifically in the context of belief systems and how faith can be a powerful tool for cultivating self-discipline and fostering habit change, similar to the principles seen in Alcoholics Anonymous. Duhigg introduces Saddleback Church in California, one of the largest and most successful megachurches in America, founded by Rick Warren. Saddleback's success, Duhigg argues, is deeply rooted in its understanding and application of habit formation. It provides its congregants with a clear system that helps them cultivate new, positive habits, particularly related to self-control and purpose. Key aspects of Saddleback's approach: structure and routine. Saddleback offers countless small groups, programs, and activities that provide clear routines for its members. These routines, like regular Bible study, community service, or support groups, act as new habits. Strong community and social support. Like AA, Saddleback fosters a strong sense of community, where members support each other in their efforts to live more purposefully. This social network reinforces positive habits and provides accountability. A clear why. Most importantly, Saddleback provides a compelling belief system that gives its members a deep sense of purpose. This belief, rooted in faith, provides the motivation and willpower to overcome challenges and stick to new habits, even when difficult. When people believe that their actions are part of a larger, meaningful plan, their willpower is significantly strengthened. The chapter also references Rosa Parks in the Montgomery bus boycott. Duhigg analyzes how her personal habits and strong belief system enabled her to make the courageous decision not to give up her seat. Parks wasn't just a random woman. She had a history of activism, a strong network within the NAACP, and a deep-seated belief in justice. Her action wasn't a spontaneous act of defiance. It was rooted in years of cultivated habits of quiet resolve and a deep moral conviction that gave her the willpower to act when the moment arrived. Her action, in turn, became a cue that ignited a new routine of resistance, the boycott, and offered the reward of dignity and the hope of change, creating new habits within the Black community in Montgomery. The core message here is that belief, whether it's spiritual faith or a profound conviction in a cause,
can be a potent source of willpower. When individuals or communities develop habits rooted in a strong belief system, they gain an extraordinary capacity for self-control and sustained effort, enabling them to achieve remarkable transformations.
Hello and welcome back to Vibe Audiobook, where we delve into the most impactful ideas that shape our lives and businesses. Today, we're exploring a book that has profoundly changed how we understand human behavior and organizational success. Charles Duhigg's The Power of Habit: Why We Do What We Do in Life and Business. This isn't just a book about personal improvement. It's an exploration of the fundamental mechanisms that drive our daily actions, influence our choices, and ultimately determine our destinies. It's about the invisible architecture of habits that underpins everything from our morning routines to the success of global corporations and even social movements. Duhigg, a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter for the New York Times, takes us on a captivating journey, weaving together scientific research, compelling real-world stories, and practical insights. He demystifies the complex world of neuroscience and psychology, presenting a clear, actionable framework for understanding and, more importantly, changing habits. If you've ever wondered why some people effortlessly achieve their goals while others struggle, or why some organizations thrive while others falter, the answers often lie in the subtle yet powerful force of habit. At its core, The Power of Habit argues that habits are not just automatic behaviors. They are deeply ingrained neurological loops. These loops consist of three key components: a cue, a routine, and a reward. Understanding this habit loop is the first step toward gaining control over our actions and shaping our lives with intention rather than just reacting to circumstances. Throughout this extensive summary, we will break down these concepts, illustrate them with Duhigg's vivid examples, and provide you with actionable takeaways that you can apply immediately, whether you're looking to quit smoking, exercise more, boost your productivity, or transform your business. Get ready to uncover the hidden forces that drive you and learn how to harness them for profound, lasting change.
Conclusion: The Habit Revolution, a blueprint for change. The Power of Habit by Charles Duhigg is far more than a self-help book. It's a profound exploration of human nature, organizational dynamics, and the hidden forces that shape our world. We've journeyed through the intricate neurology of individual habits, the transformative power of keystone habits in organizations, and the surprising ways habits ignite social movements. The central message woven throughout these diverse stories and scientific insights is both simple and revolutionary. Habits are not destiny. They are malleable. We have the capacity to understand them, dissect them, and ultimately change them. Let's recap the core principles. The habit loop. Every habit consists of a cue, a trigger, a routine, the behavior itself, and a reward, what satisfies the craving. The power of craving. Habits are sustained by a deep-seated neurological craving for the reward. To create new habits, you must engineer this craving. The golden rule of habit change. You cannot eliminate a bad habit. You can only change it. Keep the cue and the reward, but insert a new routine. Belief in your ability to change is crucial, often reinforced by community. Keystone habits. Some habits are more powerful than others. A keystone habit is a single change that cascades, leading to widespread positive transformations in other areas of life or an organization. Willpower as a habit. Willpower is like a muscle that can be strengthened through practice. Organizations can instill willpower by teaching employees to recognize tipping points and providing pre-scripted routines. Organizational and societal habits.
Companies succeed by understanding and adapting to changing customer habits, while social movements gain traction by leveraging existing social ties and creating new habits of identity and purpose. The responsibility of choice. While habits operate subconsciously, we retain a profound capacity for free will. Once we become aware of our habit loops, we gain the power to choose new routines and reshape our lives. The implications of Duhigg's work are far-reaching. For individuals, it's a blueprint for overcoming addictions, achieving fitness goals, boosting productivity, and cultivating a more fulfilling life. For businesses, it offers strategies for fostering innovation, improving employee performance, anticipating market shifts, and building enduring success. For society, it provides insights into how movements form, how leaders can inspire change, and how communities can address deeply entrenched problems. Remember, the goal isn't to become perfectly disciplined overnight, but to embark on a journey of self-awareness and intentional habit formation. Start small. Identify a habit you want to change or create. Find its cue, understand its craving, and experiment with new routines. Seek out communities or belief systems that reinforce your efforts. And recognize that every small win, every successful new routine builds your belief and fuels your momentum. The power of habit empowers us to stop being passive recipients of our routines and start being active designers of our destiny. It reminds us that our lives are not merely a collection of random events, but a tapestry woven from the threads of our daily habits. By consciously choosing those threads, we can weave a future that is healthier, more productive, and profoundly more satisfying.